Hey guys, tonight we're hitching up our oxen, loading the wagons and setting off into one of the grimiest, most grueling yet weirdly romanticised adventures in American history. Yeah, we're talking about the Oregon Trail, the ultimate choose-your-own disaster experience. You've probably heard of it, maybe even died of dysentery on an old-school classroom computer, but tonight you're going to live it. And spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments what city you're watching from and what time it is there. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It starts in the spring of 1846. You've spent the winter in Missouri watching the snow melt and waiting for the land to thaw. Now it's April, and the buzz in Independence is electric. Dozens of families like yours, wagons lined up for days, oxen steaming in the morning chill. You're leaving behind a modest farmhouse, your favourite tree, your town, maybe even some relatives who think you're insane for going west. But you've got gold-tinted dreams and whispers of lush farmland in Oregon Territory. In truth, you don't really know what's out there. You just know it has to be better than what you're leaving behind. Debts, over-farmed land, and yet another year of not enough rain. There's an odd energy in the air. Some people are giddy, treating this like a grand vacation. Others have that 1,000-yard stare, like they've already imagined every one of their children buried in a shallow grave. You're caught in between. You've packed, repacked, and repacked again. You've argued with your spouse about whether to bring the rocking chair. You've bought enough flour to bake bread for an entire cavalry. And yet, even with all this planning, there's a gnawing feeling that something, maybe many somethings, are going to go very wrong. Your wagon is sturdy, or so the man who sold it claimed. The canvas top is stretched over wooden bows, offering shade but not much else. Inside, you've crammed in everything from barrels of bacon and beans to a small iron stove you absolutely insisted on bringing, despite your cousin's warning that it's dead weight. You've got rifles, a cast iron skillet, a coffee grinder, and one slightly smushed porcelain doll for your daughter. And yet already you're wondering if it's too much. You hear the oxen before you see them. Snorting massive beasts with the kind of eyes that seem older than civilization itself. You're told they're better than horses, slower yes, but steadier. Less likely to break a leg. You pat one on the side and it lets out a sound that's equal parts bored and disgusted. It's going to be a long ride. On the morning of departure, the town is chaos. Children are crying, mothers are snapping at fathers, and a guy named Lester is arguing about who gets to be wagon master. Spoiler, you do not want to be wagon master. It's a glorified babysitting job where you get blamed for every wrong turn, a lost ox, and misjudged river depth. But you also don't want Lester doing it. He once tried to trade a live chicken for a haircut. You vote for the quiet farmer from Ohio instead. He seems less likely to steer you into a canyon. Your first steps on the trail are weirdly underwhelming. There's no trumpet fanfare, no cinematic sweep of prairie grass, just a muddy path and the creak of wooden wheels. The realization hits you like a sack of flour. You're walking a lot. Sure, you could ride in the wagon, but only if you want to jostle against barrels and be crushed by shifting cargo. So you walk. Everyone does, except the elderly and the injured, which you're not yet, but give it time. A strange mix of emotions follows. Excitement flares when you pass the last general store. Fear kicks in once you realise that everything familiar is now behind you. The trees start to thin out, the houses vanish, and the land rolls flat and wide. It's beautiful in a desolate sort of way, like being on another planet made entirely of grass and bugs. Speaking of bugs, they are immediate and aggressive. By the first night, you've slapped more mosquitoes than you can count and learned that prairie gnats fly directly into your eyes on purpose, probably out of spite. You pitch camp beside a lazy creek and everyone tries to pretend this is fun. Fires are built, songs are sung, someone even tries to tell a joke. But the truth is, you're already tired, your boots are too stiff, and the kids won't stop asking when you'll be there. As you lie on a blanket beneath the wagon, because tent space is tight, you find yourself listening. The distant lowing of oxen, the rhythmic snoring of the family next to yours, a coyote maybe, or someone's very sick mule. The night is cold and the ground is harder than you expected. Your hip already hurts. The stars above are breathtaking though, an ocean of silver, so wide and clear it feels like falling upward. You tell yourself this will be worth it, that in 6 months you'll have your own land, your own home, and a chance at something better. But for now, you can't shake the feeling that you've just made the biggest mistake of your life. Here's your historical fact of the night. Roughly 400,000 people travelled the Oregon Trail between the 1830s and 1860s. That's like emptying a modern football stadium and marching everyone 2,000 miles across unforgiving terrain with nothing but wooden wagons and hope. Quirky fact, some people actually brought pianos, like real pianos. Spoiler, they didn't make it. Many ended up abandoned on the side of the trail like a trail of broken dreams and out-of-tune ambitions, and a hot debate. Scholars still argue over whether the journey was fueled more by religious zeal, economic desperation, or just good old American wanderlust. Probably all three, plus a hefty scoop of not knowing what the heck they were in for. By the second day, your feet already hate you. You wake up feeling like you've been trampled by your own oxen, which honestly might have happened, considering how badly they sleepwalk when spooked by coyotes. Your back is sore from the ground, your eyes crusted with dust, and your boots feel like medieval torture devices. Still, you're up with the sun because that's what trail life demands. There are no snooze buttons out here, only the sounds of creaking wheels, squawking chickens, and someone already yelling about lost coffee beans. You choke down a breakfast of damp cornbread and coffee made from yesterday's boiled grounds, and then it's back to the same old rhythm. Pack up camp, yell at the children, yoke the oxen, curse whoever made the decision to pack your entire life into a rolling wooden box and drag it across half a continent. By mile 10, it becomes painfully clear. Riding in the wagon is a fantasy. The jostling alone could dislodge your spine. Every bump in the trail is a full-body event. It's smoother to walk, sort of. Well, not smoother, but you don't feel like your brain is being knocked loose with every rut and rock. The wagons creak and groan like ships on dry land, and your feet thud against the hard-packed earth in a steady, dragging beat. You thought this would be an adventure, a westward journey like the ones in penny novels. What you didn't count on is how mind-numbing the routine would be. Wake, walk, eat, walk, set up camp, sleep, repeat, and this is just the beginning. By mid-morning you start noticing something else. Your fellow travellers are getting on your nerves. Turns out putting 50 strangers together in tight quarters with minimal hygiene and lots of beans leads to tension. Someone's dog keeps chasing chickens. Another guy insists on playing the fiddle while walking. You didn't know it was possible to play off-key while fiddling one string, but here we are. And don't even get started on the woman who keeps humming the same hymn over and over like it's a magic spell. Still, there's a certain comfort in the group, like a slow-moving herd of anxious buffalo. You travel in clusters, sometimes 3 or 4 wagons across, blocking the trail and arguing about whether this counts as making good time. You form friendships, grudges, and vague alliances like it's some wagon train reality show. There's always one couple having a loud fight by the fire, someone who's just a little sick but coughing up a lung, and that one guy who won't stop talking about his land claim in Oregon like he already owns half the territory. You try to keep your spirits up. After all, the scenery is changing. You're leaving behind the scrubby edges of Missouri and moving into open plains, golden waves of grass that ripple with every gust of wind. It's beautiful, but it's also endless. The land seems to stretch forever, flat and shimmering in the sun, with no trees in sight. And the trail itself? It's just 2 dusty grooves beaten into the earth by thousands of wagons that came before you. A rut of history, and now you're in it. You get to know your wagon in ways you never wanted to. Every creak is a new fear. Every lurch means something is shifting, probably in the worst possible way. The back wheel is always threatening to pop off, the canvas top flaps in the wind like it's mocking you. Inside, everything is packed tight. Barrels, bedding, tools, and somehow it still smells like wet wood and old cheese. You tried to keep things organised, but the first time you hit a pothole the size of a bathtub, your careful packing turned into a chaotic stew of flour, boots, and personal shame. Your oxen, bless their plodding, slobbery souls, are the real MVPs. Slow, yes, but strong and stubborn like trail-borne tanks. You talk to them now, half out of boredom, half out of the creeping suspicion they're smarter than some of the people in your party. You name them ridiculous things. Butterscotch and Thunderhoof. You don't know why, but it helps. When Thunderhoof poops mid-walk, you just sigh and step around it like you've been doing this your whole life. Around midday, you finally stop to rest. It's hot, Your shirt sticks to your back and you swear you've never drunk so much water in your life and still felt dry. The group circles up near a sparse patch of trees, shade, blessed shade, and someone passes around biscuits that taste like flour and sadness. You stretch your legs, check the wagon wheels, and try to ignore the growing pile of flies buzzing around your food. Someone suggests pushing on another 5 miles before sundown. A groan ripples through the camp. This, you realise, is the real Oregon Trail experience. It's not the cholera, not yet. It's the constant motion, the monotony, the way your body begins to rebel even as your brain numbs. You've barely travelled 30 miles and already you feel like you've aged a year. Your muscles ache, your nerves fray, and every little sound, oxen snorting, someone whining about dry bread, feels like a personal attack. Historically, pioneers covered an average of 15 to 20 miles a day on a good stretch. But not every day is good. Rain, wheel breakage, sick animals, everything slows you down. And you haven't even hit a real obstacle yet. This is the easy part. This is the warm-up. Quirky fact. Some pioneers actually brought homemade wagon seats designed to swing from the canvas ribs, sort of like hammock chairs so they could avoid the brutal jostling. Most of these snapped or dumped their passengers straight into flour barrels during the first rough trail patch. You chuckle at the memory of one woman hanging upside down like a flustered bat, legs tangled in a bonnet, shrieking at her husband. And here's something scholars still debate. Why did so many pioneers assume they could just figure it out once they got to Oregon? Many didn't know how to farm, build homes, or even hunt. They just believed the land would provide. It's still unclear whether this was sheer optimism, or just the most aggressive group manifestation in history. By the time you make camp again, your boots are crusted with mud, your legs feel like jelly, and your youngest has developed a mysterious rash. You're too tired to care. You lay back under the wagon, your body bruised and baking in the late sun, and stare up at the underside of your home on wheels. It's only been 2 days, but you already understand something crucial. This trail is going to strip you down. No illusions, no comforts, just you, the road, and a whole lot of walking. By the end of your first week on the trail, you've discovered that this journey is less of a solo mission and more like a slowly unravelling, small-town drama on wheels. Your wagon isn't just yours anymore. It's part of a larger caravan, a ragtag collective of roughly 20 families bound together by desperation, wild ambition, and the hope that someone else packed more beans than you did. You quickly learn that survival out here isn't just about strength or endurance. It's about teamwork, politics, and a whole lot of compromise. Every morning starts with a group meeting. The wagon master, quiet Ohio guy still in charge for now, gathers everyone around and lays out the route for the day. He's calm and reasonable, which is probably why everyone's secretly preparing to overthrow him. Decisions have to be made constantly. Do you take the flatter northern route that adds mileage but saves the oxen? Or the shortcut through the rocky hills that has a 50-50 chance of wrecking a wheel or two? Votes are cast, opinions are shared, and someone always manages to make it personal. You never realised how many different ways there are to argue about the direction north. Some swear by compasses, others by the sun, and one guy just follows the behaviour of squirrels. You silently vow never to listen to the squirrel guy again after his last shortcut led to a 6-hour detour and an argument so loud it scared off the wildlife. Then there's the issue of wagon spacing. Too close and you risk a wheel-to-wheel disaster, too far and you're vulnerable to attacks. Well, theoretically. Mostly the danger is losing sight of the caravan and getting hopelessly turned around in what looks like a grassy sea of sameness. So you keep close, trailing behind your neighbour's wagon while trying to ignore the way their supplies are tied down with string and prayer. You're all in this together, like it or not. Soon the caravan starts to splinter into roles. There's the wagon master, of course, who becomes more of a therapist than a leader. There's a scout, a wiry guy with eyes like a hawk and the social skills of a raccoon, who rides ahead to look for rivers, trails, and potential hazards. He rarely speaks unless it's bad news, and when he does speak, it's usually along the lines of, "That bridge is a lie," or, "We'll have to eat the mule." Charming fellow. You find yourself pulled into these group dynamics more than you'd like. Someone needs help fixing a broken wheel. You're suddenly a carpenter. A child has wandered off after a butterfly. You're now a tracker. Someone needs extra lard for tonight's beans. You're somehow the lard guy. Cooperation becomes a necessity, not a choice. But so does gossip. Oh, the gossip. Who's feuding with whom, who's been hoarding sugar, Who's secretly carrying more whiskey than anyone admitted? Every campfire brings fresh drama. It's like Survivor Prairie Edition. Sometimes things get tense. A bad decision from the wagon master, like choosing a muddy shortcut, results in days lost and patience worn thin. People start murmuring about forming a new group, electing a new leader. You find yourself caught in quiet conversations, little factions forming around personalities instead of reason. You side with the group that seems least likely to yell at you before coffee. There's also a growing concern about fairness. Who gets to stop for breaks? Who leads the line when the trail narrows? Who decides how long the noon halt lasts? These sound like minor issues, but after a week of blisters, heat and dust in every bodily crevice, they feel monumental. You watch grown adults argue for 20 minutes about whether it's time to circle the wagons or keep moving. Meanwhile, the oxen are falling asleep where they stand. One day a decision has to be made about leaving someone behind. A man's axle is broken, and he doesn't have a spare. It's early in the trail, and most families are still hoarding their extra parts like gold. He begs. His wife is crying. His children look dazed and dust-covered. The wagon master says if someone gives him an axle, the whole train has to wait a day for repairs. The man from Kentucky volunteers. He has an extra. But as soon as he offers, someone else complains that it'll slow everyone down. Tensions rise, voices escalate. In the end, the vote is split. The wagon master casts the tiebreaker. The caravan waits. And just like that, a sense of unity returns. For now, you spend the day helping patch up the broken wagon. Others gather wood, check oxen shoes, and share food. It's weird how close you can feel to people after only a week of eating dust together. You laugh more that evening than you have since leaving Missouri. A girl braids your daughter's hair. A young man tries to play harmonica but only knows one song and keeps starting it over. For a moment, everything feels almost cozy. Here's your historical fact. Real-life wagon trains were often organised with detailed rules. Some even wrote constitutions, complete with fines for rule breaking. One train fined a man $2 for swearing in front of children. Trail just is fast and kind of adorable. Now, for a quirky fact, some caravans had unofficial judges who were elected to settle disputes. These were usually just stern-looking older men with no real legal background. But they carried the gavel, sometimes literally. In one case, a man ruled on a dispute between two women over pie theft. Justice was served. The pie was not. As for scholarly debate, historians still argue whether the wagon train system created democratic micro-societies or just barely organised chaos. Some say it was a proto-version of the American frontier town, with evolving social norms and even primitive elections. Others call it a Lord of the Flies on Wheels situation, held together by shared desperation and salted pork. That night, you lie awake thinking about the people you're travelling with. Strangers turned companions, rivals turned teammates. You wonder who will be there at the end of this trail. And quietly, you wonder if you will be. There comes a moment, usually around day 10, when you realise you packed your entire life into a wooden box the size of a garden shed and dragged it into the wilderness like that was a rational decision. You stare into the wagon, sweat soaking your collar, and wonder why in the blazing prairie sun you thought it was necessary to bring 4 cast iron pans, a rocking chair, and your uncle's taxidermy duck. It's not just clutter now, it's deadweight, and deadweight has to go. At first, everyone is precious about their belongings. There's a weird pride in how neatly things were packed, like you're all contestants on some frontier version of Tetris. But now, on a scorching afternoon when the trail becomes more sand than soil, and your oxen are looking at you like you're personally responsible for their misery, something shifts. You realise every extra pound is another minute of suffering, another reason the wheel creaks with that horrible splintering sound no one wants to hear. And so the great shedding begins. It starts subtly. A broken stool, a bucket that cracked in the heat. Easy choices. But soon, hard decisions have to be made. A woman you've barely spoken to is weeping as she hands off her china teacups to the prairie wind. A man tosses out a family portrait after a tense debate with his teenage son, who insists that hauling it is pointless. You try to pretend it's all logical, survival-based, but there's grief laced in every item left behind. These things weren't just cargo, they were memories, comforts, the last threads of the lives you all left back in Missouri. Your own sacrifices come with a little less ceremony. That stove you insisted on bringing? Gone. rolled down a small hill and abandoned next to a surprisingly dignified pile of rejected bedposts. You keep the skillet, the coffee grinder, and your one luxury, a slightly water-stained copy of Gulliver's Travels. It doesn't weigh much, and some nights, reading by firelight keeps you from screaming at the sky. Food and supplies take priority now. Everyone starts double-checking their rations. Flour, salt, coffee, sugar. If you have it, you count it twice. If you don't, you start eyeing the neighbour's wagon and wondering if they'd notice a few spoonfuls missing. The flour barrels are shrinking faster than you hoped. Someone realises their bacon has gone rancid. The stench is immediate and offensive, like a punch in the sinuses. You'd help them bury it, feeling equal parts sad and envious that they hadn't enough bacon to rot in the first place. You also learn about a new unit of measurement. Space. Every inch matters. That small corner behind the wheel hub, suddenly perfect for rope. The hollow space under the tool chest, excellent for dried beans. Children get crammed between bags of rice and crates of canned peaches. Nobody's comfortable, nobody's clean. You're all just bags of humanity being shuffled daily across an unforgiving landscape. And then there's the constant battle with the wagon itself. You've never hated wood so much in your life. The planks warp in the heat. The wheels wobble no matter how often you reinforce them. Your husband or wife is perpetually covered in axle grease, swearing softly as they tighten spokes with a stick and sheer willpower. You joke about building a new wagon from all the parts being jettisoned along the way. Someone laughs, then seriously considers it. Resourcefulness or madness? Hard to tell anymore. Midweek, you cross a stretch of prairie so flat and wide it feels like the edge of the world. The trail is marked only by the faded remains of broken furniture, spilled nails, and the occasional tragic doll head staring blankly at the sky. You pass a chair with only one leg, a boot missing its partner, a Bible, pages fluttering in the wind like tiny white flags. It's a ghostly procession of dreams discarded, and it reminds you that most people ahead of you probably went through the same agonizing triage of personal belongings. By now, conversations at night have shifted. Less about the future, more about the practical. How many sacks of flour do you have left? Who's good at mending boots? Has anyone figured out how to patch a hole in canvas without it immediately tearing again? Someone shares a tip about soaking dried beans in river water overnight to make them cook faster. Another person, older and meaner, says you're all fools for not bringing hardtack. Bugs don't eat it, and neither do we, he growls, chewing it anyway. Historical side note. Most wagons had to carry 600 to 1,000 pounds of flour alone, plus bacon, lard, beans, rice, and a disturbingly large amount of coffee. Every family brought what they thought they'd need to survive 6 months, forgetting that surviving also meant dragging all that stuff across mountain ranges and rivers without the benefit of paved roads or common sense. Quirky fact, one woman brought up a grandfather clock, convinced it would be useful for maintaining a sense of order. It lasted 5 days before toppling over in the wagon and shattering into a pile of metaphor. She reportedly turned the clock face into a skillet lid. Now that's frontier innovation. And here's a fun academic squabble. Some historians claim the iconic covered wagon, the prairie schooner, was rarely used for actual riding due to discomfort and danger. Others argue that families routinely rotated riders to rest the elderly and young. No one can quite agree how much time pioneers spent inside their wagons versus trudging outside in the dust. What's certain? You're definitely not riding. You're hoofing it day after day because it turns out human legs are more reliable than hand-built wheels. That evening you settle into camp and take stock. You've lost a few items to the trail gods, but you've gained something else. Ruthlessness. You look at every object with suspicion now. Does it earn its space? Does it pull its weight? If not, it goes. Sentimentality gets you nowhere when your back is sore and your oxen are drooling from exhaustion. You sit near the fire, chewing on dry jerky that tastes like leather, mixed with regret. A nearby wagon is burning their broken bed frame and the flames crackle like applause. Someone passes around a jug of something vaguely alcoholic. You take a sip and cough violently, but your muscles relax for the first time in days. You think about home, your old house, the chair by the window, the dishes you left behind. You miss it all and none of it at the same time. What you've really left behind, you're starting to realise, is comfort, and there's no going back. You're not quite sure when the dread sets in, but it hits one morning, just as you squat behind a bush with a shovel in one hand and an unsettling gurgle in your gut. There are no bathrooms on the Oregon Trail, just open prairie, a bit of modesty, and a desperate hope that no one's looking. You dig fast, do your business even faster, and pray the wind doesn't shift. Welcome to the glamorous life of a westward pioneer, where your daily bowel movements are a public health hazard and also the #1 cause of death on the trail. It turns out dysentery is not just a funny punchline on an old computer game. It is a living, gut-twisting nightmare that moves through the camp like an invisible storm, wiping out dignity and hydration in equal measure. And it's not alone. There's cholera, typhoid, scurvy, and something the wagon master refers to ominously as plains fever. All you know is that people are sweating, vomiting, and collapsing in ways that no amount of herbal tea can fix. The root of all this? Hygiene, or the complete and utter lack of it. Soap is precious and mostly reserved for clothes, which still end up looking like they were washed in sadness. Bathing is a rare treat, something you do only when the weather's perfect, the river's deep enough, and you're feeling brave enough to expose your bare backside to an audience of mosquitoes and judging squirrels. Clothes stay on until they practically walk off by themselves. By week 3, you could bottle the smell of your boots and sell it as eau de regret. You do your best to stay clean. You wipe your hands with rags soaked in vinegar. You rinse dishes with sand and prayer. But there's only so much you can do when you're sharing a ladle with 20 other people and the nearest clean water is downstream from where the oxen bathe, drink, and relieve themselves. You start to play a mental game. Is this sickness from the beans, the water, or just the creeping realization that you made a terrible life choice? Sickness moves fast out here. One kid starts coughing on Monday, and by Wednesday half the caravan is walking like zombies. You watch a woman boil rags for compresses while muttering about garlic poultices. Someone else suggests bleeding the sick to balance the humours. You nod politely and then quietly hide all the sharp objects. There's no doctor among you, just rumours of one farther down the trail near Fort Laramie. You pray you'll make it that far. One evening the camp is quiet. Too quiet. A man named Harris, older, always joked he was too stubborn to die, hasn't moved from his bedroll in hours. His wife stands over him, fanning him with her bonnet while others gather nearby, pretending not to stare. You catch a glimpse of his face, pale, sweating and drawn tight like a sheet left too long in the sun. No one says the word, but everyone's thinking it. Cholera, the death sentence in disguise. Here's your historical fact for the night. Cholera was the leading killer on the Oregon Trail, responsible for an estimated 10,000 deaths. That's 10,000 people who set off for a better life and never made it past Nebraska. It spread through contaminated water and poor sanitation, and it could kill in a matter of hours. You could go to bed with a stomachache and be buried by sunrise. Quirky fact, some people tried to ward off disease by wearing garlic necklaces, burning animal dung, or placing silver coins in their drinking barrels. One woman swore by keeping a potato in her pocket to draw the fever out. It worked about as well as you'd expect. Meanwhile, scholars still argue about how much the pioneers actually understood about germs. Germ theory wasn't widely accepted yet, so a lot of folks blamed bad air, unlucky stars, or moral failings. Some journals describe people moving their wagons to avoid sick winds, or burying the dead facing away from camp to prevent spirits from returning. It wasn't science, but when you're desperate, superstition feels oddly comforting. Back in camp, Harris passes away just before dawn. His wife doesn't cry. She just folds his blanket, tucks it under his chin, and sits quietly until someone comes with a shovel. They bury him on a small hill overlooking the trail, pile stones on top to keep the animals away, and carve his name into a piece of oak. A few people say a prayer. Most just keep their heads down, focused on not being next. You help dig the grave, because everyone helps. The soil is dry and packed tight, the kind of earth that resists intrusion. As you shovel, sweat dripping into your eyes, you wonder how many more graves you'll dig before this is over. Probably too many. It's a sobering thought, one that follows you even after the sun rises and the wagons creak back into motion. From that day forward, you see the trail differently, not just as a road to Oregon, but as a corridor of loss. Every few miles there's another grave, sometimes marked, sometimes not. You pass makeshift headstones with names fading in the wind, little crosses of willow wood, even one coffin wedged awkwardly between two boulders. You start to recognize the signs, a group walking slower than usual, someone missing from the evening circle, a bundle of clothes left behind without ceremony. At night, when the fire flickers low and the stars feel too close, you catch yourself listening for coughs in the dark. You count them like sheep. 1, 2, 3, silence. Then a deep hack from across camp, and you exhale, relieved that it's not someone from your wagon. Not yet. You start boiling all your water. You scrape every dish twice. You even fashion a crude latrine pit away from camp and try to convince others to use it. Most do. A few roll their eyes and go wherever the urge strikes. You quietly judge them. There's no pride left on the trail, but there is a kind of desperate hygiene-based hierarchy, and you're clawing your way to the top. That night you manage to rinse your face with cold stream water and sit by the fire, feeling almost human. You clutch your journal, scrawling down every little detail, not because it matters to anyone else, but because you want to remember. The pain, the fear, the weird moments of peace between disasters, the way the stars look when the world feels like it's ending, the way your hands shake just before sunrise knowing that the next day could be worse. But also, strangely, you feel stronger, more focused. You know now that survival out here isn't about being brave, it's about being careful, about watching what you eat, where you walk, who you trust, and how clean your shovel is. You fall asleep that night with a hand on your water pouch and a whisper of hope that tomorrow you'll all still be alive. You wake to hoofbeats and panic. Not your panic yet, but the urgent low murmurs of your neighbours and the unmistakable clatter of oxen hooves where they shouldn't be. You scramble out from beneath your wagon, still tangled in your blanket, heart thudding in a strange rhythm. In the pre-dawn blue you see the silhouettes of animals bolting across the open plain, and someone's shouting, "The oxen, they're spooked!" You don't know why they're running or what set them off, but now you're sprinting after 2 half-ton beasts in boots that are barely tied and breath fogging in the cold morning air. Welcome to the wild side of the trail. The thing they don't tell you about the West is that nature is not a friendly backdrop. It's not a painting of purple mountains and gentle meadows. It's raw, untamed, and every bit as likely to kill you as disease or bad beans. That peaceful sunrise, it might come with the side of wolves. That quiet stream could be full of leeches, or worse, already claimed by something much hungrier than you. You catch one of your oxen near a cluster of low trees, wide-eyed and trembling. The other wanders in a daze, tailed or still twitching, ribs rising and falling like bellows. Spooked by a coyote, someone says. Or maybe a mountain lion. You don't see anything, just a thin line of paw prints in the dirt and the telltale stench of fear clinging to the animals like smoke. You soothe them as best you can, rubbing their flanks, murmuring nonsense. Eventually, you get them re-yoked, but the morning's been stolen. The caravan will leave late. Again. As the day wears on, the full scope of the wilderness begins to show itself. First, it's the buffalo. Massive herds spotted in the distance, their brown, shaggy shapes moving like a single living sea across the plains. The sight is stunning, majestic even, until one of them decides to veer dangerously close. Everyone freezes, children are shushed, rifles appear like conjured objects. You don't breathe. The animal huffs once, snorts and turns away, disappearing into the herd again like a ghost of meat and muscle. Crisis averted for now, but not everything out here is awe-inspiring. Some of it's just unsettling. You come across a carcass, fresh, not human. A deer, perhaps. Its ribs are exposed, the stomach half-eaten. Flies buzz around it like a halo of rot. You look at the bite marks. Clean. Too clean. Something out there has teeth, and he was not eating jerky. Your group tightens that night. Wagons pulled close, rifles loaded and within arm's reach. You go to bed clutching yours like a security blanket. Here's your historical fact. Buffalo were both a blessing and a threat to pioneers. Their meat was prized, but hunting them was risky. Stampedes could destroy entire wagon trains. One recorded event described a herd that ran through a camp at night, smashing wagons and scattering supplies for miles, a real we're gonna die situation. And the quirky one, pioneers sometimes slept with pigs or goats in their wagons at night to stay warm and deter wild animals. There are multiple accounts of goats acting as makeshift alarm systems, bleating wildly when danger approached. One family even trained their pig to growl when wolves came near. His name was Winston. Winston was a hero. As for debates, there's still discussion among scholars about just how dangerous the wildlife really was. Diaries often exaggerate attacks, turning curious coyotes into mythical monsters. But bones don't lie. Animal attacks did happen, especially when more wagons crossed into more isolated or mountainous regions. The danger wasn't always the fangs and claws. Sometimes it was what the animals dragged away in the night. Food, shoes, even a toddler's. You start to take more precautions. Food is hung from trees or buried in caches at night. Livestock is hobbled and guarded. Children are lectured repeatedly not to wander. Though one small boy keeps chasing birds by key, he's on a personal mission from heaven. You carry your rifle more openly, even when walking. It's not just about looking brave, it's about being ready. Midway through the week, your wagon train spots something odd. A pile of bones, arranged neatly in a circle. Too neat to be natural. There are no wagon ruts nearby, no graves, just the eerie arrangement and a small bundle of fur in the centre. You all stand around it in silence. A few mutter about rituals. One man crosses himself. Another says, "Probably just kids from a local tribe," and laughs too loudly. But no one kicks the bones. You leave them, unnerved. You make camp that night near a thicket, hoping the dense brush will shield you from whatever's out there. But the woods bring their own threats, bears mostly, and sometimes snakes. Someone in the party insists they saw a cougar slinking through the trees. You believe them. Not because you saw it too, but because nothing feels impossible out here anymore. The land doesn't care about your plans. It doesn't care how well you packed or how many prayers you said in Independence. Out here, you're just meat wrapped in canvas. Still, you adapt. You learn to read tracks, small impressions in the mud, tufts of fur, broken branches. You recognise the warning calls of birds, the rustle of something large in the grass. You know now that silence isn't peaceful. It's the moment right before something leaps. That night there's a scream. It's short, sharp, and stops as quickly as it started. Everyone jumps, rifles are grabbed. You stumble from your blanket, heart a drumbeat in your ears. The scream came from one of the smaller wagons, the elderly couple from Illinois. You rush over and find the woman, pale, shaking, pointing to the edge of camp. "It took our goat," she whispers. Her husband's trying to console her, but his voice is trembling too. You look where she's pointing, just a dark shape in the distance, loping away. The next day the group is quieter. No jokes at breakfast, no fiddling, just grim, focused motion. You repair a broken wheel in silence, the creak of wood and the click of metal echoing through the still air. Everyone feels it, the way the wilderness breathes around you, hungry and watching. But you keep moving, because the only way out of this place is through it. You imagined the Oregon Trail would be one long, continuous trek, a steady rhythm of wheels crunching over dirt, your boots falling into step with the horizon, day after day of forward motion. But no one warned you that you'd be spending nearly as much time not moving as you do travelling. The hard truth hits sometime during your second week, as you sit by the side of the trail for the third hour in a row, swatting flies and watching someone else's wagon wheel get mended with a level of drama usually reserved for battlefield surgery. Welcome to the hurry up and wait portion of the trail. You wake at dawn, ready to march forward, muscles aching but spirit oddly intact, and then someone's oxen are missing, or a wheel has shattered, or someone stepped on a nail and is now rolling around in agony. Sometimes it's a sudden debate about which fork in the trail to take. Other times it's just fatigue. You'll be lined up, wagons hitched, ready to roll, and then you sit, and sit, and sit. Your only motion is the quiet inner scream echoing inside your skull. You try to be patient, really you do, but trail time stretches like saltwater taffy in the sun. There's no clock, just the position of the sun and the feeling that this day will never, ever end. You watch a man spend 45 minutes trying to untangle a rope from his own axle. A child throws a tantrum that could win awards. Someone's cow just wandered off again, mooing into the void, and they're giving chase like it owes them money. There's something uniquely exhausting about standing still on the trail. When you're moving, at least it feels like progress. But when you're stuck, the reality of the landscape starts to close in. It's flat, it's hot, it's buzzing with flies the size of bottle caps. The prairie wind kicks up a fine grit that sneaks into your eyes, your teeth, your undergarments, everywhere. The sun's a bully, and the shade, when you can find it, is already claimed by someone snoring under a wagon. And yet these slow moments are when you see your fellow travellers most clearly. They lounge on wagon tongues like sunbathing lizards, their faces slack with boredom. Some tinker endlessly with tools, others scribble in journals or patch socks with grim determination. A few manage to nap in poses that defy logic, curled on sacks of beans draped over barrels, upside down in someone's lap. You envy their talent. One man passes time by whittling a spoon, another teaches his toddler how to whistle. You try to read a few pages of Gulliver's Travels, but the words blur from heat and distraction. Eventually, you just stare into the distance, trying to remember what trees used to look like. You haven't seen a proper one in days. Occasionally you overhear snippets of philosophy from those as bored as you. Maybe we're not meant to get to Oregon, someone mutters. Maybe the journey is the destination. You want to punch them, just a little. By midday you're finally on the move again, only for the oxen to slow within minutes, one of them developing what's generously called a trail limp. You've now learnt the term hoof rot, and you wish you hadn't. There's also spavin, founder, and a dozen other ailments that can afflict your livestock and bring your whole life to a screeching halt. Turns out the real MVPs of this journey are your animals, and they're just as fed up as you are. Another wagon ahead loses a wheel. Again. This time it snaps so dramatically you half expect it to burst into flames. You pitch in with the repairs because if you don't, everyone's delayed. You lift the side of the wagon while someone else wedges in a rock, and another hammers a makeshift peg into place. It's a crude patch job, but it'll hold for another 10 miles. Maybe. Here's your historical fact. The average wagon wheel could last about 200 to 300 miles before needing serious repairs or replacement. That's assuming ideal conditions, which, spoiler alert, you never have. Spare parts were essential, and many families travelled with extra wheels lashed to the sides of their wagons, like donuts on a really bad road trip. Quirky fact. Some pioneers created a sort of wagon waiting club, unofficial groups who passed the time playing music, telling stories or carving initials into nearby rocks. One man even built a crude checkerboard into the side of his wagon, using flattened bullets as pieces. It's unclear whether this was out of boredom or some deep need to win something on the trail. And on the scholarly side, there's a debate over whether the long delays and frequent stops were a result of poor planning, or simply unavoidable due to the unpredictable nature of the landscape. Some historians argue that most wagon parties left too early, loaded too much, and relied too heavily on untested equipment. Others counter that even the best planned caravans fell prey to the chaos of bad weather, sick animals and human drama. Basically, no one agrees, but everyone got stuck. Your own caravan develops a rhythm. 3 hours of slow progress, followed by 2 of sheer immobility. A sort of lurching dance with the trail, clumsy but inevitable. You begin to predict the moments when things will grind to a halt. A low hill, half the wagons will stall, a muddy dip, someone will lose a boot or an ox, a river in the distance. Forget moving, just break out the coffee and prepare to wait until someone builds a raft. These pauses become strange little micro-worlds. One stop turns into a baking party, with everyone attempting some form of bread using flour and a campfire. Another day, someone holds a race among the children, who bolt across the prairie barefoot and yelling, like tiny feral thunderclaps. You cheer them on half-heartedly, a pot of beans in one hand. But there are also the darker still moments. The ones where someone's illness forces a full stop and everyone's smiles turn brittle. Or when a wagon has to be abandoned entirely, its owners transferring what they can to others, their eyes wide with quiet panic. One man buries a chest of tools beneath a boulder, swearing he'll come back for them someday. You know he won't. That night, the wagon train doesn't even bother to set out the next morning. Too many issues, oxen too tired, children too sick, too much friction among the group, tempers flare. Someone shouts about poor leadership, someone else mutters about mutiny. You sit quietly and stir the beans, wondering if your ancestors will remember this as courage or utter lunacy. You fall asleep staring at the stars again, wondering how far you've come. Not far, not nearly far enough. But tomorrow, maybe, you'll move again. There's a particular sound that makes your stomach clench on the Oregon Trail. It's not the distant howl of a coyote, or the wet cough of a sick child. It's the sharp wooden crack that means something just snapped. A wagon tongue, a wheel rim, a spoke. Doesn't matter. When you hear it, you freeze mid-step, heart stuttering, already calculating how long this new problem will delay the caravan. This time it's your own wagon. Of course it is! You rush around to the side, heart pounding, and there it is, a splintered wheel hub, cracked clean through. Your oxen, now unhitched and wide-eyed, stomp in the dirt, agitated by the sudden jolt. One of them gives you a look that says, "I told you this would happen," which is impressive for an animal that mostly communicates through drool. Everyone says the trail tests you like it's some noble trial of the human spirit, but really it just breaks things. Wheels, wagons, harnesses, spirits. The same way water wears down stone, the trail wears down everything you brought with you, especially your patience. It doesn't happen all at once, it chips away, one jolt, one delay, one snapped axle at a time. You gather your repair kit, now worn down to a few precious tools, and examine the damage. You've done this before, once on your cousin's wagon, twice on your neighbour's, but it never gets easier. Wood swells in the heat, iron bands rust and warp, and there's never quite enough tar to keep everything sealed. You brace the broken section with a splintered board and rope, muttering to yourself as you hammer and tie. Around you the trail does what it always does, continues on, indifferent to your delay. That's the real cruelty of the trail, it never stops. There's no pause button, no mercy. While you kneel in the dirt with a cracked wheel and a growing sense of doom, the wind keeps blowing, the sun keeps rising, and the rest of the caravan is already inching ahead. They'll wait a little while, maybe an hour, maybe 2, but eventually someone will come back and gently say, "We can't hold up any longer." And if you're not ready, you get left behind. This time you're lucky. A younger couple from the next wagon helps you lift the frame while you slide in the brace. You grunt and strain together, sweat pouring into your eyes, but the wheel is secured, sort of. It'll hold probably, maybe, long enough to make it another 10 miles and then you'll do it all again. Later that day you're walking beside the wagon, testing the repair, when you catch sight of someone else's disaster. A full axle shattered, wood in pieces, wagon leaning hard to one side like it's drunk. The family sits in silence. The father stares at the damage like if he squints hard enough it'll fix itself. The mother's rocking a baby in her lap. The older son is digging a shallow pit to bury whatever they can't carry. You've seen this before. Everyone has. It's a trail ritual by now. When the wagon breaks beyond repair, the family either finds space in someone else's or gives up and turns back, assuming they have enough supplies and strength to survive the return trip. Few do. Most just leave things behind. That family's chest of linens, abandoned. That iron stove, offloaded with a thud. You walk past them, nodding solemnly, and keep your eyes forward. Here's a historical fact that's not exactly inspiring. Nearly 1 in 10 wagons broke beyond repair on the trail, and many families lack the skills or supplies to fix them. There were no hardware stores out here, just what you brought and what you could scavenge. If your wheel cracked and you didn't have spare spokes, you were stuck, sometimes permanently. Quirky fact, people got creative. One man famously replaced a shattered wagon wheel with a giant slice of cottonwood carved into a crude circle. It worked, sort of, until it hit a rut and split in 2. Another group used bedposts to brace a broken axle, tying them on with strips of rawhide. Desperation makes surprisingly decent engineers. And as for scholarly debate, there's long been an argument about whether the wagons used on the trail were truly suited for the journey. The standard prairie schooner design was light, sure, but it wasn't built to survive 2,000 miles of punishment. Some historians argue they were woefully underprepared, too cheaply built and structurally flimsy. Others claim that pioneers did the best they could with what they had, and that it was always going to be a gamble no matter the wagon quality. Back in camp that night, your wagon creaks ominously as you settle in beside it. You lie awake on your pallet, staring at the wooden frame above you, and wondering which piece will betray you next. You know the wheel is a ticking time bomb. You know the canvas top has a growing tear, and you know that one of the oxen has started limping slightly, which means you're probably due for another crisis tomorrow. You're not alone in your paranoia. Around the fire, conversations now revolve around repairs. Who's got spare grease? Anyone have a few extra nails? Did anyone bring actual carpentry skills? Or is everyone just faking it like you are? The answers are usually no, yes, and definitely the latter. The funny part, if there's anything funny left, is that you start to bond over it. Misery loves company, and trail repairs are the great equalizer. No matter how prepared or rich someone was back in Missouri, they're just another sweaty, exhausted amateur mechanic now, pounding in wooden pegs and hoping it holds until sundown. You trade tricks too. Someone swears by soaking rope in bacon grease to make it last longer. Another swears at that person when the rope slips loose the next day. One woman reveals she's been using strips of her old corset to lash down cargo. It's tough, flexible, and already full of broken dreams. You admire her resourcefulness and make a mental note to sacrifice your own undergarments if things get desperate. You fall asleep that night with the image of your wheel seared into your brain. You dream of spokes snapping like brittle bones, of your wagon crumbling into a pile of wood and flour sacks. You wake up with the sun in your eyes and the familiar stiffness in your back, and then you hear it again, that creak, the wheel whispering to you like a ghost. Soon. And you sigh, get up, and get ready to fix it. Again. You can pinpoint the exact moment your trail diet starts to unravel. It's It's around week 3 when you open a flour sack and find it crawling with tiny black bugs. You stare at the squirming mass in numb horror, then shake the sack violently as if that'll magically fix it. It doesn't. You pick out as many as you can, mutter a few curse words, and then cook with it anyway. Because out here, the line between edible and disgusting is thinner than the soup you're about to make. Food on the trail is not a pleasure. It is a requirement. You eat to keep walking. You chew because not doing so leads to dizziness, weakness, and worse. The early days were full of variety: salt pork, beans, hardtack, rice, dried apples. You even remember eating pie once before someone dropped the last of the preserves trying to chase a goose out of their wagon. Now, it's beans, flour, and what might be squirrel, though no one's asking too many questions. Every family rationed carefully, or at least they tried to. You remember sitting around the fire with your little sack of supplies, counting spoonfuls like you were handling gold dust. 2 scoops of rice, a pinch of salt, just enough lard to make it stick together in a sad little ball. But rationing only works when everyone's healthy. And on the trail, nobody's healthy for long. Sick people need broth. Kids need snacks. You use more food than you planned, and suddenly that 6-month supply you smugly packed back in Independence is looking suspiciously light. You've started foraging when you can. Wild onions, bitter greens, the occasional lucky bush of berries. Sometimes you find mushrooms, and someone from another wagon swears they're safe. You boil them in stew and wait to see who starts convulsing. No one does. That night feels like a victory, but most days you eat the same thing. Flour and water, fried on a skillet, until it barely resembles a tortilla, then dipped in bean sludge. If you're lucky, there's a shred of dried meat to add a bit of chew. If not, well, there's always imagination. One afternoon, a group of kids catches a rabbit. They parade it through camp like they just took down a buffalo, proudly holding it by the ears. You help clean it, thankful for fresh meat to mold, even if the thing's barely bigger than your boot. That night, everyone gets a spoonful of rabbit stew, and for a moment it almost tastes like home. Then the rationing gets tighter. You're walking longer hours and burning more calories, but the food is dwindling. You see it in the way people chew, slowly savouring every bite. In the way people eye each other's plates, not with greed, but longing. Your kids are getting skinnier, you're getting snappier. Hunger crawls into your bones and settles there. Here's your historical fact. On average, pioneers needed 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day just to keep up with the physical exertion of the trail. But most didn't eat that much. Rations were usually 1/500 calories or less, especially once the journey wore on and supplies ran low. Malnutrition was common. Scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C, ran rampant, softening gums, loosening teeth, and turning joints into screaming bags of pain. Quirky fact. Some desperate souls tried boiling their leather shoes to make broth. Yes, really. The leather was usually tanned with animal fat and chemicals, making it technically edible, if you ignored the flavour, texture, and intense shame. One traveller swore by stewing old saddle straps with wild garlic. It tastes like regret, he reportedly said, but he lived to tell the tale. Scholars still debate whether most pioneers packed properly for the trail. Journals show a wide range. Some families were meticulous, bringing carefully measured sacks of flour, beans, bacon, and even dried fruit. Others showed up with sacks of candy, bottles of brandy, and not a single potato. Some argue that travel guides of the time were misleading, emphasizing comfort foods over practical ones. Others blame optimism. People simply believed they'd restock easily along the way. They didn't. Speaking of restocking, trading posts and forts become lifelines. When word spreads that Fort Kearney is a day away, the whole caravan gets a boost. You imagine fresh bread, maybe butter. You try not to think about bacon, it hurts too much. But the closer you get, the more people start whispering warnings. The prices are steep. They're running out. Don't expect much. And they're right. When you arrive, the fort is half-stocked and fully overpriced. Flour costs double, salted meat is stringy and foul-smelling. But you buy what you can anyway, because the alternative is hunger. One man sells his boots for a barrel of molasses. Another trades a rifle for coffee beans. You swap a cracked mirror and 3 spools of thread for half a ham that smells only slightly like feet. That night, you fry it over a smoky fire and convince yourself it's delicious. But some things can't be bought. You dream about eggs, about real bread, not the dense pan-fried bricks you've been choking down. You dream about peaches in syrup, mashed potatoes, cake. You wake up chewing air. Once, in desperation, you lick a spoon just to remember the taste of lard. It's not your proudest moment, and yet, despite everything, there's a weird camaraderie in suffering together. Food becomes a shared obsession. Someone finds a patch of wild mint, and you all descend on it like bears. A child discovers a few berries, and a line forms behind them like it's a 5-star buffet. You cook together, share leftovers, if there are any, and trade recipes that are more wishful thinking than anything else. Someday, someone says, I'm going to bake a real pie with butter and sugar. Everyone sighs like they're remembering a lost love. Then one morning, disaster. One of the wagons topples while crossing a ridge, and a barrel of flour bursts open. It spills down the slope, a tragic avalanche of white powder, vanishing into the dirt. You all stand there stunned. A grown man drops to his knees and tries to scoop it back into a bucket with his bare hands. No one laughs. You help him. Because out here, flour is worth more than gold. That night, you eat slowly, chewing each bite like it owes you something. You stare into the fire, belly still aching, and wonder how long you can keep doing this. But when someone passes you a sliver of dried apple, you smile. Because it's sweet, because you didn't expect it, and because tomorrow you'll walk again. You'll eat what you have, and you'll hope, always hope, that the next bite will be better. You hear it before you see it. The low rhythmic roar like distant thunder, trapped in a box. Everyone perks up. The wagon's slow, even the oxen seem to pause. You follow the sound to its source, cresting a gentle rise, and there it is, a river, wide and slow-moving, slicing through the earth like a lazy blue vein. It doesn't look especially menacing. In fact, it almost looks inviting, glinting in the afternoon sun. You allow yourself the luxury of hope. Maybe this one will be easy. It won't be. River crossings are the true test of your will and also of your wagon's structural integrity. This one, the Platte, or maybe the Loo, depending on who you ask, is just wide enough to be annoying and just deep enough to be terrifying. The first problem is figuring out how deep it really is. A few men wade in, pants hiked up, poking the riverbed with sticks like they are afraid it might bite. One of them goes in too far and slips. When he stumbles out coughing and soaked, the group collectively groans. Gonna need to float it, someone says. No one wants to float it. Floating means sealing everything inside the wagon, wrapping the canvas tight and trusting that your home on wheels won't become a waterlogged coffin. It means unpacking anything precious, clothing, food, people, and ferrying them over by hand or raft, one precarious trip at a time. It also means praying your oxen don't panic halfway across and drag your belongings down with them. The second problem is that floating is a generous term. These aren't boats, they're wagons. Wagons with gaps between the planks and rusted iron parts. You saw one go under just last week, lost to a surprise current and poor planning. The family was lucky, they swam, their bedding didn't. You start waterproofing, you smear tar along the seams, lash barrels inside tight, and use oilskin to wrap the food stores. You pull the heaviest items, stove, tools, extra flour, out and drag them around the riverbank. Then you look to the oxen, they'll have to swim. You tie ropes to their yokes and hope they are feeling as brave today. When it's your turn, your stomach drops. The current looks faster now, even though you know it's probably just nerves. You wade in with the animals first, gripping the lead rope tight. The cold hits your knees, then your waist, and suddenly the river feels a lot less charming. The oxen snort, hesitant. You pull gently, whispering nonsense encouragement. Come on, Butterscotch, don't you dare drown me. Somehow you make it across, soaked and shivering but alive. Then it's the wagon's turn. You and two others ease it into the water, hearts pounding. It starts to float, bobbing awkwardly, swaying like it's had too much to drink. The oxen swim, the current tugs, the wheels catch on a submerged rock, and the whole thing tilts dangerously. You yell. Someone throws a rope. For one awful second you think you're going to lose everything. But then the wagon rights itself with a violent lurch and drifts forward. You pull it ashore and collapse beside it, panting, every muscle in your body screaming. Your hands are blistered from the rope. Your boots are filled with river silt. But the wagon is intact. Your flour is dry. And most importantly, no one died. Here's your historical fact. River crossings were one of the deadliest parts of the Oregon Trail. Drowning was the second leading cause of death, right behind disease. Some rivers were hundreds of feet wide with strong currents, and without bridges, every crossing was a gamble. Even experienced travellers often lost wagons, livestock, and occasionally entire families to unexpected accidents. Quirky fact, some pioneers brought inflatable hides or bull boats, frames made from willow branches covered with buffalo skin, just for river crossings. These worked surprisingly well if you didn't mind sitting in a stinking hair-covered water bowl while clinging to your biscuit barrel. One woman reportedly floated her wagon's contents across in a wash tub. Twice, she became something of a trail legend. And the debate? Scholars still disagree on how often pioneers chose to ferry their wagons across rivers versus floating them. Some argue that most groups avoided floating at all costs using rafts or even building temporary bridges. Others suggest that the time and resources to build a raft were usually too great, making floating the wagon the more common, if riskier, option. Either way, the odds were never great. After the crossing, the camp sets up nearby. Everyone's too tired to go further. Fires are lit, soggy clothes hung on wagon wheels, and wet boots removed with pained grunts. The kids play along the shore, throwing rocks and chasing frogs, as if they hadn't just witnessed several near-death experiences. You check your supplies. A few sacks of flour are damp around the edges, but salvageable. Your rifle is fine. Your coffee grounds, slightly soggy. You grieve quietly. Still, it could have been worse. You walk past a neighbour's wagon and see a crate of shattered jars, pickled beets oozing down the wood in tragic purple streaks. The woman who owned them looks like she might cry. Someone tries to comfort her, but she just walks away. That was her winter supply. You say nothing, just keep walking. That evening, someone pulls out a fiddle and a few people actually dance. It's strange seeing laughter after so much fear, but maybe that's why it happens. Relief, that for once you made it. That night the food tastes better than it should. Just beans and dry bread, but they go down easy, washed down with river-chilled water and that weird feeling of triumph. You feel like you passed a test. The trail tried to swallow you and you crawled out the other side, coughing and soaked, but still standing. The next morning you pack up again. The river lies behind you, quiet now, like it never tried to kill you at all. You give it one last look before climbing onto the wagon tongue. The oxen grunt, the wheels groan, the trail stretches forward. And so you go. You've heard people say that the prairie looks the same day after day, like some kind of stretched out wallpaper of grass and skier, but after a few hundred miles of walking it, you know better. Oh, it doesn't stay the same, it feels the same. The repetition grinds into your bones. Greenish-yellow grass, pale blue sky, and that ever-present layer of dust swirling at ankle level. But under that sameness, change brews, subtle at first. A cough that lingers too long, a child who won't eat, a man who hasn't stood up from his bedroll in 2 days. That's when you start hearing it whispered through the wagons. There's fever in the camp. You don't know exactly what kind it is, nobody does. Out here, all fevers get lumped together under vague names like trail fever or plain sickness. Sometimes it's dysentery again, other times it's cholera, or typhoid, or that catch-all horror ague, which just means they're shaking and we don't know why. Whatever this is, it's fast and brutal. 3 people are down by sunset. By the next morning, 2 more. You begin to wonder if the river you just crossed left something behind in everyone's guts. You do what you can. You boil water, scrub the dishes with ash, hang wet clothes in the sun. A woman from another wagon suggests burning dried sage around the sick, which might help or might just make the whole wagon smell like a fireplace. Either way, you do it. You soak cloths in vinegar and press them to foreheads. You mix a bit of whiskey with river water and call it medicine. Someone starts praying louder than usual. The sick groan, sweat pouring down their faces. You recognise the pattern now. It starts with the chills, then a fever so high they stop making sense. They mutter nonsense or speak in long-forgotten languages. Some call out for mothers or people who have been dead for years, then the shaking, and then for some, the silence. You try to stay strong, keep walking, keep hauling, but the air feels thick with dread. Everyone's a little quieter, a little less patient. The kids don't play as much. The campfires feel colder. No one sings. You overhear 2 men arguing over whether to press on or rest. One insists the trail is safer than sitting still. The other says the sick need time to recover. A third voice snaps. You think the trail cares what we need? You don't vote. You're too busy hauling water, feeding broth to your wagon mate who hasn't stood in a day and a half. You clean a cloth in silence, watching their chest rise and fall with effort. You tell yourself they'll pull through. They always have, until they don't. Here's your historical fact. Illnesses like cholera and typhoid were rampant on the Oregon Trail. especially in the warm months. Unsanitary conditions, shared water sources, and tight living quarters created the perfect storm. Once an outbreak began, it could tear through a wagon train in days. Entire families were lost between river crossings. Quirky fact? Some travellers swore by prairie cures that ranged from mildly ineffective to outright dangerous. Common treatments included turpentine, tobacco smoke enemas, and drinking mercury-laced blue mass pills. One widely believed remedy for fever was to bury the patient up to their neck in cool soil. If they didn't die of exposure, they might have recovered, or just caught pneumonia instead. Debate-wise, scholars are still trying to determine how many deaths went unrecorded due to improvised burials and the sheer volume of travel. Diaries and ledgers offer only glimpses, often with vague notations like, "We lost 2 last night," or "buried another by the trail." Some argue the true death toll could be twice as high as estimates suggest. Others think it's impossible to know, the disease didn't leave tidy records. As the days crawl by, the sick either improve or vanish. You dig 2 more graves. This time you help build a little rock mound over one so the animals won't dig it up. You place a makeshift cross on top, a broken wagon spoke tied together with twine. The woman buried there was someone's aunt. You barely spoke to her, but the way her niece cried over her, that sticks with you. When the fever passes, it doesn't leave relief. It leaves emptiness. Places where people used to sit. Plates that don't need filling anymore. Everyone walks slower now, like they're carrying the ghosts of the ones they've lost. And maybe they are. You feel it too. A weight in your chest that's got nothing to do with packs or miles. And then the weird part. Life keeps going. A boy chases a grasshopper and laughs like he's never heard someone die. A couple gets engaged by the fire one evening, the man proposing with a ring carved from bone. Someone else finds a patch of wild strawberries and brings them back, passing them out like treasure. You get 3, you eat them slowly, trying to remember what joy used to taste like. And just like that, the caravan begins to breathe again. Slowly, hesitantly, one foot in front of the other, until a new kind of fear arrives. One of the wagons spots smoke on the horizon, not from a fire, but a signal. Vertical plumes, rising in deliberate succession. A few people tense immediately. "Indians," someone whispers. The word is thick with worry, but also with ignorance. Because so far the only indigenous people you've met have been curious, cautious, and mostly unimpressed with your struggling caravan. You traded for jerky and moccasins at a distance, nodding, unsure of how to act. No violence, no danger, just wary strangers on their own land watching you stumble through it. But still the signal rattles people. Old prejudices rise up like blisters. Men load their rifles, women clutch their children. Someone ties a bowie knife to the wagon's side like that'll scare off a war party. The wagon master urges calm, but the air is tight. You don't know what's coming. Maybe nothing. Maybe just more prairie. That night the fever seems far away, but the unease stays. You lie in your bedroll half asleep, listening to the creak of canvas in the wind and the soft murmurs of your companions. Somewhere out there the land shifts and breathes and watches. The fever took your strength, but the trail keeps going, and so must you. There's a change in the mood after the fever breaks, tense, quiet, a kind of collective holding of breath. No one says it loud, but it's clear. The trail is entering new territory, and not just in miles. You're moving deeper into lands you were warned about, where maps turn vague and rumour takes over. Every hill feels like it's hiding something. Every smoke signal in the distance is met with silence and side eyes. Everyone becomes a little more cautious, a little more suspicious. The word Indians hangs in the air like thunder you haven't heard yet. You've already passed a few small indigenous camps, distant figures across the prairie, watching. The first time you saw them, it sent a jolt through your chest, not out of fear, but out of sheer not knowing. You were raised on stories, scalping ambushes, arrows through the night. But what you saw were people, families, a group sitting beneath a canvas tent, eating, 2 children chasing each other. One man on horseback staring calmly at your train as you passed. No weapons drawn, no drama, just observation. And yet the myths are louder than the facts. That's how fear works. So when your wagon train approaches a cluster of teepees one afternoon, the response is mixed. Some people tighten their grips on rifles. Others prepare small trade goods, cloth, buttons, beads, hoping this will be like last time, quiet, maybe even friendly. You're somewhere near Pawnee or Oto territory now, though no one is quite sure where one nation's land ends and another's begins. The government drew some lines, but they never asked anyone else about them. A small group approaches, 4 men and 2 women, draped in hides and woven cloth, mounted on horses that look like they were born from the wind. They are not armed, or if they are, it's subtle. Their faces are calm, unreadable. The wagon master steps forward, hat in hand, offering the universal peace language of trade: sugar, tobacco, salt. One of the women nods. She steps down from her horse and reaches into a satchel, producing dried meat and a pair of handmade moccasins. The trade begins. No one speaks the same language, but gestures do enough. You give them a tin cup, they offer a leather pouch. A boy from your group reaches out to touch one of their horses, and the animal flicks its ears but doesn't move away. Laughter trickles out on both sides. Not a flood, but a stream, something human. Still, not everyone's convinced. You hear muttering behind you, words like savages and ambush. The man from Kentucky who never shuts up says something about arrows and smallpox. You want to turn around and ask him where his shoes came from, since those sure look like Lakota's design. But you let it go. The trail's long. Idiocy has time to wear itself out. You watch as one of the Pawnee men points westward, makes a motion with his hand, zigzag up and down. Mountains, you think. He's warning you. The pass ahead is rough. He points to your oxen and makes a tired gesture. You nod, grateful. Even when you don't speak the language, you understand the weight of kindness. Here's your historical fact. While popular culture paints indigenous interactions on the Oregon Trail as violent, most were peaceful and often helpful. Native tribes frequently traded with emigrants, offering food, directions, and animal care. In many cases, the real aggression came from the settlers, not the other way around. Treaties were ignored, land was taken, and retaliation became inevitable. Quirky fact: some pioneers reported receiving directions from indigenous travellers using carefully arranged rocks or bundles of sticks as trail markers. Others were guided by tribal members for small fees. One journal tells of a young boy who led an entire wagon train through a safe mountain pass in exchange for a bright blue shirt. As for scholarly debate, historians continue to wrestle with the narrative of Indian hostility on the trail. Some argue that the fear was stoked intentionally by newspapers and officials to justify land seizure and military expansion. Others suggest that tensions were simply the natural result of too many people crossing into territory without consent or context. The truth lies, as it often does, in the middle. Cooperation existed. Respect. So did conflict. But the stereotypes. Mostly built from anxiety and bad headlines. Back in your wagon circle, the atmosphere is complicated. The trade has gone smoothly, no signs of danger. But as the Pawnee group rides off, one of them glances back. A look you can't quite read. Something between pity and warning. That night, the caravan eats well. The dried meat is smoky and rich, better than anything you've had in weeks. But no one talks much. Everyone keeps glancing into the darkness beyond the wagons, like they're waiting for the next thing to go wrong. You lie awake and think about the woman with the leather satchel, about the way she looked at your wagon, your cracked wheel, your bent axle, your tired family, and offered you meat anyway. Not because she had to, not because she owed you, but because she saw you, saw the struggle, and gave what she could. You don't write that down in your journal. It feels too big, too different from the stories you were raised on. You don't have the words for it yet. The next day the land changes again. More hills, the kind of trail that chews up oxen hooves and spits them out as blood-stained ruts. One of the children rides in the wagon because her legs are covered in blisters. You see a fresh set of tracks beside yours, hoof prints that didn't belong to anyone in the caravan. Someone's watching. You don't feel threatened, just noticed. You pass another small camp, this one empty, though clearly recently used. Ashes still warm, feathers tied to branches, tools set neatly against a tree. You walk quietly. No one touches anything, out of respect or fear, or both. Later, someone carves a message into a cottonwood. No trouble here. You don't know if it's meant for other pioneers or whoever might be following. Maybe it's just a plea, a hope. That night, the wind howls through the wagons like it's trying to tell you something. You pull your blanket tighter and listen. Out here, everyone's a stranger. But not all strangers are enemies. You think you've learnt the rules of the trail. Wake up early, boil the coffee, yoke the oxen, walk until your knees hate you, and pray the wagon doesn't tip. It's a cruel routine, sure, but at least it's predictable. Until it isn't. One day the skies change. Not gradually, like a polite little storm on the horizon. No, the wind kicks up out of nowhere. The sky turns a kind of bruised green, and the temperature drops like a bad omen. You're caught mid-mile with nothing around but sagebrush and anxiety. You don't have time to pitch camp properly. The wind tears through the canvas like it's trying to peel the wagons apart. Dust blows sideways, thick as smoke, stinging your eyes and coating your teeth in grit. You yell, but your voice vanishes into the storm. Someone's bonnet flies past you like a sad little ghost. A barrel of beans tips over. You watch, in slow-motion horror, as a week's worth of food rolls into a gully. There's lightning too, flashes that illuminate the prairie in brutal strobe-light bursts. You grab whatever you can, your coat, your child, your skillet if you're lucky, and huddle beneath the wagon. The oxen moan and stomp, barely restrained. The canvas above you flaps like a sail in open water, and for a second you wonder if the whole contraption's going to take flight with you in it. The rain starts sharp and sideways, needles of ice-cold water slicing across the prairie. You're soaked in minutes. It ends as quickly as it began. One moment you're in the middle of a tornado's bad mood, the next it's dead calm. The silence after is worse somehow, like the world forgot to turn the volume back on. You crawl out, soaked and shaking, and take stock. 2 wagons have toppled. A fire kit is gone. 1 ox has bolted. Gone into the grasslands, never to be seen again, but everyone's alive, barely. The next day you're moving again, slower than before. The storm wrung the energy out of the caravan like water from a dishcloth. People aren't talking much. One man just keeps muttering about his tent pole and how it never stood right, not even in Missouri. You keep your eyes on the sky now, flinching every time a cloud passes overhead. But if the storms are bad, the heat is worse. You reach the part of the trail where there's no shade, not a tree in sight, not even a tall bush to fake it. Just prairie grass that sizzles under the sun, and wind that feels like it's blowing straight from the mouth of a furnace. You can't drink enough water. Your lips crack. Your skin peels. The oxen pant like dogs, tongues hanging, eyes rolling back. One day you find a man collapsed beside the trail. His hands are curled like claws, his lips black with thirst. He makes a sound when you lift his head, but no words come out. He doesn't survive the night. You bury him beside a dry creek bed, no cross this time, just a stone cairn and a small circle of silence. Everyone's too tired for ceremony. Here's your historical fact. Weather was one of the most dangerous, underestimated aspects of trail life. Blizzards could strike in May. Heat waves could scorch entire sections of the trail in June and July. Thunderstorms often triggered flash floods, especially in low valleys. Many wagons were lost to sudden, violent weather, washed away or shattered by the wind before anyone could react. Quirky fact, some trail diaries mention people tying their belongings to trees during high wind, believing it would anchor the storm. One particularly inventive family made a kind of anchor from filled flour sacks tied to wagon wheels to keep them from rolling in the wind. Another group claimed their secret was sleeping under the wagon, with iron cookware on top of them, as if cast iron was nature's security blanket. And of course there's the historical debate. How prepared were emigrants for trail weather? Some argue that many of the emigrant guides, those little printed how-to books sold back east, grossly underestimated the dangers. They painted the West as a mild, sunny paradise, omitting minor details like Tornado Alley or hail the size of walnuts. Others contend that pioneers were warned, but either ignored the warnings or believed they'd be among the lucky ones. Spoiler, no one was lucky out here, just stubborn. Things don't improve. A few days after the heatwave, a hailstorm crashes over your train like it's auditioning for the Book of Exodus. One minute it's a cloudy afternoon. The next, ice is falling from the sky in chunks the size of goose eggs. The sound is deafening, pinging off wagons, cracking wooden crates, denting the tin wash basin you forgot to tie down. You grab the kids and huddle again, your only protection a fraying quilt and sheer denial. When it ends, the trail looks like a battlefield. Smashed tools, shredded tarps. One of the oxen has a bleeding cut on its flank. A few people joke, trying to laugh it off. Well, at least we've got ice for the lemonade. But no one really smiles. After that, the cold creeps in. Not a full frost, but a drop in temperature that sends you scrambling for coats you thought you wouldn't need till October. You learn the layers game fast. Too few and you're shivering. Too many and you sweat through them, which makes you cold again when the sun dips behind the hills. The hardest part is sleeping. On cold nights, the fire burns low and every blanket is too thin. You press close to your family under the wagon, knees to chins, breath fogging in the air. If you're lucky, someone's goat crawls in beside you. Warm, stinky, judgmental, but undeniably helpful. One night, a woman's baby won't stop crying. She walks back and forth by the fire, murmuring softly, bouncing him in her arms. The rest of the camp tries to pretend they're not listening, not worrying, not wondering if that baby has the same fever that killed 3 others last week. But in the morning, the crying has stopped, and so has the baby. The burial is silent. No words, just a doll left beside a tiny grave. You can't cry anymore. The wind has taken your tears, and still the trail moves forward. That's the real cruelty of it. There are no rain checks out here. No snow days, no time to stop and mourn or even rest. The weather comes, punishes and leaves, and you keep walking. You walk through rain, through hail, through mud that swallows boots and hearts alike. Because what else is there? You pass the place where the baby is buried 3 days later. The grave is already fading into the grass. You lose track of how many days you've been walking, which sounds like a line from a melodrama, but no, it's just life now. The sun rises, you get up, you put one foot in front of the other, and by the time the moon shows up again, you've forgotten what it was like to sit still. What makes it harder isn't just the monotony or the miles, it's the fact that you're not the only one enduring it. Your kids are right there with you. Boots too big, clothes too small, and faces that already look older than when you left Missouri. They don't complain much anymore. That's the worst part. At the start of the trail, the children were full of questions and excitement. Everything was new. The birds, the wildflowers, the thrill of riding in the wagon, for 5 minutes before they realised how uncomfortable it was. You remember your youngest collecting shiny pebbles from the road and calling them trail jewels. She kept them in a little pouch, proud as a prospector. Now that pouch is empty. She stopped picking them up weeks ago. Children on the trail walk just like the adults. You hoped they wouldn't have to, but hope doesn't get you far when your oxen are exhausted and every extra pound feels like betrayal. So they walk. Tiny boots kicking up dust, small hands gripping the sides of wagons for balance. They grow quieter, more serious. They understand in a way that makes your chest ache that playtime is over. That's not to say they don't try. When the train pauses, they run off into the tall grass, chasing grasshoppers or trying to catch birds with their bare hands. They make up games with sticks and stones, laugh at each other's terrible impressions of adults, and once, briefly, they manage a game of pretend school, where one bossy child teaches the others how to spell Missouri and mispronounces it every time. But it fades. The farther you go, the less room there is for childhood. You start noticing little things, lips dry and cracked, cheeks hollowing out. One of the boys gets a splinter that turns into a festering sore. Another limps from a twisted ankle. You carry your youngest for half a mile before your back gives out. Then you just hold her hand and tell stories as you both trudge forward, pretending your feet don't feel like splintered logs. Here's your historical fact. It's estimated that up to 50,000 children made the journey west along the Oregon Trail. Many were under 10. Most walked the entire way, some 2,000 miles, alongside their families. Diaries often note that the children age quickly, taking on chores and responsibilities well beyond their years. Quirky fact. Some children brought pets on the trail, cats, dogs, even birds in cages. One boy famously travelled with a pet turtle tied to a string. Another girl insisted on bringing her pet goat, which ended up pulling a miniature cart behind the main wagon. These animals were often more than pets. They were comfort, distraction on, and in some cases, heat sources during cold nights. And sometimes, heartbreakingly, emergency food. Scholars often debate the psychological toll of the journey on children. There aren't many first-hand accounts from kids themselves. Most were too young to write about it or too busy surviving. But references in adult journals describe children becoming increasingly quiet, obedient, and sometimes ill-tempered, or withdrawn. The loss of siblings, friends, pets, and even toys beaux created a strange and painful emotional landscape. They didn't just cross a continent, they aged decades on the way. You see it happen in your own family. Your middle child, once the loudest, now speaks in a whisper. Your son, 9 years old and convinced he's the man of the house, has started checking the oxen's hooves every morning. He's proud of it, even though you secretly redo his work after he walks away. Sometimes you catch them watching the adults too closely, taking in the worry, the calculations about rations, the quiet conversations about who's not going to make it. You try to shield them, but the trail doesn't allow secrets. Everything is out in the open, baked in the sun and aired out in dust. When someone dies, they see the burial. When a fight breaks out, they hear every word. When someone gets sick, they smell the sickness. And yet they endure. One day a storm strands the caravan for half a day. You're stuck beneath the wagons again, everything soaked, spirits flat. The kids are cold, restless. Then, out of nowhere, your daughter starts humming. A soft tune, nothing special. A lullaby from back home. Then another kid joins in, and another. By the time the storm fades, half the children are singing in thin, reedy voices, like ghosts who forgot they were supposed to be sad, and you don't cry, but your throat closes up like it's trying to remember. The next day they're back to walking. There's no other option. Some ride for a mile or two when someone gives up a spot in the wagon. But mostly they plod along, dust-caked, sunburned and heartbreakingly brave. You hear them whispering sometimes, about home, about what they'll do in Oregon, about the friends they miss. One boy says he'll build a house with 2 chimneys. Another swears he'll open a candy shop and never charge a single penny. The dreams are small, but they're still alive. That's something. You try to keep their minds busy. You teach them songs. Tell them stories you half remember from books you don't have anymore. You point at clouds and pretend they're shapes. Anything to keep them walking, moving, believing that this endless trail will lead somewhere worth arriving at. One afternoon you find a ragdoll lying in the grass beside the trail. It's dirty, half crushed, one button eye missing. You pick it up and carry it for miles, wondering which child lost it and whether they cried. When you pass a family with a little girl about the right age, you offer it gently. She nods, silent, takes it like it's made of porcelain, and holds it against her chest for the rest of the day. You don't say anything else. You just keep walking beside her, quietly, as the sun sets behind the wagon wheels and the trail stretches out ahead. By now, you've figured out that the phrase "a woman's work is never done" wasn't meant to be a metaphor. It's just a grim and accurate daily schedule. Out here, it's not just never done, it's never even pausing. From the moment the sky starts turning pale behind the hills, long before the oxen are yoked and the wheels start rolling, the women of the trail are already knee-deep in chores. And yes, that includes you. Your day begins in a rush of cold water and hotter tempers. You're up before the sun, coaxing a fire into being with damp twigs and whatever scraps of kindling haven't already been turned into makeshift wheel wedges. You mix flour and water with numb fingers, slapping together yet another round of trail bread, which is a generous name for the chewy, half-burned discs your family eats without complaint, mostly because they've stopped expecting flavour. Then you pack. Again. Everything comes out of the wagon at night. Everything goes back in come morning. It's a process, and it never gets easier. The bedding is heavy, the food barrels are awkward, and your arms are sore from yesterday's bumpy miles. The children need shoes tied, water bottles filled, and at least one of them will try to walk off barefoot and shirtless if you look away for more than 10 seconds. Someone's already crying. You don't even ask why anymore. When the wagons finally get moving, there's no rest. You walk alongside because every seat is filled with either sick relatives, valuable supplies, or livestock that simply refuses to be tethered elsewhere. While the men curse at the oxen and argue about trail forks, you're thinking about dinner, water rations, and how much firewood you might be able to gather by sundown. You've started recognizing the good shrubs, those dry, brittle ones that burn quick and hot, and even the kids know to collect buffalo chips with minimal whining. It's a strange life when you can evaluate animal dung by texture and burn potential. You thought the trail would be about hard work and survival, sure, but you didn't expect the relentlessness. The men may lead the wagons, but it's the women who keep the machine turning. You cook, clean, sew, mend, soothe, nurse, and sometimes quietly dig graves. There's no applause, no thanks, just the knowledge that if you stop, everything else does too. Someone's baby has a fever. You offer the last of your willow bark tea, brewed from a handful of stripped twigs you collected 2 days ago. You don't say that you are saving it for your own daughter, who's been coughing at night. It's an unspoken code, help where you can, because no one knows who'll be the one needing it tomorrow. You think about your own mother, back in Missouri, who would have called this madness, but she never walked the trail. Here's your historical fact. Women played crucial roles in the success or failure of wagon trains. Though often left out of official records, their labour was essential. They managed food supplies, treated illness, taught children, and even helped repair wagons. Some led entire families west after their husbands died or disappeared. Their names are carved into trail history, sometimes literally, scratched into stone with the tips of sewing needles. Quirky fact: many women brought family heirlooms or comfort items from home. Fine china, embroidered pillows, even heavy iron skillets that served no practical purpose but made the journey anyway. One woman hauled a full-length mirror across the plains. When her wagon overturned, she refused to leave it behind. It shattered. She kept the frame. And here's the scholarly debate. Did the trail empower women or reinforce their domestic limitations? Some argue that the harsh demands of the journey blurred gender roles. Women drove wagons, hunted game, and made executive decisions when men couldn't. Others believe the trail simply extended the home into the wilderness, chaining women to endless domestic duty under harsher conditions. The truth, as always, is probably both. In your case, empowerment feels like a sick joke. You're stronger than you've ever been, yes. Your hands are rough, your arms firm, your skin sun-hardened, but you're exhausted in ways that sleep doesn't touch. You've seen what happens when a mother collapses from heat or hunger. Everything stops, so you keep going. You smile for the children, hum while you cook, and whisper bedtime stories about the green hills of Oregon, even though you're not sure those hills exist. There are good moments too, little ones. You laugh with the other women while doing laundry in a muddy stream. Soap made from ashes and animal fat leaving your hands dry as paper. You share gossip that's almost entirely made up. You trade recipes no one has ingredients for. Apple pie, roast duck, buttered biscuits. Just saying the words feels like magic. One woman draws a cake in the dirt and everyone stares at it like it's a vision. Sometimes you tell stories while you walk. The children gather close, their faces flushed and eager, grateful for something, anything to break the endless rhythm of boots on dirt. You tell them about queens and dragons, sea voyages and cities full of light. You don't mention that you've never seen any of those things yourself. Doesn't matter. Out here, fantasy is a form of survival. One night, a woman gives birth beside a wagon. The labour is long, the pain sharp. You boil water, tear strips of cloth and murmur encouragement while trying not to show your own fear. The baby arrives in silence, the mother in tears. You wrap the child, hand him over, and then go back to stirring the beans. The next morning you rise like always. You roll up bedding, brush dirt off your skirt, check for blisters on the kid's feet. You lift the coffee pot with hands that tremble only a little. Another day, another mile. Sometimes as you walk you let yourself dream about a real bed. A house with 4 walls. A quiet afternoon where the loudest thing is a bird in a tree you actually planted. Maybe a porch, a rocking chair, and no more wagons. But for now, you stir the pot. You sew another shirt, you wipe another child's face, and when the men talk about the real work of the trail, you nod and smile, and don't bother correcting them. Because while they conquer miles, you're conquering everything else. You stop counting the graves after the first dozen. At first, each one stabs you. A pang of grief, a sharp reminder that someone's journey ended right there in the dirt. But somewhere along the trail, the edges of morning dull, and the sadness settles into something quieter. You still feel it, of course. The heaviness never leaves, but you learn how to carry it alongside your water jug and firewood bundle. The graves are everywhere now, sometimes marked with stones, sometimes just a wooden plank stuck in the ground, a name carved with a pocket knife. Other times there's nothing, no marker, no date, just a disturbed patch of earth, already losing its shape to the wind. You pass one every few miles. The kids don't ask anymore. They used to, "Who was that? What happened?" But now they just walk a little faster, eyes down. When you help bury someone, there's always a ritual, even if it's makeshift. A few words, a hymn if someone remembers one, a silent moment. Heads bowed. You've lost people from your wagon, and you've helped bury strangers. Grief hits different when you're the one holding the shovel. There's no pastor, no linen, no promises of a better place, just dirt and loss and the pressure to finish before sundown. Some graves have flowers, some have nothing. A few are dug with care, lined with stones to keep animals out. Others are rushed, shallow, filled with guilt and urgency. You've had to leave graves behind mid-shovel because wolves were circling or thunderclouds were moving. Too fast. Once, you buried a woman's body with her bonnet pulled down over her face and only a few lines of verse murmured, between sobs. You didn't know her name, and yet you remember all of them. There was the teenage boy with the crooked tooth who died after drinking from a stagnant puddle. The old man who wandered off into the grass and never came back, maybe a stroke, maybe just tired of walking. The mother with twins who only made it to Fort Kearney. The baby, too small to name, who was wrapped in linen and placed in a wooden box made from crepe planks. And then there was the family who didn't have time to dig. You came across it a day after the fever passed through their wagon. 3 bodies left beside the trail, wrapped in blankets. No headstones, no words, no time, just the faint smell of death and a note pinned to the tree nearby. No tools, keep going. You helped bury them anyway. Dug a hole with the flat side of a skillet in your own hands. No one spoke during that one. Here's your historical fact. At least 20,000 people are estimated to have died along the Oregon Trail. Disease was the primary killer: cholera, dysentery, typhoid, but many also died from accidents, exposure, malnutrition, or injuries. Most were buried in shallow graves right beside the trail. A few were buried under the trail itself, with wagons driven over their resting places to disguise them from animals and looters. Quirky fact: some emigrants placed sentimental items in graves, buttons, lockets, even letters. One woman insisted her husband be buried with a silver dollar under his tongue to pay the toll at Heaven's Gate. Another placed her baby's rattle on the grave and said, "So she won't be lonely." These quiet, private traditions often went unrecorded, but lingered in oral histories passed down generations later. Scholars continue to debate how death on the trail shaped the American pioneer identity. Some argue that the high mortality rate was glossed over in favour of more heroic narratives. Land won, cities built, manifest destiny fulfilled. Others believe the very nature of the trail, with its constant movement and lack of time for mourning, created a culture of resilience forged by shared suffering. A culture where grief became background noise. Out here, death becomes ordinary, not acceptable, not forgotten, but accepted. You learn to spot the signs: someone walking slower, falling behind, eyes too dull. You keep an eye on them. Offer water. Offer silence. Sometimes they recover, sometimes they don't. There's a kind of camaraderie in loss, though. When someone dies, everyone pitches in, even the ones you thought didn't care. A man who hasn't spoken to you in a week will help dig the grave. A woman with no spare cloth will tear her apron in half for a burial shroud. Grief, out here, is a community effort, the only way it doesn't eat you alive. And then, somehow you move on. You hitch the oxen, pack the wagon, wipe dirt from your face and tuck a child's curls behind their ear. You eat a few bites of whatever didn't spoil overnight, and then you walk. Again, past the latest grave, past the spot where someone else gave up, past all the places where you quietly wonder if you'll leave your own bones someday. The road doesn't stop for grief. You walk through it, with it. One evening, a girl from another wagon places a flower, a single prairie daisy, on a grave you passed hours earlier. She tucked it behind her ear, carried it all day, waiting for the right place. You don't know whose grave it was. Maybe she didn't either. Didn't matter. You don't talk about it. You just nod. That night the stars feel a little colder, and you dream of Missouri, not because you want to go back, but because you still remember what it felt like not to carry so much silence in your chest. You knew the trail would be hard. You expected hunger, exhaustion, disease, maybe even a few scuffles over supplies. What you didn't count on was the sheer, unrelenting chaos that people and animals bring with them. One day everything seems more or less under control. The next, you're dodging flying hooves, separating brawling men, and chasing chickens that made a break for it like they're part of some doomed jailbreak. The Oregon Trail isn't just a path west. It's a rolling pressure cooker full of people with short fuses, long grudges, and way too much time to be mad. It starts with a stampede. You're half asleep, curled under your blanket with a sore back and the stars in your eyes when the earth trembles. Just a slight vibration at first, enough to rattle the pans. Then the sound comes. Thundering hooves, guttural lowing, the unmistakable crack of wood splintering. You're on your feet in an instant, heart hammering knowing, stumbling through darkness as shapes blur past in panic. Someone's oxen got spooked, probably by a coyote, or a raccoon, or maybe their own shadow. Doesn't matter. The result is 30 tons of panicked livestock barreling through camp. You duck behind a wagon just in time to avoid being trampled. Another wagon isn't so lucky. You hear it collapse under the force, pots and barrels spilling everywhere, the canvas top flapping like a shroud. You spend the next 2 hours chasing cattle with the makeshift torches, calming screaming children and yelling yourself hoarse. When the chaos finally dies down, the damage is worse than you thought. 2 wagons busted, 1 cow injured, a dog missing, and 3 people furious enough to swear they're turning back. No one does, of course. There's nowhere to go. The next morning, the arguing starts. Turns out the stampede started because one guy, Lars, the loud Swede with the fancy hat, left his oxen untied to graze at night. Someone else blames the camp layout. Another person accuses the fiddler, yes, there's a fiddler, of playing devil's music too close to the animals. Fists fly. One man ends up with a bloody nose and a bruised ego. You stand nearby, trying not to get involved, but also enjoying the show just a little more than you should. And it only gets messier. By now, the group has been travelling together for weeks. Familiarity has replaced politeness. People snore too loud, chew too close, borrow flour without asking. Small annoyances fester until they're full-blown feuds. You hear the same complaints over and over. He thinks he's in charge. She never pulls her weight. They're stealing water. It's like a long, dusty episode of Frontier Housewives of Nebraska Territory. One day, 2 women get into it over a cooking fire. One claims the other's kid stole her salt pork. The accused fires back that the pork tasted like shoe leather anyway. Voices rise, hands fly. You've never seen a bonnet get used as a weapon, but now you have. The husbands get involved. The wagon master steps in and threatens to divide the camp. Everyone cools off until dinner, when someone accidentally dumps a pot of beans in the offender's fire. Here's your historical fact. Conflict among wagon parties was common and often intense. With weeks or months of close proximity, stress and shared hardship, even the most level-headed emigrants could snap. Disputes over leadership, livestock, chores and space frequently escalated. Some wagon groups broke apart entirely, going separate ways mid-journey and hoping the trail would be kinder in smaller numbers. Quirky fact. Some wagon trains created written rules or even miniature constitutions to govern behaviour, with agreed-upon consequences for breaking them, like fines for profanity or official cooling-off periods after fights. One group famously implemented no singing before noon, after an overly enthusiastic teenager kept waking everyone up with off-key ballads. And the debate? Scholars disagree over whether the social breakdowns on the trail reflect the failure of community or its strange durability. Some argue that these wagons were a microcosm of society, subject to all its dysfunctions and dramas. Others believe the ability to recover from conflict, to keep walking after a screaming match or a fistfight, is proof of the unspoken bond among pioneers. Survival first, feelings later. After the stampede, your group changes. Not formally, not with any kind of vote, but with the subtle shifts that come from shared disaster. People stick closer to their own wagons. Fewer meals are shared. Conversations stay quiet and cautious. The fiddler doesn't play for a few days. Even the oxen seem tense. But trail life doesn't allow anyone to sulk forever. There's too much to do. Wheels to fix, food to cook, feet to keep moving. Slowly the social walls erode again. You see one man hand another a nail when his axle creaks. A woman passes out boiled coffee grounds with a wink. The fiddler starts playing again, just softly, and no one stops him. Still, you keep your guard up. People are like animals out here. They scare easy, spook easy, turn mean when hungry or tired or pushed. You've seen grown men cry over lost boots, and grown women laugh while digging graves. The line between function and breakdown is razor thin. 1 minute it's cooperation, the next it's chaos. You walk through both. One evening, as the sun sets red and too quiet, you hear a shot. Everyone freezes. Another shot, then silence. You run toward the noise. A man stands over a dead mule, his own. It broke its leg and wouldn't stand. He had to shoot it. His hands shake. His eyes are hollow. No one says a word. Another man walks up and helps him drag the body out of sight. Then everyone returns to camp like it never happened. Because that's how it works out here. Everything falls apart. Then everyone pretends it didn't. That night the wind kicks up again. You hear someone crying softly under their wagon. Someone else is singing. And somewhere in the darkness, the fiddler starts a slow tune. You fall asleep to the sound of tension retreating for now, but the trail is long, and the next stampede is always closer than you think. When someone in camp whispers that a trading post lies just over the next ridge, you don't believe them. You've been burned before. Promises of fresh bread, bullet hets, or even just soap, all leading to nothing but disappointment and a dry stretch of nothing. But still, the idea plants itself in your mind and grows roots. A trading post, a fort, civilization. Even if it's just a shack with 3 mouldy biscuits and a mule for sale, it sounds like salvation. The next day the ridge comes into view. And this time the rumour's right. You crest the hill, and there it is. A cluster of buildings nestled along a bend in the river, smoke rising gently from chimneys. It's not much. 2 main structures, a few smaller huts, and what might be a fenced garden, but to your weary, dust-blind eyes, it might as well be Rome. The kids cheer. A woman actually claps. The wagon master just nods grimly and mutters something about keeping expectations low. You reach the fort around noon, the sun high and hot. The smell hits you first. Smoke, horse, sweat, and something that might be beans, but could also be despair. A sign out front says Fort Bernard in faded paint, though everyone refers to it as the place with the barrel of flour and no manners. You park the wagons in a loose circle, tie off the oxen, and head toward the trading house with your meagre supply of bartering goods clutched tightly. Scraps of cloth, a pocket knife, 2 buttons, and a desperate smile. Inside, it's chaos. Dozens of people crowd around a wooden counter, waving items, arguing, pleading. Behind the counter stands a man with the expression of someone who's been yelled at for 17 hours straight and is mentally disassociated from his own body. He's thin, pale, and wearing a fur hat that might be more mould than animal. His assistant, possibly his brother, possibly a reanimated scarecrow, shovels beans into a sack with the urgency of a man underwater. Prices are outrageous. A pound of flour costs more than you'd ever pay back home. A single candle is worth a shirt. Coffee? Forget it. A man in line says he traded his last pair of socks for a handful of tobacco and doesn't regret it. You believe him? You'd trade your own boots for a cup of strong coffee and 2 quiet hours. Still, you manage to strike a deal. You trade a small tin mirror and a scarf for a chunk of hard cheese and half a jar of molasses. The man behind the counter eyes you like he's making a very unwise business decision. You smile sweetly and back away before he changes his mind. Outside, the others are making similar trades, some for supplies, some for stories. One young man gets roped into a dice game and loses the only bar of soap in his family. Another woman barters for a new bonnet and walks around camp like royalty for the rest of the day. You get water from the well, cool, clean and miraculous. The kids bathe in the shallows of the river with actual soap. You scrape mud off your boots, scrub your face and sit for a moment without doing anything, just breathing, watching. That alone feels luxurious. Here's your historical fact. Trading posts and forts were crucial to overland migration. Fort Kearney, Fort Laramie and Fort Bridger were key supply stops for emigrants, offering food, tools and information about trail conditions ahead. Prices varied wildly, and while some posts were known for fairness, others were infamous for gouging desperate travellers. Still, they often meant the difference between survival and failure. Quirky fact. Some forts sold soda biscuits made with saleratus, an early baking soda that left the bread with a strange flavour and sometimes a greenish tint. One traveller swore the biscuits tasted like lye soap, but were soft enough to eat with a toothache. Another described them as both food and punishment. Scholars often debate the role of trading posts as cultural hubs. Beyond commerce, these places became crossroads where emigrants, fur trappers, missionaries, indigenous peoples and outlaws all converged, sometimes to trade, sometimes to argue, and sometimes to quietly observe one another from a safe distance. Diaries describe uneasy peace, tense negotiations, and the occasional unlikely friendship born over a shared bottle of whiskey. That night the fort becomes a festival ground, fires burn higher. Meals are slightly less grim. Someone opens a bottle of something labelled medicinal and passes it around. The children run wild through the grass, faces clean for once. Even the oxen seem to relax, standing still without anyone yelling at them for 5 minutes straight. You trade for a bit of news too. Word comes from a wagon train ahead of you. They lost 3 to cholera, but say the mountain passes are clear for now. Another traveller shares a crude map he drew himself. It's mostly scribbles, but it gives you hope that you're at least not lost. But not everyone is comforted. A man from your group corners the trading post assistant and demands to know how many days it is to the next fort. The assistant shrugs and says, "Depends who's sick and whose wheel breaks." The man curses and storms off, muttering something about damn fools and dust. Even in this brief moment of respite, tension simmers. Supplies are tight, nerves are frayed, and no matter how good it feels to rest, you know you can't stay. The next morning you wake early. You refill your water, pack up your wagon, and make sure the molasses jar is safely tucked between sacks of beans. You say goodbye to the strange little cluster of buildings that gave you a break from the endless road. You walk past the carved initials on the fort's gate, evidence that you're not the first to pass through and you won't be the last. As the wagons roll out, a boy waves goodbye to one of the fort's workers, a teenage girl who nods solemnly, then turns back to her chores. The boy sighs. You don't say anything, but you understand. The trail doesn't allow for long goodbyes, only forward motion. You glance back one last time at the fort, small, stubborn, weather-beaten, and then let it fade into the dust. Ahead lies more prairie, more hunger, and a whole lot more walking. There's a goat asleep in your bedroll. You don't know how it got there. You don't know whose it is, and honestly, you don't care. It's warm, it's not biting anyone, and at this point in the trail that qualifies as a welcome guest. You nudge it gently and it blinks at you like it owns the place. Then it farts and trots off to chew on someone's firewood. You sit up slowly, bones groaning, and realise that you've started seeing your fellow creatures, pets, livestock, even the random squirrel, as members of the caravan, just as vital and dysfunctional as the humans. Take Pickles, for example. Pickles is the goat that joined your train back near Fort Kearney. You're not sure who originally owned him, but somewhere along the line, ownership became communal. Pickles has visited every wagon, chewed on every bonnet and tried to headbutt every sleeping ox. He's fearless, foul-smelling and oddly affectionate. The children adore him, the adults mostly tolerate him, but deep down everyone agrees. He's the emotional support goat of the Oregon Trail. Then there's Buster the dog, half mutt, half hero. He guards the wagons at night, barks at anything suspicious, which is everything, and once chased off a coyote with a more courage than sense. He's taken to walking beside the wagon with a purposeful gait, like he's on patrol. His ears are always alert, his tail twitching like a metronome. He sleeps curled under the tongue of the lead wagon, and growls at strangers like he's seen some things, which, frankly, he has. Livestock too have become more than cargo. You used to think of your oxen as walking engines. Now they're family. You know their moves, which one likes to be scratched behind the ears, which one pretends to limp for sympathy. You talk to them more than you talk to some people. After all, they listen, and they don't try to lecture you on proper axle maintenance. Your milk cow, Lucy, is a trooper. She gives less milk these days, something about the stress, or the dust, or the fact that she's over being dragged across an entire continent, but she still produces just enough to make breakfast bearable. You protect her like she's royalty. When she got a small cut on her leg, half the camp pitched in to bandage it and sing soothing songs, which mostly just confused her. Still, she mooed in approval. Here's your historical fact. Many families brought livestock with them on the trail, not just oxen and mules, but chickens, goats, pigs, dogs, and milk cows. These animals provided essential resources, eggs, milk, meat, and protection. They were often treated as part of the family, even given names and space in the wagon during storms or extreme weather. Quirky fact. Some pioneers kept raccoons, badgers, and even prairie dogs as pets. One girl reportedly smuggled a duckling in her apron for 3 weeks, feeding it bits of hardtack until it was big enough to waddle alongside the wagon. It lived in a bucket when not in motion and quacked at anyone who got too close. When it was lost during a river crossing, the entire camp held a small memorial. And the debate? Historians have long discussed the emotional role of animals on the trail. Were they just practical assets? Or did they become surrogate friends in a harsh, isolating world? Diaries often read like letters to beloved pets, filled with worry, affection, and grief. Some scholars argue that these bonds reflect a deeper truth about the trail experience. People didn't just survive by strength. They survived through companionship, even the kind that comes on 4 legs and smells like yesterday's beans. You watch one of the kids feeding Pickles a strip of old cornbread. The goat gobbles it, and tries to climb into the wagon like he's suddenly the foreman. The kid laughs until her father shoos the goat away, muttering about fleas and chewing habits, but even he's smiling. Later you see 2 boys building a harness for their dog using spare leather and bits of broken bridle. They attach him to a tiny cart no bigger than a laundry basket and take turns riding inside. The dog is confused but seems proud. It's the closest thing to joy anyone's had in days, but not every animal makes it. That afternoon, one of the mules goes down, just collapses mid-step and won't rise. The owner, a quiet man who rarely speaks, kneels beside it, stroking its neck, whispering things no one else hears. The others keep moving, not out of callousness, but because there's nothing to do. The man stays behind with a shovel. When he rejoins the train that evening, he's silent. His hands are filthy. His eyes are unreadable. You offer him some leftover molasses bread. He nods and eats it without tasting it. You understand, everyone does. That night, Pickles curls up beside the fire like he owns it. A few chickens roost in the wagon, heads tucked under wings, dreaming whatever it is chickens dream. Lucy the cow lies nearby, chewing calmly, a massive breathing symbol of persistence, and Buster, ever the sentinel, lies near the oxen, eyes half shut but always watching. You sleep more soundly knowing they're all there. The trail has a way of stripping you down. It takes your comforts, your habits, your illusions, but it also gives strange gifts, like a goat who knows when you need cheering up, or a dog who barks just before the storm hits, or a cow who gives one last cup of milk even when she's tired. Out here, you take love wherever it shows up, even if it's got hooves. There's a rhythm to the trail now. It's not pleasant exactly, but it's familiar, like a tune you didn't choose but hum anyway, because it won't leave your head. Wake up before sunrise, pack everything you unpacked last night. Eat something that vaguely resembles food. Hitch up the oxen, start walking. Walk until your knees whisper threats. Stop, eat again. Make camp. Repeat. This is your life now, the endless prairie shuffle. The days have a sameness to them that borders on surreal. Time becomes elastic. You forget what month it is, then what week. At some point, even the days blur together like smeared ink. The only real calendar you have is your body. A blister on your right heel that's almost healed. The dull ache in your lower back that's been there since you slipped stepping over that stump. You mark the passage of time by injuries, not dates. 15 to 20 miles a day. That's what the wagon master said at the start, back when his hat was still clean and his optimism intact. Now he doesn't say much, just nods, points, and keeps walking, like the rest of you. You walk past wagon ruts so deep they look like scars carved into the earth. You wonder how many others have passed through here, how many footsteps, how many wheels. You try to imagine the lives left behind. The little girl who lost her doll in this very patch of grass. The woman who gave birth behind that rock. The man who died of heat stroke just over that hill. Their stories are packed into the dirt now, buried under your boots. You get good at walking. Not fast, but steady. You learn the little tricks, how to wrap your toes in cloth to prevent blisters, how to tuck your chin so the sun doesn't fry your neck, how to breathe through your nose when the wind kicks up a dust storm. You pace yourself like an old mule, not glamorous, but effective. Meals are timed to movement now. Breakfast is whatever's left from the night before, eaten cold because lighting a fire at dawn feels like a luxury. Lunch is a mouthful of jerky or a heel of trail bread. You eat while walking, chewing slowly, letting your jaw do double duty with your legs. Dinner, if the day hasn't broken you completely, is a pot of beans or something boiled into submission. The smell of burnt coffee is the only consistent seasoning you have. Here's your historical fact. Most wagon trains aimed to cover between 15 and 20 miles a day under ideal conditions, but ideal rarely showed up. Broken wheels, sick livestock, or difficult terrain often cut that figure in half. It took 4 to 6 months to complete the journey, longer if disaster struck, and disaster almost always struck. Quirky fact, some emigrants brought pedometers, yes, 1800-style mechanical step counters, to track their daily mileage. One man boasted in his diary that he walked exactly 2,202 miles before breaking the device. Another woman tracked how many miles she could walk barefoot before giving up. Answer, 12. People got weird with their endurance. And here's the debate. Did pioneers walk more than they rode by necessity or by design? Some argue that walking preserved the health of the animals and reduced wagon strain, making it a strategic choice. Others claim pioneers had no choice. Riding in the wagon was often miserable, jarring and cramped. Regardless, most people walked 80 to 90% of the way. That's roughly the distance from New York to Salt Lake City, on foot in bad shoes. By now your boots have moulded to your feet in the way only shoes that have seen too much can. You've patched them with string, rawhide, even a piece of metal someone swore would help, it didn't. You've developed a weird affection for them. Here. Like old abused pets that keep doing their job even when they clearly shouldn't. The kids walk too, not all day, but enough. You glance over and see your son pacing out the alphabet with each step, mouthing letters in time with his feet. Your daughter hops over cracks, counting softly under her breath. They don't whine as much anymore. That's not necessarily a good sign. The oxen plod along, resigned. Their hooves stir up little clouds of dust that settle on everything. Your skin, your food, your last nerve. You've stopped wiping it off. You've become dust. The trail has a way of turning everyone into a shade of beige. Every now and then someone sings, not loud, just a tune under their breath. A hymn, a sea shanty, a bit of folk nonsense. It passes through the group like smoke, picked up by a second voice, then a third. The song fades as quickly as it begins, like it's too shy to stay long. Your thoughts shrink, the world narrows. It's all wagon wheels and footsteps. You think about stupid things, the exact shape of a cloud, the way a pebble feels under your boot. Whether you'll ever eat cheese again, that one stupid knock-knock joke your cousin told a decade ago that resurfaces and haunts your brain for 6 hours straight. Sometimes you pass landmarks, big ones, like Chimney Rock or Independence Rock, and people cheer. Others, like you, just nod. Another stone in the desert. Another tick on the invisible progress bar. You stop seeing the landscape as scenery. It's just more of what you have to walk across. One afternoon you pass a broken-down wagon, its axle snapped in two, the canvas ripped like a peeled banana. There's no one there, just a single boot and a note carved into the wood. Gone to catch up. You never do. That evening, as the fire flickers low and everyone slumps around it like a set of battered marionettes, you do the math. You've walked hundreds of miles. You'll walk hundreds more. And despite everything, your sore legs, the blister on your thumb, the gnawing hunger, you're still moving. That's what matters out here. Not how fast, not how clean. Just that you keep putting one foot in front of the other, even when you don't remember why. You start to think the trail has a sick sense of humour. Just when you're feeling like you've gotten used to this endless, grinding march across the plains, bam! There they are, the mountains. Not just hills or rolling rises like before, but real jagged, snow-dusted monsters looming in the distance like they've been watching you suffer, and now they're licking their lips. You heard stories about the Rockies back in Missouri. People said they were beautiful, majestic, the spine of the continent. What they didn't mention was that they're also the world's most relentless uphill treadmill, and you're about to start climbing it with a wagon held together by rope rust and the pure spite of your oxen. At first, the incline is gentle. It teases you. You start ascending slowly, trading the wide open plains for narrow winding paths. The air gets thinner. The trees get taller. The wind shifts. Cooler now, with a sharpness that cuts through your clothes and reminds you that yes, even in August the mountains still think it's early spring. You stop sweating so much, but your joints start singing a new kind of misery. The real problem isn't the climb, it's everything that happens because of the climb. The wagon groans with every turn of the wheel, the oxen slip on loose gravel. The brake, oh the poor brake, is your best friend and worst enemy now. It keeps you from sliding backward down a hill, sure, but you can hear it disintegrating every time it catches. The trail narrows, sometimes barely wide enough for one wagon at a time. When you meet another group coming down, it becomes a logistical nightmare. Who backs up? Who waits? Who's going to be the first to suggest we all just stay here and build a new town called Stucksville? You smile, wave, and try not to glare at the other wagons like it's their fault the entire mountain has decided to play gatekeeper. And the turns, good lord, the turns. One wrong angle and your wagon could go from supplies for Oregon to kindling at the bottom of a ravine. You tie ropes around the rear wheels for drag. People walk alongside the wagons now, hands on the frame guiding them around corners like they're herding cows with anxiety disorders. Here's your historical fact. The Rocky Mountains presented one of the greatest physical obstacles on the Oregon Trail. Emigrants often passed through the South Pass, a relatively gentle but still treacherous route in present-day Wyoming. But even the best paths involved steep climbs, unpredictable weather, and grueling physical effort. Wagons had to be disassembled, hoisted, or lowered with ropes. Entire days could be spent covering just a few miles. Quirky, fat and wagons were fitted with what pioneers called mountain brakes, essentially chunks of wood jammed into the wheels to create drag. Others used tree trunks or logs chained behind the wagon like sled runners. One man even used his mother-in-law's rocking chair lashed beneath the rear axle for extra resistance. It worked, for about 10 feet. And here's the scholarly debate. Some historians argue that the mountains were a defining psychological moment for emigrants, a true point of no return. Crossing them meant accepting you'd never go back. Others suggest that for many, the mountains were simply another obstacle in a long string of them. Brutal, yes, but no more demoralising than dysentery or starvation. There's also disagreement about how much preparation travellers really had for the climb. Spoiler, usually not enough. As you keep climbing, things start to go wrong. A wagon in your group breaks a wheel on a sharp rock. You stop and help patch it with whatever wood you can find. Then the rain starts. Not the kind of gentle drizzle you dreamed about on hot days, but an icy slap straight from the sky's cruel heart. The path becomes slippery mud. The oxen dig in, straining, grunting, hooves losing grip every few steps. You trudge uphill with water soaking your clothes, your hair, your soul. It's the kind of rain that makes you question every life decision that led you to this moment. But you can't stop. There's no camp, no flat ground. Just more incline, more wind, more trees that all look like they're judging you. Finally you find a clearing, barely big enough to circle the wagons, but it'll have to do. Everyone collapses into soggy heaps. Fires are hard to light, the wood too wet to burn properly. You eat cold beans, someone loses a boot in the mud. Another person swears he heard wolves howling. No one questions it. That night you try to sleep, curled under a damp blanket with a rock pressing into your spine, and your nose filled with the smell of wet leather and despair. But you can't stop thinking about what's ahead. More mountains, more cold, and somewhere up there, snow. You remember something an old man said weeks ago at a trading post? The last mountain always lies. You didn't understand it then, now you do. Every peak you climb reveals another one beyond it. Each pass is just a prelude to the next. The top is never really the top, not until it is. And no one ever knows when that is. The next morning the air is crisp and cruel. Your hands are stiff with cold, your boots soaked through. But the view, dear God, the view stops you mid-step. Below you the trail winds like a ribbon through green valleys. Above, the peaks shimmer with light. It's the first time in weeks that something feels beautiful, even majestic. You stand there for just a second, letting the silence soak in. Then the oxen moo, someone drops a skillet, and it's back to reality. But that view, it stays with you, even as you start walking again, even as the climb continues, even as the next mountain looms. There's a smell you've grown used to out here. The mix of sweat, leather, smoke, dirt, and the faint sour reek of fear. But today the air carries something new, something sharper, meatier, and strangely promising. It wafts on the wind, drifting down the slope like a memory. Someone's cooking meat, real meat. Not squirrel, not charred bacon ends or a stringy rabbit boiled into grey sadness. Actual meat. You almost cry. The wagons ahead are clustered near a creek, a thin trail of smoke curling upward from a spit over a fire. A deer hangs nearby, half-skinned. Two men sit on logs, chewing slowly, heads down, looking like they've just remembered what happiness tastes like. When you approach, they nod and raise greasy fingers. One of them even offers you a strip of venison jerky, like it's nothing, like it's not the most generous gift you've received in 3 states. You say thank you. You mean it. Food on the trail has been getting creative. You've had days where your only meal was a handful of beans soaked in last night's dishwater. You've seen people boil leather, scrape moss off rocks, and nibble the crust off old wagon bread like it's the last crust of civilization. The rations that once seemed enough, flour, cornmeal, dried pork, rice, have dwindled to crumbs and regrets. And hunting? Well, let's just say it's more of a gamble than a guarantee. The deer was pure luck. A young buck stumbled down to the creek this morning unaware, or maybe just tired of running. One clean shot and it was down. You haven't seen that kind of bounty in weeks. The meat is being rationed slowly, cooked in strips, dried for later, and portioned out like it's gold. You get your share, small, tough, and smoky, and you chew it like you're savouring a childhood memory. Your own food supplies are a sad echo of what they once were. The barrels in the wagon are nearly empty. You're down to the last of the flour, and it's turned slightly sour. The bacon is mostly grease now, wrapped in stained paper, that smells like wet regret. Beans. Maybe enough for one more meal. Hardtack. You've broken 2 teeth on that cement disguised as food. It's a chewable threat. Here's your historical fact. Most pioneers packed between 400 to 600 pounds of food per person for the journey. But despite their best planning, food scarcity was a constant threat. Spoilage, poor storage, and simple miscalculation often led to shortages by mid-journey. Hunting supplemented meals, but many found game scarce, especially in overhunted or well-travelled areas. Quirky fact. Some pioneers tried to make coffee by roasting grain or even acorns. Others invented horrifying replacements for eggs, using flour-water mixes or boiled plant roots. A few desperate souls brewed soup from parched corn and old ham bones, calling it journey stew. No one called it good. As for the scholarly debate, how bad did food insecurity actually get? Some historians argue that starvation was rare, and the tales of boiled belts and leather soup were exaggerated. Others insist those accounts were far more common than we like to admit, especially during rough terrain or prolonged delays. Diaries often mask hunger behind euphemisms. Light supper, simple meal went without today. You call it what it is. Hungry. You've gone to bed hungry more times than you can count. Some nights you've lied to your kids and told them you already ate. Other times, they've done the same for you. Hunger becomes a quiet roommate, always lingering nearby, not dramatic, just persistent. A dull reminder that you're borrowing energy from your own bones. Still you adapt. You learn the edible plants, the bitter greens that grow near streams, the wild onions that make your hands stink but your stomach sing. You collect anything that looks remotely promising. Once you fried cattail roots. Another time you stewed something you think was a mushroom. You survived both meals. Barely. The wagon next to yours is faring worse. Their flour's gone mouldy. Their last salted pork turned out to be more salt than pork. You share a little of your venison jerky with them, not because you can spare it, but because you know they'd do the same. At least you hope they would. Out here, you trade food like you trade secrets, carefully, and with the hope it won't come back to bite you. You also learn to stretch everything. You boil bones 3 times for broth. You scrape pans with bread to soak up every drop. You add water to beans until they're more bean-flavoured liquid than meal. You pretend it's soup. You pretend a lot of things out here. Every few days, someone tries hunting. Usually, it ends in disappointment. The deer and bison are long gone, pushed ahead by the noise of hundreds of wagons and weeks of pursuit. Every shot that misses feels like a personal insult, and even if you land one, butchering and preserving it takes time, and salt, which is its own scarcity now. Still, when someone returns with anything, a bird, a rabbit, a squirrel the size of a potato, it's a celebration. But there's a cost. A young man wandered off 3 days ago chasing a deer. He still hasn't come back. His mother pretends he'll show up any minute. His father knows better. That night someone makes dumplings with dried apple slices and a splash of leftover molasses. You each get half a dumpling. It's the best thing you've eaten in weeks. For a moment everyone's quiet, chewing slowly, eyes closed. Then someone starts humming. Then a song. It's about home. Or maybe just the idea of home. You go to bed that night with a stomach that's not full, but not empty either. That's a victory. You sleep with the taste of venison still on your tongue and the fire still warm at your back. Tomorrow it'll be back to dry beans and regret. But tonight you've eaten. And out here that's more than enough. The first time you see the river it doesn't look so bad. Wide, yes, but calm. Blue-green and glassy. The kind of water that tricks you into thinking it's harmless. You've crossed streams before. Creeks, little rivulets that barely splash over your boots. But this is different. This is a real river. The kind you can't see the bottom of. The kind with current strong enough to drag a wagon sideways and never look back. Your wagon master stands at the bank, arms crossed, scanning it like it insulted his mother. He squats, dips his fingers in, tastes it. Why, you don't know, and frowns. Then he turns to the group with a grunt and says, "We're fording it." The word hits like a slap. You hear it echoed up and down the line. Fording. Nobody cheers, nobody claps, because everybody knows the risks. The river has taken wagons before, it's taken oxen, it's taken children. Fording means rolling your entire life into rushing water and hoping it floats. There's a frantic hour of preparation. Everything comes off the wagon. Food, bedding, the good frying pan. You wrap the most precious things, photos, keepsakes, the tiny ceramic dog your daughter insists on bringing, with oilcloth and prayers. Some people try to caulk their wagon seams with pitch and rags. Others tie barrels to the sides like makeshift pontoons. You've seen some wagons float beautifully. You've seen others tip and vanish. When your turn comes, your hands tremble. The oxen step into the water, uncertain. The current grabs at their legs, pulling them sideways. You grip the side of the wagon, every muscle locked, every breath shallow. The water rushes in, cold, furious, alive. It splashes over the wheels into the floorboards up to your ankles. You hear a barrel shift, the wagon groans. For a moment, everything tilts. Then somehow it levels out. You make it across, soaked, shaking, but intact. Not everyone does. You watch another wagon tip. It happens fast. One wheel hits a rock, the axle twists, and then it's over. Supplies in the water, passengers screaming, the canvas top collapsing like a wet sail. A man jumps in after it, flailing. 2 children are pulled out by their mother, screaming and coughing. The wagon floats for a moment longer, then flips completely and disappears. There's no time for mourning. Others still have to cross. The river doesn't care, it just keeps flowing, steady and indifferent. Later you gather what you can. Bits of wood, a floating blanket, someone's skillet, dented but salvageable. The rest is gone. Here's your historical fact. River crossings were among the most dangerous challenges on the Oregon Trail. Major rivers like the Platte, Snake and Columbia could be treacherous. Emigrants either forded the river, driving their wagons through, or ferried across on makeshift rafts. Many drowned. Some lost all their supplies. Entire families were separated by the current, and some never reunited. Quirky fact, some pioneers swore by floating wagons lined with ox hides, turning them into giant tubs. Others fashioned crude rafts by lashing logs together and shoving the wagon on top. One woman famously strapped her piano to the roof, thinking it would help the wagon float. It did not. And the debate? Historians disagree about the best strategies for river crossings. Some claim that ferries were underutilised due to high cost and long waits, leading to unnecessary deaths. Others argue that fording was often the only practical choice, especially in remote areas or when time was tight. Diaries reveal a mix of regret, calculation, and frequently blind optimism. You spend the night on the far bank drying your clothes by the fire. The children sleep in a damp pile. The oxen are skittish, eyes wide, flanks twitching with leftover adrenaline. You hold a steaming cup of something vaguely resembling coffee and stare into the dark water, still hearing its roar in your ears. You think about what you lost. A sack of flour, a quilt, one of the chairs your husband carved last winter, and, worst of all, the Bible your mother gave you, wrapped in linen and hidden at the bottom of the trunk, slipped out somewhere in the crossing. You watched it float away, just a dark rectangle bobbing along the surface like a farewell note. You didn't cry then, but now, by the fire, you do. The next morning there's a kind of fragile relief in camp. You made it. Everyone left in your group is accounted for. Not whole maybe, but breathing. A few wagons are gone, a few faces missing. But the trail goes on, and so by default do you. Someone ties a bit of cloth to a nearby tree, a fluttering scrap, bright red against the grey-green pines. A marker, a memory, a warning. Maybe all three. You pack up again, the oxen shuffle forward. The wheels squeak, your boots squish with every step. But you're across, and on the Oregon Trail, that's as close to a win as it gets. You don't get letters on the trail. That's one of the first things you realise after the excitement wears off and the road stretches long. No postman, no mailbox, no penciled-in updates about the neighbour's new baby or how the corn crop's faring back in Missouri. But still, you carry pieces of home with you, tucked into memory, crumpled into pockets, or pressed between the pages of a book you haven't read in weeks. And every so often something happens that reminds you just how far away you really are. It starts with a rumour. Someone from another wagon claims they spoke to a man at Fort Hall who had news from back east, war brewing or a new railway being planned, or maybe some big storm that flattened a town. Nobody can confirm anything, but the whispers spread fast. News out here moves like campfire smoke, thin, untraceable, always smelling, a little burned. You overhear 2 men arguing about whether Zachary Taylor is still president. One insists he died last year. The other says that's nonsense. He was alive when they left in May. You want to tell them it doesn't matter. Out here, politics don't make the food stretch or the oxen move. Out here, it's just about surviving the next mile. But you keep that to yourself. A few days later, you get your first real letter in months. It's a miracle. A man on horseback, a mail runner, is heading east. He carries a pouch of outgoing messages, and, if the gods are smiling, a handful of replies from the last time someone made it through. Your family receives 3 letters that day. One is from your sister, another from a friend you barely remember. The third is from your mother. You recognise the shaky script before you even open it. The words hit like a wave. Your cousin died in childbirth. The neighbour boy you once kissed on a dare is off fighting somewhere. Your youngest niece is walking now, and someone sold your father's horse, your horse, the one with the white streak down its nose, gone. You read the letter 3 times, then you fold it and put it in your apron pocket, where the corners will curl and soften until it's unreadable. That's okay, you'll remember it by heart soon enough. Here's your historical fact. Mail service along the Oregon Trail was shitty and unpredictable. Most emigrants relied on forts and trading posts to send or receive letters. Some used dead drops, leaving notes under rocks or inside hollowed-out trees in hopes that the next traveller might carry them forward. Reliable postal systems didn't exist in many western areas until well after major settlements were established. Quirky fact, and trail letters were written on bark or scraps of cloth when paper ran out. One man famously wrote a letter to his sweetheart on a flattened tin plate using charcoal. Another carved a message into the side of a wagon tongue, then left it propped against a cairn. No word on whether the recipient ever got it. As for the scholarly debate, historians disagree on how much communication actually occurred between emigrants and those they left behind. Some claim that the trail was nearly silent, a total break from life in the East. Others argue that, though infrequent, letters played a vital emotional role, providing psychological fuel for continuing. Many emigrants wrote journals addressed to loved ones they might never see again, using writing as a stand-in for presence. And you do write, not daily, you're too tired for that. But sometimes, when the fire burns low and the kids are asleep, you pull out the small book you keep in the bottom of the wagon, the one with half the pages damp and the spine beginning to split. You write about the trail, about the weather, about the people you've met. You write about Lucy the cow, about the night you almost drowned, about the stew that gave everyone gas for 3 days. But mostly you write about what you miss. You miss the way home smells in late summer. Baked earth, tomatoes on the vine, wood smoke curling from the chimney before the first frost. You miss the creak of the porch swing and the rustle of newspaper pages turned by your father's steady hands. You miss knowing what tomorrow might look like. Some days you're not sure who you are anymore without the person you were back there. You hear others talking about the same thing. One woman keeps a ribbon from her wedding dress in her pocket, fingering it when she thinks no one's looking. A man wears a child's boot on a cord around his neck. His son died back near the Platte, and he hasn't spoken much since. Another woman wears her Sunday shoes every day, even though they've nearly fallen apart. She says she wants to arrive in Oregon looking like she meant to get there. And then there's the ghosts. Not the spooky kind, though the trail has plenty of places that feel haunted. No, these are the memories that walk beside you, the old routines, the voices you haven't heard in months, the way your sister used to hum when she peeled apples, the feel of your mother's hand smoothing your hair. These aren't things you can pack, but they come with you anyway. Sometimes it hurts to remember. Sometimes it's the only thing that keeps you going. You find yourself whispering stories as you walk, out loud, just barely. You tell your daughter about the schoolhouse, the one with the crooked bell tower and the chalk that always broke in your hand. You tell your son about the old dog you had as a child, how he used to snore louder than your grandfather. You tell yourself you'll remember everything. You try. But the trail changes you. By the time you reach the edge of the Blue Mountains, you don't look like the person who left Missouri. Your face is leaner, your clothes don't fit right, and your eyes have taken on that distant forward-looking stare, the one that scans the horizon and doesn't linger too long on what's behind. You still carry letters in your pocket. You still read them on quiet nights, but you don't cry over them anymore. Not because they matter less, because you've just gotten better at carrying the weight. You've been dreaming of Oregon for months. It was always the golden idea on the horizon, the whispered promise of rich soil and fat cattle, trees so tall they block out the sun, and rain, glorious abundant rain to wash the dust from your lungs and turn the dirt to green. But when you finally reach the edge of it, when the last of the mountains fall away and you start to descend into the Willamette Valley, it doesn't feel like a triumph. It feels like you've arrived late to a party no one told you had been cancelled. The trees are real, yes. Towering pines and firs that smell like sap and shade and new beginnings. The air is thick and heavy with dampness. A strange sensation after months of breathing dust and dry wind. The land rolls in soft waves, covered in tangled brush and stubborn mud. And it's raining. Not a polite drizzle, but a full, cold, miserable downpour that seeps into everything, your boots, your bedding, the very idea of happiness. This is not how you pictured it. There's no cheering, no banner saying welcome to Oregon, no parade waiting to celebrate your arrival, just mud everywhere. Wagon wheels sink in it, shoes disappear into it. Your oxen look at you with the blank stare of animals who've lot, and will not be amused by one more thing. You set up camp, or what passes for camp now. There's no dry ground. You try to stretch a tarp over the wagon to keep the rain out, but it sags in the middle and dumps a bucket of cold water into your flour barrel. You try not to scream. Instead, you sit under the wagon, soaked to the bone, gnawing on a piece of soggy bread and wondering what exactly you came all this way for. Here's your historical fact. When emigrants finally reached the Willamette Valley, many were shocked to find it less a paradise and more a soggy, overgrown wilderness. The early arrival season, typically late fall, meant heavy rains, few established settlements, and land that had to be cleared by hand. It took years of back-breaking labour before the promise of Oregon became reality for most. Quirky fact? Some pioneers were so disappointed by the conditions in the valley that they simply left, heading south to California, or back east if they could afford it. Others stayed out of stubbornness. One woman famously declared upon arrival, "If this is Eden, I want a refund." And the scholarly debate. Did the trail foster a sense of fulfillment upon arrival, or disillusionment? Historians argue both sides. Some say that completing the journey instilled a deep sense of purpose and resilience, even if the reward was modest. Others suggest that. The harsh reality of Oregon exposed the trail's myth for what it was, a propaganda-fueled gamble sold to desperate people. You lean toward the second camp, at least today, because what you have now is wet blankets, a dozen broken spokes, and a patch of brushy land someone pointed at and called yours. No fences, no cabin, no waiting hearth. Just the overwhelming task of starting again from nothing. The trail is over, yes, but the work is not even close. You look at the others, some are unpacking with mechanical determination, like they've turned off the part of their brain that screams for comfort. Others just sit, blank-faced, waiting for someone to tell them what to do next. A few are already talking about next spring, as if the last 6 months didn't just try to kill them on a weekly basis. You understand them, because despite it all, the hunger, the cold, the losses, you're still here. The trail didn't beat you, it changed you, stripped you down and rebuilt you with calloused hands and a spine made of gritted teeth. And you're not alone. You think about the people you met, those still with you, and those you buried along the way. You think about Pickles the goat, who vanished somewhere near the Columbia River, last seen eating a hat. You think about Lucy the cow, who limped through her last 100 miles and now grazes nearby like she owns the place. You think about the letters in your pocket and the home you left behind. The trail isn't just something you walked. It's something that lives in your body now, in your scars, in your stories, in the way you can light a fire in the rain using 3 twigs and a sideways glance. You could survive anywhere now. That's what the trail gave you. One night around the fire, someone pulls out a bottle of something that smells like regret and celebration. You pass it around. No one says much. The rain has stopped, finally. The stars peek through like they forgot to be angry. Someone starts humming that old tune again, the one that's followed you since Kansas. Others join in softly, like they're afraid it'll vanish if they sing too loud. You think about what you lost. A sister, a friend, your Bible, the simple small life you used to know, but you think about what you found too. Grit, community, stories, and a kind of quiet power that comes from surviving something you probably shouldn't have. You're in Oregon now. It's not the dream they sold you. It's wetter, rougher, meaner in his own way. But it's also yours. You sleep under a tarp that leaks and dream of building something that doesn't. Tomorrow the work begins, but tonight you made it. You're lying on your back now in a structure that can barely be called a house. 4 walls, a roof that leaks a little, a stove that sometimes works, and a mattress made of straw that pokes through the sheet like it holds a grudge. But it's not a wagon. It's not the cold, hard ground under open sky. It's shelter. It's a start. Outside, the wind hums through the trees, those tall Oregon pines standing like sentinels in the mist. The same trees that blocked your view on the day you arrived. The ones you cursed for being in the way. now feel like protection. You've cleared a bit of land, planted seeds, lost most of them, but one or two sprouted, and that's something. You close your eyes and see the trail again. The endless walking, the stampedes. The grave on the hill you didn't have time to mark properly. The ridiculous goat. The mountain that almost broke your wagon and you, and somehow all of it feels distant and present at the same time, like it's been etched into your bones. You're not who you were in Missouri. That version of you wouldn't last 10 minutes here. You're harder now, quieter, but also somehow more grateful for the smallest things. A dry sock, a warm meal, a friendly voice that doesn't ask for anything in return, and sleep. Blessed, dreamless sleep. Tomorrow you'll start over again. Clear more brush, patch the roof, try to build something lasting, something worth all that walking, but for now you listen to the wind. Let it sing you to sleep, because the trail is behind you, and the rest, whatever it becomes, is finally yours to walk by choice. Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into something ancient. No, not a toga. I mean the daily life of a Roman emperor. Specifically, how someone who literally rules the known world manages to stay clean. Or at least what they considered clean. Spoiler alert, there will be olive oil, there will be urine, and there will definitely be at least one unfortunate sponge. You're going to smell like roasted lavender and donkey milk by the end of this, and you probably won't survive this particular career path, so yeah, just a heads up. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious who else is still awake at 2 AM polishing their historical hygiene knowledge. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It's just before dawn in the Imperial Palace, and you, His Glorious Highness, Emperor of the Romans, are still nestled in a bed carved from dark African cedar, draped with imported silk sheets embroidered with golden thread. The mattress is stuffed with goose down, and the pillows smell faintly of chamomile and civet musk. There's a breeze creeping through the open lattice windows, and somewhere in the gardens, a slave is already pouring scented water into bronze kettles for your morning routine. You hear it, barely, but you don't stir. Not until the senior valet snaps his fingers just once. Then everything moves at once. 3 eunuchs glide silently into the room. One draws back the gauzy curtains around your bed. Another kneels and slips soft felt slippers onto your feet before they ever touch the cold marble floor. The third presents a folded cloth warmed by the brazier, your face towel, soaked in rose and laurel infusion. The goal here isn't just cleanliness. It's ritual, symbolism, control. The gods awaken with you. The empire stretches and yawns as your eyes open. You're the centre of the world's clock. As you sit up, more servants arrive. The imperial wardrobe team, the hygiene attendants, a secretary with today's scroll of events. But you don't speak yet. The first step of the day is always silent. You sit on a low stool beside the bed, while 2 young boys wash your hands and forearms using a stream of lukewarm water, poured from a silver ewer into an engraved basin. There's no soap. Instead, they use a soft linen cloth and a paste of ground herbs, marjoram, thyme, and something that smells faintly like cardamom. It leaves your skin slightly oily but fragrant. Your face is gently dabbed, never scrubbed. The idea of friction on the imperial cheeks is borderline treasonous. Once clean, they pat on a thin coat of Egyptian almond oil to protect against the dry Roman air. You lean back and let it happen. These attendants have trained for years, some of them from childhood, to serve the emperor without nick, bruise or pause. They time everything to your breath. You finally speak a single low-voiced proceed. That's all they need. Now comes the changing of the sleepwear. Your night tunic, if you even wore it, is peeled away and taken to be laundered in fermented urine, a detail you choose to ignore for the sake of morning serenity. In its place, a loose undergarment is fastened at your waist and shoulders, expertly adjusted to avoid even a hint of wrinkling. The textiles are soft, imported from Alexandria or further east, dyed with costlier pigments than most senators make in a year. Peculiar aspect of this moment. You're never truly alone, and yet you must act as if you are. Decorum demands detachment. You don't look at your attendants. You certainly don't thank them. Hygiene here isn't intimacy, it's ceremony. The more hands involved, the more powerful you appear. It's not about keeping germs away. is about keeping distance between your godlike body and the vulgarity of labour. Historically speaking, Roman emperors from Augustus to Commodus followed a similar routine, modified by personal quirks. Some added full-body massages at this stage, others insisted on specific oils from distant provinces. Hadrian, for example, was said to prefer a thick lavender and clove rub before even standing up, and Nero? He allegedly insisted that his linens be changed 3 times before sunrise, each batch soaked in saffron water and pressed between ivory paddles. Whether true or not, it's the kind of detail historians love to argue about. Was it vanity? Was it ritual? Was it just weird? But now, with your limbs fresh and your senses bathed in botanicals, you rise. A quiet bell sounds. The bath attendants, yes, a different group entirely, are ready. You won't be bathing just yet, but the preparation begins now. In the next chamber, warm basins await, and a barber stands by with an expression that says, "Please, for the love of Jupiter, don't flinch." As you walk across the cool stone floor, your reflection catches on polished bronze shields mounted like mirrors. You glance, briefly. Your hair's a mess. Your face shines a little too much, but no matter. Within the hour, you'll look like a marble statue that smells like a bakery. Oh, and fun fact for your sleepy brain to chew on. Historians still don't agree on whether emperors like Marcus Aurelius followed these rituals with genuine modesty or begrudging duty. Some argue that Stoics downplayed opulence, others say even the most philosophical ruler couldn't resist the allure of lemongrass oil, and 12 people fussing over his cuticles, scholarly debate at its finest. So now that you've been lovingly towel-dabbed, lightly oiled and socially distanced by 15 barefoot attendants in matching tunics, what's next? You're going to get a shave, and not just any shave. A shave with a razor that hasn't been sterilised since the last invasion. The shaving room is cool and dimly lit, even in the early Roman sun. The floor is tiled in tiny mosaics depicting Venus bathing, and a low incense burner perfumes the air with sandalwood and fennel, meant to calm your nerves, though it rarely works. Today's razor is bronze, curved and freshly honed, against a whetstone by a barber whose hands do not shake, because shaking is a career-ending offence when you're shaving the face of the emperor. You ease into the reclining chair, not some pillowy seat of luxury, but a firm stone-built affair draped in fine cloth, just soft enough to cradle the divine jawline. Your head tilts back slightly, and 2 attendants hold silver mirrors to either side of your face, angling them just right so that the barber slave can see the contours he must follow. The blade glints. He dips it in warm water, flicks off the excess with a practiced snap, and murmurs a quiet prayer to Fortuna under his breath. He does this every morning. You pretend not to hear it. There's no shaving cream. Instead, your face is covered in a layer of thick oil, either olive or almond, depending on the season, mixed with a trace of crushed herbs to help numb the skin and dull the smell of metal. The oil makes the blade glide mostly, but even so, shaving in ancient Rome is a blood sport. One wrong angle, one distracted flick of the wrist, and suddenly you're no longer the emperor. You're just a bleeding neck and a massive constitutional crisis. The blade slides along your cheek with an audible hiss. One stroke wipe, another stroke, a pause. The silence in the room is absolute. The barber doesn't breathe through his nose. He barely blinks, and you keep your eyes open, fixed on the ceiling where the gods are painted in soft blues and golds, watching this absurd moment like a celestial audience at a comedy. Mars would probably be laughing. Sometimes the barber trims your hair at the same time, if your schedule allows. He uses small scissor-like shears made from iron, dulled by overuse, and far from precise, but emperors do not fuss about split ends. Unless you're Nero, who supposedly kept several barbers on rotation, each trained to emulate the angle of his favourite curls. You, however, are more practical. You want the chin clean, the jawline visible, and no bleeding unless medically sanctioned. A little quirky fact slips into your morning as the barber suddenly stops. He's found a stubborn patch of stubble beneath your chin. He signals for a second blade. A younger boy rushes over and swaps it in with something that looks more like a dagger than a grooming tool. You remain still. The emperor does not flinch, but you're mentally calculating how long it would take to have this boy exiled to some mosquito-infested swamp if he nicks your neck, just in case. Of course, there's no antiseptic, no alcohol rinse, no sterile gauze. If the blade does cut, a dab of honey might be applied, or maybe some vinegar if you're feeling dramatic. Infection is always a looming threat. The barber lives with that knowledge. He's seen his predecessor disappear after one unfortunate morning nick. You were younger then, less forgiving. The shave continues down your neck, carefully navigating the hollow of your throat, the curve beneath your ears. There's a brief moment of tugging, likely a stubborn ingrown hair. You don't sigh, you barely breathe. By the time the final swipes are complete and the oil is gently dabbed away with a warmed cloth, your skin gleams like polished marble. A final oil is patted on, frankincense infused, meant to soothe the irritation and leave a divine scent behind. You sit up slowly, like a statue being unveiled. The mirrors remain in place. You study your face, clean, composed. Possibly a bit smug, but that's to be expected. There's power in the razor. You've just survived another day's gamble with death by grooming. Here's a curious little historical aside. Roman emperors often used shaving as a form of propaganda. Clean-shaven meant youthful, strong, controlled. Beards were rare and often symbolic. Hadrian notably wore one, partly to hide facial scars, some say, and partly to signal his admiration for Greek philosophers. Scholars still argue about it. Was it a political move, a fashion statement, or just a personal preference disguised as imperial strategy? Now that your face is smooth and glowing, you're escorted to the next phase of hygiene, oral care. But before that, the barber has one last duty, the ritual of blade inspection. He kneels and presents both razors on a velvet cloth. You glance at them, nod and say nothing. If you wanted to, you could have them destroyed and remade with gold. But there's something you respect about these utilitarian tools. They remind you that even emperors have stubble. You rise, now fully scented and shaven, and step into the adjoining room where the dental attendants await. You're not looking forward to this. The brushes are stiff, the powder's sharp, and the taste? Somewhere between burnt bone and oyster shell with a hint of mint, if you're lucky. But that's tomorrow's misery. For now, you stand tall. The shave is done. The empire hasn't collapsed. Your skin is flawless, or close enough, and no one had to be executed today. Not bad for a Monday. You make your way through another tiled corridor, barefoot still, your freshly shaved face catching faint echoes in the bronze mirrors hung like silent spectators. Every surface in the palace gleams. Stone polished with vinegar, mosaics scrubbed by slaves before dawn. Even the air feels like it's been perfumed for your nostrils alone. But now, as you pass beneath a low arch carved with scenes of Neptune rising from the sea, the faint but unmistakable scent of calcium dust and crushed shells signals your next ordeal. Dental hygiene. Yes, oral care in ancient Rome is its own little circle of dignity-erasing torment. You enter the dental chamber, or more accurately, a niche in the wall with stools and shelves of tiny jars, and take your seat. A low stone platform serves as your throne, and a slave approaches, carrying a slender twig wrapped in wool, soaked in mint oil. The Roman toothbrush, well, sort of. Technically, it's a frayed stick from the Salvadora tree, or something close to it, used to poke and scrape at your imperial teeth. But before any brushing begins, there's a preparation ritual. A powdered mixture is brought to you in a carved alabaster dish. It's bone white, literally, and made from crushed ox bone, oyster shells, and a bit of charcoal. Sometimes a pinch of baking soda is added, though it won't be called that for another 100 to 800 years. You dab your finger into the mixture, press it onto your tongue, and grimace as it begins to fizz slightly. The sensation is like licking sandpaper that's been sitting in the sun too long. Refreshing. The dental slave then applies more of the powder directly to the twig and begins the process. There's no personal space. He leans in, breath held, hand steady. The scraping begins, front teeth first, then the molars, and finally a deep and unfortunately thorough massage along your gum line. The taste is bitter. The sound is unpleasantly gritty, and the entire affair lasts long enough for you to seriously consider banning food altogether. Who needs chewing when this is the price? But the best, or worst, is yet to come, the rinse. You're handed a small silver cup filled with something yellowish and warm. You already know what it is, a solution of Portuguese urine, collected from chamber pots and fermented for days until its ammonia content reaches peak potency. This, they believe, whitens teeth. Pliny the Elder wrote about it. Claudius was rumoured to gargle with it before every Senate session. You tip the cup back, swish once, twice, and force yourself to hold your breath. The tang is unmistakable. Quirky fact, this wasn't considered weird. It was commercial. Merchants actually imported vats of Portuguese urine to Rome specifically for dental and laundry use. There's even record of taxes levied on urine collection and sales under Emperor Vespasian, whose name became synonymous with public urinals, Vespasianae. Think of it as the ancient world's version of a toothbrush subscription service, only much, much grosser. Once you spit, delicately of course, into a bronze spittoon shaped like a lion's head, your dental slave inspects your mouth for any signs of decay. Toothaches are considered a minor curse, but dental surgery is horrifying enough to make you contemplate embracing the pain. The options for treatment range from herbal poultices to the Roman version of a root canal, yanking the offending tooth out with iron tongs after numbing your gums with wine and poppy extract. You don't need any of that today, thankfully. Now comes the tooth powder rinse. It's finer than the paste used earlier, almost silky in texture, and mixed with crushed mint leaves, cloves, and powdered coral. You rub it between your fingers and then across your teeth and gums. This final step is more for scent than hygiene. It leaves your breath slightly sweet, your gums tingling, and your dignity, well, wherever it wandered off to during the urine gargle. By the end, you rise, slightly dizzy, and accept a tiny cloth dipped in rosewater to wipe your lips. Then, with the final touch of imperial showmanship, you flick your hand to dismiss the dental team. They bow and vanish as if dissolved by magic. You know they'll reset everything for the next day, refill the powder jars, soak the twigs, ferment the next batch of rinse. Hygiene here is relentless. Scholars still argue over how widespread these practices were. Some believe only the upper crust of Roman society maintained such rigorous routines. Others suggest even common citizens used similar tooth powders, albeit with cheaper ingredients. The truth is likely somewhere in the middle. The empire loved its rituals, and cleanliness, even the symbolic kind, was a mark of status. But emperors, you had to be the cleanest of them all, even if it meant dousing your teeth in pee and smiling like nothing happened. Now your teeth shine, your breath vaguely resembles a meadow soaked in vinegar, and your tongue feels like it's been sandblasted. It's a good time to revisit the face one last time. A polished bronze mirror is handed to you. You peer at your reflection, no parsley between the teeth, no cuts on your chin, no reason for public humiliation. Success. And just as you're about to relax, the hygiene steward clears his throat gently and says, "The body groomers are ready, Dominus." Ah yes, the clipping, the plucking, the polishing, because being emperor isn't just about ruling. It's about maintaining the illusion that your pores don't exist and your body hair obeys the laws of decorum. You take a breath, steel yourself, and head toward the next room where tweezers gleam like surgical tools, and your eyebrows are about to undergo imperial judgment. The grooming room is already warm when you enter, not from sun but from heated tiles beneath the marble floor. It smells of thyme oil and beeswax polish. The kind of scent that says, you're about to get plucked within an inch of your dignity. A row of grooming slaves waits along one wall, each holding a different tool. Bronze tweezers, ivory nail scrapers, pumice stones, a tiny file made of shark skin. Their eyes stay low, their hands steady. You take your seat on a padded stool and extend your arms, already bracing for the familiar tug and sting. First comes the fingernail inspection. Hands are everything to a Roman emperor. People see you gripping scrolls, lifting goblets, gesturing during speeches. Those fingers must look like they've never seen a day of labour, even if you secretly used them yesterday to strangle a particularly insolent olive merchant. The grooming attendant kneels and lifts your hand with all the reverence of a priest handling relics. He examines your cuticles, tuts softly, and begins his work. The nails are cleaned with a narrow pick, then filed into perfect half-moons. There's no polish in the modern sense, but after scraping and buffing, a dab of clear oil is rubbed in to give your fingertips a light, healthy sheen. The effect is subtle, just enough to suggest you drink spring water and make good decisions. Meanwhile, another attendant begins the slow process of shaping your brows. Yes, Roman men pluck their eyebrows, especially emperors. Unibrows are seen as unfortunate. Wild arches, barbaric. Yours must be clean, symmetrical, and slightly dramatic, commanding respect without looking like you care too much. The tweezers pinch. You don't react. You've trained yourself not to. Every pluck is accompanied by a quiet little breath from the attendant, like he's trying to time the pain with your exhale. He finishes by smoothing a calming balm over your brow bone. You feel nothing. That's the goal. Now comes the arm hair assessment. In Rome, smoothness means sophistication. Too hairy and you're mistaken for a Gaul. Too bare and you risk accusations of vanity unbecoming a man of the people. So your arms are trimmed with a small razor, just enough to tame the wildness, then oiled. Everything is always oiled. Olive oil with a touch of lemon balm rubbed in circles until your skin glows faintly in the light. It smells clean but not feminine. That distinction matters. Here's the weird fact of the day. Roman elite actually debated the proper way to deal with body hair. Philosophers like Seneca thought it foolish to obsess over smooth limbs, while others praised it as part of good grooming and public respectability. There were even guidelines, yes, actual guides, on which areas were acceptable to depilate and which weren't. Armpits? Definitely. Legs? Only if you're a gladiator or actor. Arms? Debatable. Back? Quietly taken care of, no questions asked. After your upper body is tended to, it's time for the feet. A new set of slaves enters, specialists in soles. Your feet are placed on a low marble pedestal and the dry, calloused areas are gently scraped with flat stones and sea sponge. A thin layer of clay is applied to the heels to soften them, then rubbed away with a cloth until the skin feels like it belongs to someone who's never walked further than the garden colonnade. Your toenails are trimmed with tiny bronze clippers, then shaped and smoothed. A fine powder made of crushed poppy petals and charcoal is dabbed between your toes, not just for scent, but to prevent irritation inside your sandals later. It's a bit ticklish, and you have to stifle a twitch. One of the slaves notices and quickly lowers his gaze. Any reaction is a crack in the mask. The emperor is not ticklish, the emperor feels nothing. Then comes the final detail, perfumed dust. It's a blend of orris root, myrrh and fine ash, rubbed across the neck, behind the ears, and along your inner arms. It smells faintly floral with a warm, earthy note. The idea is that if you sweat, it'll mask the odour and absorb some of the moisture. Deodorant doesn't exist, but perfumed powders are everywhere. Even your tunic will be dusted with them. And yet, there's one more moment of grooming before you can escape this chamber. The beard check. You're clean-shaven, yes, but the stylist must examine for hidden hairs, those rebellious sprouts beneath the jaw or just inside the ear. He tilts your head, squints, and reaches for a needle-fine tweezer. You already know this part will hurt. It always does, but you grit your teeth, let him see you and pluck. 1, 2, 3, each sting followed by a soft puff of breath to soothe the skin. By the time you stand, you're practically glowing. Your skin is smooth, your fingers manicured, your face flawless. You smell like an herb garden made love to a spice market, and still you're not done. From a quiet alcove, a wardrobe attendant steps forward, holding a polished wooden case. Inside are tiny glass vials, cosmetics. You'll be wearing makeup today. Not in the modern sense of contouring and mascara, but enough to even out your complexion. A thin layer of white lead paste, yes, lead, because apparently glowing like a ghost is fashionable, will be dabbed onto your cheeks and forehead, followed by a slight blush made from ground cinnabar. You'll look healthy, lively, ready to be adored by senators and scribes. This is where the scholars like to bicker. Did emperors really wear makeup every day? Or only on special occasions? Some say it was routine for formal appearances. Others argue it depended on the man. Nero certainly. Augustus, maybe. Marcus Aurelius? Hard to picture, but even stoic philosophers don't want to look tired at a public sacrifice. Your makeup is applied with cloth pads gently patted onto the skin, then brushed with a feather to blend. It catches the light just right. You glance in the mirror again. You don't look like you've spent an hour being scraped and tweezed. You look like you were born this perfect. Now dressed in a fresh undertunic, body glistening subtly, breath relatively fresh, nails trimmed, brow sharp, and jawline visible from the moon, you're prepared for the next sacred duty of the day, putting on clothes that weigh more than some senators. And while they're getting your toga ready, someone quietly hands you a cup of honeyed wine. Not for thirst, for morale. You sip. The day is just beginning, and you haven't even reached the latrines. You sip the honeyed wine slowly, letting the syrupy sweetness slide across your tongue and coat whatever bitterness still lingers from the earlier dental horror show. The cup is small, its handle moulded into the shape of a hippocamp, half horse, half fish. Because when you're emperor, even your drinkware is mythological. Around you, attendants bustle like a silent orchestra, preparing for the next stage of the hygiene process, the sacred ceremony of getting dressed. But first, there's the final sweep. A last round of grooming done with nearly surgical precision. The plucking and polishing are over, but now it's about finesse. One servant brings a fine silk cloth lightly dusted with gold powder and runs it across your arms, chest and legs. Not for cleaning, but to remove any lingering lint, oil residue or stray hair. Another steps in with a bronze mirror and inspects your ears, nostrils and neckline. Yes, every orifice is accounted for. Emperors don't have rogue nose hairs. That would be chaos. And then, the wardrobe commander, yes, that's an actual position, approaches. He's an older man, gaunt and rigid, with a memorised knowledge of fabrics and folds that could put Cicero to shame. In his hands are your undergarments, a fresh loincloth and a linen undertunic, both meticulously laundered in what you are absolutely sure was urine. You try not to think about it. The cloth smells faintly of lavender and myrrh, so the laundry slaves have done their job well. No hint of its pungent past remains. Slaves help you step into the loincloth first, wrapping and knotting it in a swift, practiced motion that preserves your dignity, or whatever's left of it after being exfoliated like an overripe fig. The linen undertunic follows, pulled over your head and adjusted so it drapes evenly over both shoulders. A broad sash is tied around your waist, and a delicate chain of polished bronze links is fastened across your chest. Not jewellery, but a sort of fastener that keeps the fabric in check. This is just the first layer. The real challenge begins with the toga. Ah, the toga, the symbol of Roman power and citizenry. A massive semicircle of woolen cloth, often 20 feet long, dyed snowy white, or, if you're in full imperial mode, edged with a deep purple stripe called the clavus. Today's toga is imperial crimson, dyed with Tyrian purple, extracted painstakingly from tens of thousands of murex snails. It costs more than a small villa, and smells faintly of the sea, because it basically is the sea, condensed into fabric. Putting it on is not something you do yourself. Don't be ridiculous. The toga is less a garment than a topographical event, and it takes at least 3 people, sometimes 4, to wrap and drape it correctly. One slave holds the fabric taut, another gathers the folds, a third adjusts the front so the layered pleats sit just right, cascading like marble steps down your chest. The fourth, he's the toga whisperer. He stands back, squints, and adjusts the drape by millimetres, ensuring you don't look like a wine-soaked senator stumbling home from Saturnalia. The result is majestic. You look wider, taller, more commanding. The folds suggest wealth, education, moral uprightness, and divine favour. Never mind that you can't raise your arms above your waist, and walking now involves a slight shuffle. That's the price of power. If fashion is armour, the toga is your mobile fortress. With the toga settled, attention returns to your feet. Another slave kneels and carefully cleans them again, not because they're dirty, but because the act itself is symbolic. Imperial feet must always be pure before stepping into public view. He wipes between each toe with a perfumed cloth, then buffs the soles lightly with a pumice stone until they're baby soft. You almost feel bad for him, crouched there with your sandal straps in his mouth to warm them before slipping them over your feet. Almost. The sandals are simple in design, leather, with straps that wind up your ankles, but custom made to fit perfectly. The bottoms are lined with goat leather, and rubbed with a thin paste of crushed mint leaves to keep them from smelling offensive after a day of sweating through statecraft. The straps are tightened just enough to stay secure without cutting off circulation. A final dusting of rose powder is applied to your toes. The effect? You are now immaculate from head to heel. Here's the quirky bit. Roman laundry slaves were actually considered skilled labourers. They didn't just wash garments, they manipulated scents, textures and finishes. Some togas were pressed using heated glass spheres, others were folded in precise patterns and stored in cedar chests to maintain shape. And if your toga didn't have the right drape, it could signal weakness, or, even worse, a lack of taste. Emperors have been whispered about for less. Historians still bicker about how often emperors change their clothes. Some sources suggest daily outfit swaps, especially after bathing, while others argue that such opulence was frowned upon, at least publicly. But let's be honest, if you're surrounded by artisans whose only job is to make you look like Jupiter's more stylish cousin, you're probably not repeating outfits. Now fully dressed, you take a moment to admire yourself in the full-length mirror, a polished sheet of bronze set into a mosaic frame. The reflection isn't sharp, but you can make out the posture, the layering, the carefully oiled skin beneath the drape. You look like a statue come to life. Exactly the point. And just when you think your hygiene routine might be mercifully complete, a page boy arrives with a quiet cough and a sealed note. You crack it open. It's from the Imperial Physician. A gentle reminder that it's nearly time for your digestive massage and mid-morning breath treatment. You sigh. Apparently we're not done yet. Not until every muscle has been kneaded, every scent neutralised and every orifice accounted for. You hand off the note, lift your chin, and shuffle forward in your stiff ceremonial splendour. You may not be able to walk fast, but you'll smell incredible doing it. The corridor to the massage chamber is long and lined with busts of former emperors, their stone eyes hollow, their expressions fixed in that peculiar combination of serenity and constipation. You pass each one in your slow, measured glide, toga balanced like a coiled serpent across your arm. Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, still smirking. You wonder, briefly, how many of them went through these same motions, massaged, oiled, rubbed down like prize horses before facing the day's political races. The air grows warmer as you approach the next chamber, heavy with the scent of chamomile and pressed olive oil. Inside, the room is dark and womb-like, the walls tiled with deep red terracotta, each one etched with tiny wave patterns. It's designed to soothe, to silence the mind, to reset the imperial body. The massage table is wide and flat, covered in folded linen and goat leather, and beside it stands the physician's apprentice, a slender young man with palms already glistening from oil. He bows as you enter, murmurs your name in full, and gestures toward the table. The ritual begins. You lie down, face forward, arms resting at your sides. The toga is pulled away carefully, laid aside like a sacred garment, revealing your back and legs. There's no nudity taboo here, not for the emperor, not in a place like this. In fact, there's a kind of medical reverence to it. The body is a map, and the massage is how they keep the landscape stable. The oil is warm, spiced with coriander and juniper, and poured slowly down the length of your spine. It pulls in the small of your back and is spread outward with long, firm strokes. This isn't just indulgence, it's maintenance. Your life involves constant tension, diplomatic pressure, military updates, assassination rumours before lunch. The muscles must be softened, the knots worked out, or else the stress will fester and manifest in ways the Senate might notice. You can't afford to twitch during a speech. As the massage begins in earnest, the apprentice follows a specific map of the body, a Roman blend of Greek humoral theory and early anatomical observation. He presses along pressure points on the shoulders, pinches at spots just below the ribs, digs thumbs into the base of the neck where your stress nests like a coiled adder. Every movement is deliberate. He uses flat stone rollers and rounded wooden dowels to stimulate the flesh, improve circulation, and keep the skin supple. This is not relaxing, it's intense, almost brutal, but afterward you'll feel weightless. Curiously, Roman physicians often recommended massage as a daily health practice for the elite, not just for comfort, but to prevent illness. They believed that bad humours could settle into the flesh and stiffen the body, inviting imbalance and disease. The physician Galen, whose teachings dominate this era, claims that massage, when done correctly, could influence everything from digestion to mental clarity. You can't prove any of that, but you also haven't caught the plague this year, so who's to argue? The apprentice moves to your legs, working oil into your thighs and calves, flexing your feet and rubbing the arches with deliberate pressure. You feel joints loosen. A mild cramp releases in your lower back. You almost groan but catch yourself. Emperors don't groan, not unless there's a death involved. And then, the final stage, the digestive massage. You roll onto your back, eyes on the domed ceiling painted with hunting scenes. The apprentice warms his hands again and begins to gently press into your abdomen in slow, circular motions. This is to aid elimination, according to Roman theory. It's also surprisingly calming, especially after a heavy breakfast of bread soaked in milk and honeyed figs. Your stomach gurgles softly in response, which is perfectly normal but still mildly embarrassing when 10 people are standing nearby pretending not to notice. Speaking of elimination, you'll be visiting the imperial latrine soon, but not just yet. First comes the finishing treatment, the breath ritual. You sit up slowly, now glistening like a well-oiled statue of Apollo in human form. A servant steps forward with a shallow bowl filled with tiny white pellets. Pastilles made of frankincense, mastic gum and powdered cinnamon. You pop one in your mouth and begin to chew. It's hard and resinous, and your jaw works slowly against the stickiness. The flavour is sharp, almost medicinal, and it floods your sinuses. Not unpleasant, but definitely assertive. After chewing, you take a sip from another small goblet, this time a strong herbal infusion made with anise, fennel, and cardamom. It's meant to settle your digestion and freshen the breath further. You swish it around, then spit it into a golden basin shaped like a dolphin. The breath ritual is done. Your mouth now smells like a perfumed garden that got drunk on spices. No one in the Senate will dare accuse you of halitosis today. Here's the offbeat historical nugget of the hour. Some Roman nobles would go even further, having their personal chefs prepare food specifically to sweeten the breath. Think candied herbs, honeyed seeds, or little sugar-like lozenges made from dried fig skins and myrtle. Some records even suggest boiling eucalyptus leaves to create a kind of chewable wax. No, it didn't work very well, but it gave people something to do with their mouths besides whisper behind each other's backs. You rise from the table, slightly oily, thoroughly rubbed, and internally rearranged. Servants step forward with fresh linen cloths to dab away the excess oil. You stand still as they pat, fold, and dust your body back into presentability. Your toga is draped over you once again, every fold right back where it belongs. The effect is miraculous. 5 minutes ago you looked like a glistening sun god. Now you look like an imperial statesman who just happens to glow slightly under the right lighting. Your physician nods approvingly. No spasms, no tension, no offensive odours. He steps back. You're declared ready for the next phase of the day. And that phase, nature calls, the imperial latrine awaits. Which sounds private, right? It's not. You take a deep breath, adjust your folds, and walk with great dignity toward a room where you'll be expected to relieve yourself while discussing military strategy. Because Roman hygiene doesn't end where your modesty begins. In fact, it barely notices that line exists. The corridor to the latrines is, somewhat alarmingly, just as grand as the one leading to your throne room. Marble columns, intricate floor mosaics depicting sea monsters and hunting scenes. You wonder if the artist knew their work would pave the path to poop. But this is Rome, after all. Grandeur and bodily function walk hand in hand. Public hygiene is not hidden or whispered about. It's integrated. It's communal. And in your case, it's choreographed. You pass through a wide archway into the Emperor's private latrina, though private is generous. The room is large, airy, and lit by soft, natural light pouring through a decorative oculus in the ceiling. A small fountain gurgles peacefully in one corner, not to cleanse anything, but to provide pleasant background noise. Privacy by distraction. The latrines themselves are stone benches with oval-shaped holes arranged side by side, each separated by a modest half-wall carved with reliefs of grapevines and frolicking satyrs. You sit, and yes, you're not alone. 2 of your closest advisors are already here. Perched on either side of the central seat, robes hitched just enough to allow business to proceed. They nod at you casually, as if you were meeting in the forum. And in a way, you are. The imperial latrine is as much a place of politics as the Senate floor. Decisions are made here. Grants approved, rumours exchanged, enemies casually dethroned. All while someone is working through last night's lentils. You sit. The stone is cool, not comfortable exactly, but the angle is better than you'd expect. Your robe is lifted and arranged by a dedicated attendant who has likely become immune to shame. He steps back discreetly, leaving you to your imperial process. The seat has no lid. That's a modern idea. Here, nature is embraced with an open bench, a constant stream of water running beneath to carry waste away. You can hear it, faint and gurgling like the Tiber whispering your secrets downstream. There is no toilet paper. Instead, there's the tertiarium, a sponge on the stick, soaked in vinegar water and waiting in a bucket beside the bench. You know how to use it, of course. You've had years of training. There's a proper grip, a rotation method, even a rinsing ritual. It's communal, yes, but this one is your personal sponge, marked, cared for, replaced weekly. It still doesn't feel right, but this is Rome, and this is clean. Here's a fun little horror fact for your mind to chew on while you do what you're doing. Archaeologists have found these sponge sticks at bathhouses and latrines all over the empire. And yes, multiple people often shared the same ones. Public health wasn't quite what you'd call high priority, but emperors had their own, and they paid slaves specifically to maintain them. Somewhere in the palace is a poor soul whose job is to sanitize imperial sponges. Daily. As you sit, one of your advisors leans in slightly and murmurs a question about a border skirmish in Thrace. You nod, grunt softly, not from the decision but from the effort, and offer a concise answer. The soldier in question is to be promoted, but only after his wife's scandal with the merchant is quietly resolved. The other advisor adds a comment about grain shipments. You wave a hand. Handled. Business is done before your bowels are. But you're not rushing. This is your moment. Emperors don't have to pretend they don't have biological needs. In fact, handling them with such confidence and grace is part of the image. You are human, yes, but you are the human. The one whose every bodily philosophy has been elevated into ritual. There's also an odd sort of camaraderie here. Stripped of pomp mid-defecation, everyone's a little more honest. No swords, no titles, just flesh stone and the occasional groan. You've learned more truth in this room than in 10 Senate hearings. When you're done, the sponge is handed to you on a folded cloth. You use it carefully, set it back into the vinegar bucket, and then hold out your hands. Another servant appears with a small pitcher of warm water, pouring it over your fingers as you rub them clean with a cloth soaked in hyssop and myrtle. You're not filthy, but still, symbolic cleansing must be done. Then comes the perfume. A dab of lavender oil is pressed behind your ears, along your jawline, and just a touch on your wrists. It's subtle, dignified, almost ecclesiastical. There's an ongoing historical debate about whether emperors truly used public-style latrines or had entirely separate luxurious commodes hidden deep in the palace. Some scholars believe in a private, gilded chamber with elaborate drainage and golden fixtures. Others argue that the social element of shared latrine time was too important to give up. Based on what you're currently experiencing, the truth is likely both. You have access to privacy, but you choose visibility strategically when it suits you. As you rise, your attendants move quickly. The robe is adjusted, the fold smoothed, the belt refastened. Your body is once again cloaked in status. The advisor beside you stands as well, and both of you exit the latrine with the calm grace of men who just solved a border crisis and passed a breakfast fig in the same breath. You walk into the hallway refreshed. Not just physically, but spiritually. There's something to be said for the Roman view of the body as a functioning whole, equal parts political and personal. There is no shame here, only process. Everything you've done this morning has been about preparation, ritual readiness. And now, as you make your way toward the antechamber of the baths, you're greeted by the next wave of attendants. Towels, oils, a fresh set of sandals. A musician quietly plucks at a lyre in the corner to soothe the mind, and you realise it's finally time for your first proper bath of the day. Not a rinse, not a basin splash, a full steaming social soak. You can smell the olive oil already. The path to the baths winds through a fragrant courtyard where clipped laurel bushes line a shallow reflecting pool. Doves coo lazily from the rooftop pergola, and sunlight drips through the latticework in golden shafts that make the air feel heavy and theatrical. But you're not lingering here. You glide onward, feet cushioned in soft sandals, toga wafting like a banner of indulgence. The bathhouse is calling. The entrance is carved with inscriptions praising hygiene, health, and the gods of cleanliness, Salus, Asclepius, and that smug little deity Hygeia. The doors swing open to reveal a cloud of scented steam and soft murmurs. Though this is the Emperor's private balneum, it's still a social place. High-ranking advisors, favoured poets, visiting generals, if they've been invited, they're already here, lounging half-nude in rising mist and debating military logistics between oilings. You disrobe in the apoditerium, the changing room. Attendants remove your toga with theatrical reverence, folding it immediately and placing it into a cedar-lined cabinet. The rest of your underlayers follow, and before long you're as naked as the day Rome was founded, and just as legendary, hopefully. The body has been carefully prepped for this moment. Waxed, scraped, perfumed, massaged. There's not a single hair out of place, not a callus left to embarrass you. Your skin practically glows in the flickering torchlight. An attendant steps forward with your bath shoes, thin leather soles meant to keep your feet from slipping on the warm, wet tiles. You step into them and walk toward the tepidarium, the first chamber in this time-honoured series. The air is humid and warm, like exhaling into a silk pouch. Soft steam rises from the water basin at the centre, and mosaics of nereids and dolphins writhe along the walls. You ease into the pool, sighing internally. It's just warm enough to relax the muscles without draining your will to live. Around you, conversation bubbles like the water. The general mutters about troop logistics in Germania. A philosopher strokes his beard and questions the morality of massaging the calves. You nod politely, answer when spoken to, but mostly allow the warmth to do its work. Your arms float lazily at your sides. Your hair, lightly oiled earlier, clings to your temples. You close your eyes. If divinity exists, it lives here in the steamy half-light. After 15 minutes, a slave taps gently on your shoulder. Time to move, the caldarium awaits. You rise slowly, water streaming down your skin in rivulets. A linen cloth is handed to you, not for drying, but for modesty, barely. You walk to the next chamber, and the air hits you like the inside of a kettle. The caldarium is hot, very hot. The floors are heated from beneath using the Roman hypercourse system. Fire blazing in chambers below, warming the tiles above. You can feel the heat through your soles, creeping up your legs like a slow, inevitable lava flow. The room smells of eucalyptus and lemon balm. Steam hangs thick, curling off the water surface in slow spirals. This is where the serious sweating happens, the kind of sweat that peels shame off your bones. You step into the pool slowly. It's deeper here, hotter, and it takes a moment to adjust. Your skin prickles, then relaxes. The heat penetrates every layer of you. This is not a casual soak. This is rebirth by boiling. Slaves stand nearby with strigils, curved bronze tools used to scrape oil and sweat from the skin. No soap here. Soap is for the uncultured. Romans clean themselves by coating the body in scented oil, letting the pores open in the heat, and then dragging the mixture of grime and oil off with metal scrapers. It sounds barbaric, but it works. And besides, you're not doing it yourself. One strigil servant begins with your shoulders, dipping his tool in warm oil before spreading it across your skin, then scraping in slow, firm lines. You can see the residue gather at the edge of the tool, shiny, brownish, and definitely not something you want to think about too hard. Every scrape feels like a rebirth. Dirt, dead skin, leftover politics, all gone. Here's a weird bit of history for your next trivia night. Some Roman elites saved the strigil scrapings and sold them as ointments or aphrodisiacs. Yes, that means somewhere, someone out there rubbed a mixture of imperial armpit oil and elbow gunk onto themselves, hoping to get lucky. That's ancient capitalism for you. Once your entire body has been scraped and re-oiled, a second slave steps in with a fresh linen cloth and pats you dry. This is where you start to feel lighter, less like a human and more like a stylized marble statue. Every contour smooth, every joint relaxed, every pore breathing. After the caldarium, you shuffle toward the frigidarium, the cold plunge, and you're already dreading it. This chamber is a stark contrast. No steam, no warmth, just a large pool of icy water surrounded by white marble. Decorative dolphins leap across the walls as if to mock you. You steel yourself, exhale, and step in. The cold clamps down on your chest, warms, your breath shortens, and for a brief moment you think, this is how I die. But you don't. Your blood rushes inward, your skin tightens, and your senses snap into crystal clarity. It's awful and amazing. The cold plunge is brief, just long enough to seal in the benefits of the hot soak, tighten your skin, and prove you're still tougher than any senator who whines about bath temperatures. When you emerge, you feel reborn. Again, every cell reset, every muscle buzzing with post-bath euphoria. You're wrapped in a dry linen sheet. Another splash of floral oil is dabbed behind your ears, and a light dusting of perfumed powder finishes the experience. Your hair is combed gently. Your sandals are returned, warm from the brazier. And just like that, you're ready to re-enter the world. Smooth, refreshed, and lightly steaming like a pastry fresh from the oven. Politics? Bring them. Assassins? Let them try. You've just had your bath. You exit the bath house like a god reborn, skin glistening, posture impossibly upright, radiating that smug, slow-burning confidence that only comes from being a freshly exfoliated autocrat. Every pore has been opened and resealed. Every muscle has been steamed, scraped, and massaged back into order. But just as you step across the threshold into the marbled hallway, an unspoken truth looms over your shining shoulders. No matter how divine you look, you are not finished until you've done the one thing every Roman must do. Pay your respects to the imperial toilet. Yes, it's time once again for the second most awkward part of your day. You make your way to the inner latrine, this time located off the baths, a sort of post-bathroom bathroom, because even in Rome, you can never be too clean or too regular. Unlike your earlier communal latrine, this one is a little more exclusive, fewer advisors, more mosaics, the same cold stone seating situation, though now polished to a gleam and warmed by proximity to the hypercourse beneath your feet. Still, it's a public experience, just upgraded. The attendant helps remove your linen wrap and arranges your toga so it doesn't trail tragically into unfortunate places. You sit again. Familiar sensation. New setting. Steam lingers from the baths, giving the room a hazy, dreamlike quality, except for the unmistakable scent of vinegar and ancient plumbing. This part of hygiene is so routine, so ingrained, that you no longer think of it as awkward. You think of it as efficient. It's also a perfect excuse to be out of the formal chambers a little longer. Another tessorium, your own again, is presented in a bronze basin. It's a fresh one, recently soaked in hot vinegar water and rubbed with salt to keep it clean. The handle is carved from olive wood, burnished smooth from use, and the sponge itself smells faintly of rosemary. You don't want to think about how many people are involved in keeping your bottom clean, but let's just say it takes a team. A highly trained, weirdly proud team. There's an entire profession in Rome for sponge maintenance, lavators, men who specialise in cleansing and replacing sponge sticks for wealthy clients. They carry buckets, vinegar and fresh-cut sea sponges from Sicily. You've never spoken to yours. You assume he's competent because you've never gotten a rash. That's as much credit as anyone gets in that line of work. While you go about your business, quietly, elegantly, another attendant fans you lightly with a palm leaf and another one reads a passage from Virgil's Georgics in a slow, measured tone. You're not really listening. You're mostly timing your exit so that you don't overlap with the junior consul who's scheduled to use this room next. If anyone sees you leaving as he enters, they'll both try to politicize the moment. The emperor leaves and the young consul enters. Is it symbolic? You can already hear them whispering. Once finished, you rise, sponge returned to its vinegar bath, hands extended. Another warm rinse, this time with rose water and a hint of mint. Your fingers are massaged lightly as they're dried, then dusted with powder to absorb any residual moisture. The result? You smell amazing again, from every angle. But there's one more level of dental and oral hygiene that follows the bath and second elimination ritual, the midday mouth treatment. You're guided to a small side room, one you've walked past 100 times without much thought. Inside is a narrow bench and a polished bronze dish filled with crushed myrrh, fennel seed, and dried thyme. A slave grinds this mixture into a finer powder and pours it into a cup of warm water. You gargle, you swish, you grimace. It tastes like drinking a spice rack, but it strips away any lingering sourness from the vinegar rinse life you lead. Then, as a final absurd flourish, you chew on a sliver of orris root, a dried piece of iris rhizome that acts like breath mint jerky. It's bitter, but your breath now smells like a meadow full of angry herbs. Success. Now the next part of your hygiene regimen may not make sense to a modern brain, but here it is anyway. The public airing of your toga. Yes, the one you're currently wearing. You're led to a shaded veranda where two attendants gently undrape the outer folds of your toga and hold them open to the breeze. It's not about drying, you're not wet. It's about airing out the garment, keeping it crisp, and letting the linen breathe. It also gives any perfumed dust clinging to it a second chance to settle properly. And frankly, it's a small display of wealth. Who else has time to let 4 slaves flap their robe into shape for 10 minutes while they sip diluted wine? While your toga flutters gently in the breeze like a surrendering flag, another servant touches up your face with a soft cloth, blotting any sweat, fixing the lead-based powder foundation, and reapplying a faint pink flush made from crushed poppy petals and iron oxide. The cosmetic application is subtle, barely visible, just enough to give you the glow of someone who doesn't work, worry, or sleep poorly. The Emperor must look serene at all times, even after a bowel movement. Now fully reassembled and moderately caffeinated by a sip of spiced wine, You walk with ease through the palace gardens, where other members of your court are just beginning to stir. You pass a few statues. The marble eyes seem to follow you. You give them a little smirk. They haven't had their second rinse yet. As you move toward the midday meal, attendants hover nearby with bowls of perfumed water in case you want a pre-lunch hand wash, which you always do, because nothing says ruler of the civilized world like the smell of fig blossoms and orange oil drifting from your knuckles. And just before you sit for your light meal of olives, goat cheese, and honey-drizzled dates, the hygiene steward approaches and whispers, "The cosmetic slaves have prepared the imperial eyeliner." You raise one brow, not today perhaps, but maybe tomorrow. A little kohl around the eyes does wonders for courtroom lighting. The midday meal is light, fragrant, and strangely focused on your breath. You sit at a shaded marble table beneath the palace's inner portico, where ivy crawls up trellised columns and fountains murmur in the background like gossipy spirits. The air is cool and perfumed. Your personal staff burned bay leaves and juniper an hour ago to purify the wind before your arrival. Apparently even air must be trained to behave around you. You don't eat much, just enough to keep the stomach quiet and the breath sweet. A handful of olives, a few slices of goat cheese rubbed with thyme, and a bowl of dates soaked in rosewater, which melt in your mouth like perfumed jelly. Between bites you sip watered wine laced with mint and crushed fennel, which your physician assures you will quell stomach demons. You assume he means gas, but he has a flair for the dramatic. Either way, it works. As you chew, another small ritual takes place. The midday dental refresh. A slave approaches with a polished wooden tray bearing 2 items, a length of cinnamon bark to chew, and a cup of pinkish liquid known as lamentum. It's a rinse made from boiled rose petals, red wine, and a dash of vinegar. You swish it thoughtfully, the bitterness scraping away the last traces of cheese and fig. You spit delicately into a wide bronze basin shaped like a lion's maw. It growls silently back. Then comes the cinnamon bark. You chew it slowly, letting the spicy, sweet oil seep across your tongue and up into your sinuses. It clears the palate, awakens the brain, and most importantly, sweetens the breath. The imperial mouth must never smell of fish or onions, though ironically, you eat both frequently. Hence all the fragrant food rituals. Romans might not know about microbes, but they understand very well the politics of odour. There's something oddly luxurious about how much thought goes into your breath. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about dominance. You speak into the faces of ambassadors. You breathe in the ears of senators who wait for your approval like priests before an altar. One whiff of garlic or decay and the spell would break. No, your mouth must speak with the fragrance of divinity, or at least of someone who can afford imported spices. Here's your quirky historical gem of the day. Some Romans, especially among the elite, paid enormous sums for exotic spices not just for food, but for chewing. Cinnamon, cloves, even cardamom, all used to freshen the breath before public appearances. There are records of emperors carrying small gold boxes filled with chewing bark, and even commissioning jewel-encrusted toothpicks. Yes, flossing by bling, fashion and function. Once the meal ends, your hands are rinsed in a shallow bowl of water infused with orange blossoms. A linen towel is brought to you, embroidered with your personal crest, a flying eagle clutching a laurel branch. You dry your hands slowly, letting the attendants remove any final stickiness from your fingers. Then just as you prepare to leave, another slave offers you a small wax tablet. On it is a note from the palace perfumer. "New fragrance blend prepared for your inspection," it reads. Includes extract of bergamot, saffron, and a touch of wild pear. You arch an eyebrow. Wild pear? Bold. It'd make a mental note to sample it after your next bath. Maybe save it for a festival, or an execution, and scent and memory are tied after all. But now comes perhaps the oddest and most invasive ritual of imperial hygiene, the midday urination. Not because you're full, not because you're pressed for time, but because your physician insists it's necessary for balance. That's right, scheduled urination, like a military maneuver. The theory, according to Gluttonous medicine, is that regular elimination is the mark of a well-tuned body. If you wait too long, you risk upsetting the flow of humours, especially the yellow bile. So here you are again, being guided back to a quiet side room, where a beautifully sculpted urinal amphora awaits. It looks more like a ceremonial wine vessel than a bathroom receptacle. That's intentional. You relieve yourself under the watchful eyes of no one, but you know the urine will be collected. Not for disposal, for analysis. The palace physician will inspect its colour, clarity, even smell. Pale gold means good digestion. Dark amber suggests stress or excessive wine. Cloudy, possible demonic possession. Okay, maybe not demons, but you get the point. Scholars still debate how accurate these urine readings were, but what's clear is that the practice was widespread and taken very seriously. There are even surviving charts comparing shades of urine to different conditions, like a very unappetizing paint swatch booklet. And as emperor, your bodily outputs are considered state intelligence. You could almost call it liquid espionage. Once you've finished, the urinal is capped and taken away discreetly by a eunuch whose entire job is to carry royal urine without judgment. You wash your hands again, another soft rinse in floral water, another linen towel, another dab of scent. This time, lemon oil with a hint of cedar. You step outside into the warm courtyard, blinking in the midday sun. The palace hums with quiet activity. Scribes rushing between chambers, servants adjusting statues, gardeners clipping hedges into the shape of mythological beasts. You walk past them, smooth and glowing, your breath like a scented scroll and your bladder as empty as the treasury during a military parade. And just when you think the grooming cycle might actually finally be slowing down, a chamberlain approaches with a bow. "Master of grooming requests your presence for afternoon oculus cleaning," he says, not meeting your eyes. You blink. Of course, eyeball hygiene. You rub your temples, carefully, so as not to smudge your blush, and nod. Send him in. Because in Rome, even your eyeballs must be clean enough to rule the world. You're back in your private chamber, seated on a cushioned bench carved from African ivory and inlaid with gold leaf, because there's no such thing as too much when it comes to keeping your eyeballs clean. The chamber is dim, not for atmosphere, but for practicality. Bright light makes the eye water, and watery eyes make the emperor look like he's emotionally vulnerable, which is absolutely unacceptable, even during something as invasive as oculus maintenance. The master of grooming enters with the reverence of a man who understands that one wrong poke to the ruler's retina could end in either a demotion or a surprise bath with bricks. He's tall, thin, with fingers like spider legs and a belt pouch full of tiny spoons, vials, and soft cloths. He bows without a word, then gestures for you to tilt your head back. You comply, your eyes blinking lazily as he begins his ritual. First, he places a few drops of a solution, probably something made from rosewater and boiled fennel, onto your closed eyelids. It's cool, soothing, and smells faintly of licorice. You feel a single droplet trickle down your temple. A slave steps in and dabs it away before it can reach your jawline. Precision matters, every drop accounted for. Next comes the warm compress. A square of wool soaked in chamomile tea is folded neatly and pressed against each eye. You sit like that for a few minutes, hands resting on your knees, looking like a well-oiled statue at a spa. The heat draws out any dust or dryness from the earlier bath, or from squinting too hard during morning scroll reading. You think about all the other emperors who probably sat here like this, blindfolded in luxury, trusting some guy with a pouch of tiny scoops to keep their vision imperial. Once the compress is removed, the master uses a feather-thin ivory rod to gently lift your upper eyelid. One of those actions that feels too intimate for the hour of day. With the rod, he flicks out a speck of grit and deposits it on a small cloth like he's just discovered a rare gem. Then he does the other eye. No conversation, just clinical artistry. And here's your quirky fact of the day. Romans believed the eye was a direct pathway to one's internal balance. If your eyes were red or itchy, it wasn't just a health issue. It was a moral one. Red eyes suggested overindulgence, or worse, suppressed emotion. You couldn't very well lead the known world while looking like you'd been crying over a dropped fig. Hence the maintenance. After the grit removal, the cleansing continues with a cottony swab soaked in an infusion of marigold and donkey milk. Yes, donkey milk, supposedly restorative and also very on-brand for Roman beauty treatments. The swab is gently rolled along the rims of your eyes, wiping away the faintest traces of fatigue, dried tears, or, gods forbid, sweat. Your vision blurs for a moment from all the moisture, but then returns sharper than before, like the whole room's been freshly etched. Finally, a micro drop of oil is placed in each eye, sweet almond or perhaps poppy seed. It adds sheen and prevents irritation, and just like that, your ocular spa day is complete. You blink a few times, eyes glimmering like wet gems under the filtered light, and nod your approval. The master of grooming bows again and withdraws silently. You lean back, blinking slowly, savouring the feeling of your refreshed vision. Everything seems crisper. The world feels manageable. You could probably read 6 scrolls before dinner now and not even need a nap. But the day marches on, and so does your hygiene regimen. Another servant appears and whispers, "It is time for the afternoon oiling." Of course it is, because after all that bathing and powdering, your skin must now be re-moisturised to maintain the perfect imperial glow. You're led back into a side chamber filled with sunlight slanting through latticed windows. 3 oil slaves await you, each with a different vial in hand. One filled with warmed olive oil, another with rose-infused almond oil, and the last, a specialty blend of pomegranate seed and a trace of saffron. Each is for a different part of the body: limbs, torso, and face. No, they are not interchangeable. That would be chaos. You sit again on a low marble stool as they begin. The first slave oils your arms and shoulders, working the olive oil in slow circular motions from wrist to bicep. Your muscles hum faintly under the pressure. The second focuses on your legs, especially the calves and thighs, kneading the almond oil until your skin shines like newly minted coin. The third, with the smallest and most delicate hands, massages the saffron oil into your temples, your cheekbones, the slope of your neck. There's no conversation, only the sound of hands moving across flesh and the faint burble of a fountain somewhere nearby. It feels almost religious, this level of care, this many people attending to your skin as though you were a statue being constantly repaired. Fun fact, oiling wasn't just for hydration. In Rome, oiling was believed to fortify the skin against infection, ward off illness, and even protect against aging. It was medicine and beauty rolled into one, and for someone in your position, appearing ageless is not just vanity, it's a political strategy. When the oiling is done, you are gently dusted once more with fine powder, this time mixed with a ground laurel leaf to enhance your scent and keep the shine under control. You don't want to look greasy, you want to look divine. The mirror is brought in, bronze, oval, polished to a near reflective sheen. You check your reflection, noting the luminous skin, the clear eyes, the sculpted hairline. You don't look like a man burdened with empire, you look like something carved by Hephaestus and oiled by angels. Then, as if summoned by the gods of excess, a page boy appears with your mid-afternoon sandals. Different from your morning pair, these are softer, more decorative, dyed wine red and lined with fleece. You step into them. Your feet, recently powdered and lightly massaged, fit perfectly. Now, oiled, fragrant, eyes bright and posture perfect, you're ready to return to the day's affairs. Scrolls to read, scribes to dictate, enemies to charm. But first, a final spritz of myrrh water behind your ears, always behind the ears, and as you pass down the colonnade toward the Hall of Justice, a thought flits across your mind like a breeze. You may be the most powerful man in the world, but what you really are is moisturized. You cross the mosaic-tiled floor of the imperial colonnade, every footfall a silent, sandal-soft declaration of how deeply pampered you've become. But you're not headed toward politics or philosophy now. There's another destination calling you, one that makes every Roman's day feel complete, whether senator or slave. It's time for the bath again. Yes, the second bath of the day. This one is less formal than the earlier ritual cleansing. That bath was all discipline and dignity, a curated stripping down of grime and stress. This bath, this is leisure, afternoon softness, the kind of thing one earns after a long morning of olive oiling, breath freshening and eye irrigation. Your body is clean, but now it's time for your soul to catch up. You enter the bath complex through a quieter passage this time, the servant doors tucked between towering cypress trees. The domed ceiling of the balneum seems to open up like a sky, painted with zodiac constellations and flying figures. The sunlight filters through high slats and lands on the water in gentle dappled waves. This isn't just a bath, it's a lullaby made of steam. Attendants undress you again, but this time the gesture feels casual. You're relaxed, slightly flushed from the oils, and move easily into the warm air of the tepidarium. The water here is just above body temperature, inviting you to melt rather than brace. You slip into it slowly, feeling the heat creep across your limbs like velvet fog. No advisors, no generals, no poets in this one. Just you and a few chosen favourites. Maybe your youngest cousin who says too much. A trusted old friend from your early legions, and the palace cook who somehow earned your affection through sheer skill with the spiced lentils. Here, rank fades slightly. You're all lounging in a great stone tub with carved dolphins on the edge and laurel leaf tiles underfoot, passing time like you have eternity to kill. This is where the odd little details emerge. Someone humming a melody from the provinces, another retelling a vulgar joke about a merchant and an angry goose, and you gently stretching each limb beneath the water to feel where tension still clings. One of the attendants offers you a bowl of fig and honey paste, not to eat, to smear on your face. You accept, because why not? The paste is thick and warm, sweet-scented and grainy. It gets rubbed into your skin by a patient hand, then left to sit while you lean against the side of the pool, breathing in eucalyptus and lemon. After 10 minutes, it's wiped away with a cloth soaked in milk and mint. Your skin feels absurdly soft, borderline irresponsible. You look like a man with no concept of manual labour. Mission accomplished. Now comes the final stage of this bath, the oil scraping. Again, but gentler this time. A strigil is brought out. Not bronze like the mornings, but carved from ivory, its edge rounded smooth. Warm oil is poured over your shoulders, your chest, your arms, and then scraped away with slow, sweeping strokes. There's no dirt left, really. Just oil, sweat, and a bit of fig residue. But the act is sacred, ritualistic. You're not cleaning anymore. You're being returned to your element, smooth, fragrant, and immune to the filth of politics. Here's your fringe fact of the day. Romans actually viewed oil scraping as a mark of civilization. To be unstrigiled was almost as bad as being unshaven or barefoot. The state even subsidized access to strigils in some public baths, treating it as a kind of moral hygiene. There were rumours, probably false, that emperors could recognize criminals in disguise based purely on their lack of strigil polish. Whether myth or truth, you'd never risk appearing without that final oil-line shimmer. Once scraped and rinsed again with lukewarm water, you enter the final chamber, the frigidarium. You've done this already once today, but now it's gentler. Just a few seconds in the cool pool to close the pores, revive the senses, and convince your body not to sink into total sleep. You submerge, emerge, and exhale. Your scalp tingles. Your shoulders feel weightless. Even your ears feel clean. Wrapped in a fresh linen sheet, you're escorted to the drying platform. Not a towel, not a bench, a platform. Warmed from beneath, padded with wool, and angled just so, it allows you to recline like a piece of art awaiting display. 2 attendants use separate cloths, one for your torso, one for the rest, because cross-contamination is unacceptable and you're not trying to smell like foot polish. Then comes the optional part, the powdered rub. You nod, of course. They dust you in a blend of fine ground iris root and powdered citrus peel. It absorbs moisture and makes you smell like a meadow that got lost in a spice market. You let them brush it into your hairline, your chest, your calves. Every inch of you hums with attention. Your skin sings like a lyre string. By the time you're standing again, feet sheathed in dry sandals and a soft tunic back in place, you're a masterpiece. The glow, the scent, the quiet inner warmth. You're not just presentable, you're immortal, or at least you look like you might be. You exit the bath with your tiny entourage, the linen sheet folded reverently behind you like a sacred scroll. The palace halls feel cooler now, the marble underfoot smoother, the air lighter. You float through them with the gait of a man whose insides are as clean as his outsides, and then, from nowhere, your physician appears again. "The leechman is here," he says gently. "Shall I show him in?" You sigh, because of course the leechman is here. It's time to balance your humours, which means it's time for bloodletting. So much for the good mood. You're escorted to the leech chamber. Yes, an actual room dedicated to medieval vampirism, because even emperors must occasionally bleed for balance. It's not your favourite part of the day. In fact, it ranks somewhere between stepping on amphorishards barefoot and hearing senators argue about tax grain policy. But here you are, clean, luminous, deeply moisturised, and about to get suctioned by tiny aquatic worms. The chamber is darker than the rest of the palace, lit only by oil lamps whose smoke curls in thin threads toward the domed ceiling. It smells faintly of salt water and iron, like a fish market in the rain, and you already know what's waiting. A large bronze basin filled with tepid water and leeches the size of modest fingers, all wriggling and coiling like the world's worst spaghetti. Their handler stands nearby, hooded, hunched, with pale, veined hands and a damp apron that tells you he's already seen someone else today. Lucky you're not first. "Back or arm today, Dominus?" he asks, in a voice like wet parchment. You consider. Arms are more discreet, easier to conceal under your tunic. But the back has fewer nerve endings. You go with the arm. He nods solemnly, like you've passed some kind of unspoken test. You sit on a low carved stool and extend your left arm, rolling up your tunic sleeve while trying not to make direct eye contact with the basin of squirming teeth tubes. A small cup of warm water is poured over the skin to wake the blood, followed by a quick wipe of basil oil, not for hygiene, just for the smell. Then the leech is selected, delicately plucked from the basin using a flat-bone spatula and placed onto your forearm with reverent precision. It slithers for a second, then latches. You feel a pinch, not unlike a bee sting softened by indifference, then almost nothing. It starts feeding slowly, rhythmically, as your blood begins to flow into its translucent body. It pulses in time with your heartbeat. Delightful. Another one is applied to your wrist, then a third just below the elbow. You sit there completely still as 3 leeches siphon away what your physician has declared excessive bile. Because, according to Roman medicine, you are a miniature universe of fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. When any one of them overwhelms the others, things go haywire. Mood swings, headaches, too much ambition, or not enough. Today's diagnosis: you've been looking too intense in public. The solution? Drain a little blood, let the body cool. Here's the weird historical truth. They actually believed this worked. Not just peasants or back-alley quacks, but elite Roman physicians, people trained in the teachings of Hippocrates and Galen. And sometimes it did help, at least symptomatically. A fever might drop, swelling might go down, but they didn't understand the why, so instead they leaned on elaborate rituals like this one, where 3 leeches slurp you back into equilibrium. The leech handler watches closely. If one gets lazy or sluggish, he removes it and replaces it with a fresh recruit. Your blood is royal, yes, but apparently it's also demanding. Minutes pass. You feel a growing tightness in your arm, then a strange lightness in your chest, like a faint floating sensation. You don't like it, but you don't fear it either. You've done this before, more times than you can count. The key is to keep your gaze forward and your breathing steady. Don't watch the leeches swell like wine bladders. Don't think about where they'll go afterward. You distract yourself with a mental inventory of your fragrance schedule. Today you're wearing rose lavender in the morning, cedar mint after lunch. Tomorrow, maybe saffron citrus. You'll rotate sandalwood back in next week for the festival. That's calming. Once the leeches have had their fill, and they always know when, they let go. They just drop. Plop into the waiting dish with a heavy, satisfied thunk. Each of them now bloated, dark and shimmering with your imperial essence. The handler scoops them up like precious gems, places them into a cloth pouch, and murmurs something about letting them rest. You try not to imagine what that entails. Your arm is wiped clean, the puncture sites pressed gently with wool, soaked in cold vinegar to stop the bleeding. Then comes the myrrh salve, a thick, resinous balm dabbed carefully over the wounds to ward off infection and keep the skin from scarring. You're not a gladiator. You don't get to have rough edges. You flex your fingers, test your grip, you feel lighter, calmer even, possibly a little dizzy. Someone offers you a sip of watered pomegranate juice laced with a bit of honey and saffron. It's sharp and sweet, grounding. A small part of you hates that this ridiculous procedure might actually have worked. As you stand, a physician steps forward to inspect your colouring. He peers at your eyes, touches your temple, checks your pulse with 2 fingers and a solemn face. "Much better," he murmurs. "Your humours are nearly aligned." Nearly. You resist the urge to ask if he wants to bleed you again before dinner. Here's another little debate for you. Scholars still aren't sure how often emperors did this. Some suggest weekly bloodletting was common. Others think it was more seasonal, used to combat heat fatigue or spring fever. What's agreed upon is that emperors did something to manage their image of health, and bloodletting, while gruesome, was deeply tied to ideas of purification and virtue. And virtue, you now realise, is exhausting. You're dressed in a loose, soft robe for the afternoon, a casual garment compared to your toga. dyed a warm ochre and belted loosely at the waist. It's breathable, good for blood loss recovery and looking introspective while reclining with scribes. Your sandals are swapped out for soft slippers lined with fur. A small cushion is tucked under your elbow as you're led to the atrium. Because after all that, it's time for a snack. Just a small one, some candied fennel seeds, a spoonful of almond paste, maybe a date soaked in sweet wine. Nothing heavy, just enough to settle your stomach and freshen your breath. Again. As you nibble, your thoughts return to the afternoon. What next? Another fragrance trial? A third bath? Perhaps a new lotion from the East? You're open. After all, when hygiene is power, indulgence is policy, you recline on a cushioned divan in your private garden loggia, nibbling on a wine-soaked date that tastes like liquefied velvet, and watching a bee drunkenly circle the rim of your cup. Your robe hangs loosely, your feet are up, and the breeze is just right, the kind that smells faintly of sun-warmed stone and lavender blossoms. You're still technically recovering from being partially drained by aquatic worms, so your attendants are giving you space, but not too much. A cushion is adjusted here, a goblet refilled there, even your leisure is choreographed. You don't plan to move for a while, which is exactly why the next part of your hygiene ritual is going to be especially annoying, the cold plunge and cloak up. You hear the light footsteps before the announcement comes. A steward in a purple-trimmed tunic bows at the threshold of the loggia. Dominus, the cold plunge is prepared. Of course it is. You exhale softly, not quite a sigh. Emotions, even mild irritation, must be expressed with restraint, and rise from your reclining position. Slippers are slid onto your feet. The robe is straightened. Another sip of diluted wine. Then you're off to meet the chill. The plunge pool isn't far, set in a small alcove just beyond the garden. It's a deep square basin carved from polished green-veined marble, and the water, drawn from a nearby spring, is cold enough to offend the soul. You've stepped into it before and sworn you could feel your ancestors flinch, but tradition demands it. After bloodletting, after a long day of oils and warmth, the cold restores balance, allegedly. 2 bath attendants are waiting by the pool with folded linen towels and oil-soaked cloths. The surface of the water is glass smooth, disturbed only by the occasional falling leaf. You step forward, drop the robe, and descend slowly. No fanfare, just a series of small miserable choices leading to full-body submersion. The water bites, immediately. Your skin clenches, your heart skips like a badly played lyre. You grit your teeth and keep going until you're neck-deep, arms floating beside you, breath coming in shallow pools. The world sharpens around the edges. Every cell in your body screams, "What did we do to deserve this?" But then comes the shift. Your blood races, your mind clears. You feel more alert, more present, less like a feather caught in perfumed wind and more like a man again, albeit a man who willingly subjected himself to 1,000 discomforts in the name of balance. You dunk your head once, briefly, just enough to wet your hair and seal the process. When you emerge, your skin is pale, your muscles taut and your pulse hammering in your ears. You feel new, or maybe just cold. Either way, the ritual is complete. The attendants move quickly. One wraps a pre-warmed linen towel around your shoulders, the other hands you a smaller one for your hair. You pat, never rub, friction is the enemy of glowing skin. A little more saffron oil is dabbed along your temples, a dusting of rice powder is pressed into your chest and collarbones to absorb the chill. It's not just about comfort, it's about maintaining the look of invincibility, even when your body is actively trying to curl into a fetal ball. Now comes the cloak. The cloak is not just any garment, it's a woolen pallium, dyed imperial crimson and trimmed with gold thread, woven in Alexandria and soft enough to convince you that clouds are real and wearable. It's not meant for warmth, though it helps. It's meant for presence. 2 wardrobe slaves assist with the draping, careful to create the exact number of folds along your left shoulder and to pin the golden clasp just so. The cloak is designed to billow gently as you walk, to suggest movement even when you're standing still. You glance at your reflection in a silver mirror, regal, refreshed, not a single hair out of place. There's something about Roman cloaks. They tell people what kind of man you are. A senator's might be stiff and sensible. A general's might be weathered and blood-stained for effect. Yours says, "I have 12 people working around the clock to make sure my knees never touch cold stone." Now dressed, dry and radiating with a faint scent of cypress and clean wool, you walk slowly along the garden path. Your cloak sways gently behind you. The sandals on your feet are new, soft leather, dyed to match your robe, and lined with rabbit fur, because apparently someone thinks you haven't suffered enough joy today. You pass through the atrium again, where a few scribes sit ready with scrolls, but you wave them off. Not yet. The cold plunge must settle. You are not just a man, you're a humorally balanced organism in need of 5 minutes of sun and silence. And here's your historical oddity for today. Roman cold plunges were thought to close the pores after bathing and prevent wind sickness, a vague catch-all term that included chills, rheumatism and bad moods. Scholars still argue over whether there was any real benefit. Some say it helped circulation, others say it was pure bravado. What's undeniable is the image it projected: discipline, self-control, endurance, no matter how many fig pastes you smeared on your cheeks earlier. As you stand beneath the pergola, sun drying the last of the water from your hair, a servant approaches quietly with a bronze tray. On it, a small bowl of fig preserves and a sliver of cheese wrapped in grape leaves. You accept the snack like it's a sacrament. And then, just as you take the first bite, the same steward who summoned you to the cold plunge reappears. He bows. "Dominus, the footmen are prepared." You blink. "Footmen?" "Yes, Dominus, the cleansing of your imperial souls." Of course, because even your feet, wrapped in rabbit fur and sandal leather, require daily penance. You toss the grape leaf aside, straighten your cloak, and march gracefully, fragrantly toward the next temple of hygiene. Because when you rule the world, not even your toes are left to chance. The footmen await you in a quiet annex off the eastern wing of the palace, a small sunlit chamber with floors tiled in patterns of ivy leaves and coiling vines, each stem made from green glazed stone imported from Cyprus. The air smells faintly of thyme, lavender, and something sharper, a crushed pine resin maybe. You're not entirely sure, but you know one thing: your feet are about to receive more attention than the average senator does in a fiscal crisis. You sit on the edge of a cushioned bench draped in white linen, lifting your freshly fur-lined sandals from your feet with the kind of grace only possible after 30 years of being undressed by other people. A footman steps forward, barefoot, silent, focused. He bows deeply, then begins by inspecting your soles like a jeweller appraising gems. This is not an ordinary cleaning. This is preservation. Your feet, despite never having touched unpaved earth since you were a child, endure more than you'd like to admit. Walks through sprawling gardens, slow processionals on stone roads, and, worst of all, standing for long speeches while pretending to care about grain tributes from Sicily. They may be covered in softest goat leather and bathed twice daily, but they are still human feet, and Rome demands they stay as close to divine as possible. The first step is the soak. 2 shallow bronze basins are brought forward, filled with warm water steeped in rosemary, bay leaves, and orange peels. The scent is so strong it makes your eyes flutter closed for a second. You lower your feet into the basin, and the warmth rushes up your calves like a blessing. The footmen, 1 per leg, begin a gentle cleanse, lifting each foot slightly to scrub it with linen pads dipped in a grainy soap paste made of olive oil, fine sand, and powdered citrus rind. Soap in the Roman world isn't always soap the way you might imagine. It's abrasive, sure, but also fragrant. The goal isn't lather, it's exfoliation. You don't want bubbles, you want results. Once the grime of the day, imaginary as it may be, is scrubbed away, your feet are lifted carefully from the basin and placed on soft wool towels. Another slave kneels with a small knife and begins trimming the nails, not just cutting them, but shaping them rounded at the edges, flat across the top, just like every emperor before you. The trimmings are swept away instantly, like they might hold secrets. Then come the pumice stones. Rounded, worn, smooth, warmed slightly, by resting near the brazier. They're rubbed across the heels, arches and balls of your feet in careful rhythmic circles. Dead skin flakes away like weathered stone, revealing softness beneath. It's a deeply weird feeling, somewhere between being tickled and slowly ground into perfection. You maintain a neutral expression, but your toes twitch once, just once. The footman pretends not to notice. And then, the oiling. You know the drill. Warm almond oil is poured onto the palms of each attendant and gently worked into your skin, massaged into every crease and joint. The arches are kneaded with the thumbs, the toes rotated gently, the heel pressed with just enough pressure to make you wonder if this is still hygiene or something more spiritual. Your legs go a little slack. You exhale slowly through your nose. If you didn't know better, you'd swear this was a religious rite. In fact, it kind of is. Romans believed that the feet reflected the whole body. A healthy foot meant a healthy man. That's why wealthy citizens, even non-emperors, routinely employed professional footmen, some of whom trained for years to master the precise pressure needed to stimulate everything from digestion to sleep. There were even handbooks, literally scrolls full of foot care techniques, diagrams of toe alignments, and lists of which oils cooled which humours. You once saw one. You didn't finish it. The diagrams were unsettling. As the massage continues, you drift. Not asleep, but into that hazy middle place where thought and sensation blur. You think about how ridiculous it is, how utterly unnecessary and decadent it all is. And yet you also think about what would happen if you didn't do this. If you walked into the Senate with cracked heels or dirt beneath your toenails, there would be whispers, judgments. No matter how many armies you command or provinces you rule, one visible callus could unravel it all. This is not luxury, it's armour. Finally, the oil is wiped away with fresh linen, and your feet are powdered, lightly, with crushed iris and laurel leaf to prevent sweating. You inhale, and even the powder smells expensive. The footmen inspect their work one last time, and only then do they nod and step back. Now comes the footwear. You're not going back into your daily sandals, not after this. Instead, a fresh pair of campaghi, simple soft-soled slippers worn indoors, are brought forward. They're lined with woven linen and just tight enough to make your feet feel hugged, but not suffocated. The straps are fastened by hand, wrapped precisely twice around the ankle, then tucked beneath the sole. No buckles, no fuss. Pure, effortless elegance. And here's your quirky historical tidbit. Foot fashion was serious business in Rome. Senators wore black shoes, generals wore red, emperors, you had options. Today's choice, cream-coloured minimalist, lightly perfumed, is meant to signal peace, stability, and the fact that you absolutely have someone who oils your feet daily. Once standing, you do a small, almost imperceptible stretch. Just to check. No tightness, no aches, your feet are soft, warm, slightly scented, and ready to glide across marble without making a sound. The chamberlain enters. Dominus, the hygiene steward reports that the undergarments have been aired and the tunic pressed. A pause. Also, a physician has asked whether you'd like another mouth rinse before your next meeting. You shake your head gently. No, I'm properly fragrant for now. Very good, he says, bowing. You exit the foot chamber not as a man, but as an event. The walls seem to part for you. Your steps are silent. Every inch of you, a hair, eyes, skin, toes, has been purified, anointed, and carefully presented to the world. And yet, the next chamber awaits. You can already hear the faint rustling of linen being unfolded, and the slow, rhythmic clinking of silver scent bottles. It's time to talk about underwear. The linen chamber is tucked behind a pair of understated wooden doors that somehow still manage to feel regal, likely because they're carved with scenes of Hercules heroically folding laundry. You step inside and the air shifts. It's cooler here, drier, and smells unmistakably of starch and violet water. This is where your undergarments are stored, aired, and, in a sense, worship. It's the Vatican of loincloths. The moment you enter, 3 attendants bow and begin unfolding what is essentially your royal underwear. But of course, they don't call it that. The garment has a formal name, subligaculum, and it is presented to you with the same gravity as a general handing over a battle map. The fabric is fine linen, bleached until nearly translucent, and trimmed at the seams with a delicate line of embroidery, your initials entwined with laurels and doves, because even your groin deserves a crest. Today's undergarment has been pressed with a heated glass orb and lightly scented with rose-infused vinegar, then stored overnight in a cedar box alongside pouches of dried marjoram. It's soft, light, and still warm from the stone slab where it rested for airing. It is, in a word, perfect. Or at least as perfect as something can be before being wedged beneath your toga all afternoon. An attendant kneels to guide your legs through, while another steadies your balance. The cloth is drawn up carefully, tucked and folded, never bunched, then tied at the hips with narrow braided cords. They make one complete loop, pull tight with a gentle tug, and knot off with silent efficiency. No words are exchanged. Underwear is serious business. Next comes the tunic, a simple pale garment that goes over the subligaculum, hanging to just below the knee. This is your home tunic, meant to be worn beneath official robes or lounging garments. It has short sleeves, a square neckline, and is made from Egyptian linen so fine it's nearly liquid in texture. You raise your arms, they slide it on, you lower them. The tunic settles into place with the ease of something made specifically for your body, which it was. Each one is tailored to your exact dimensions and adjusted every season. You don't grow, of course. That would imply imperfection. But sometimes the wind changes and the tunic must change with it. The hem is adjusted, the belt is tied, a wide sash today, burgundy with golden thread, knotted at your left hip. Then the final touches, a flick of a lint brush made from goose feathers across the chest, a smoothing of the collar, and a very light misting of cypress water from a tiny flask. It smells green and clean like sunlit wood. You breathe it in, the scent coiling up behind your eyes like a blessing. Now that your base layers are on, you're momentarily dismissed to move around, stretch, get used to the fit. The attendants step away as you pace slowly across the tiled floor. The linen moves with you, whispering against your skin. No tugging, no wrinkles, just a gentle glide. The right amount of resistance means the fabric is breathing. It's all very precise. Here's your fringe fact for today. The Roman elite took their undergarments so seriously that some had them washed in special spring water and beaten with flat ivory paddles to keep the weave from stretching. Entire teams of laundry slaves called fullones were employed not just to clean the garments but to treat them, bleaching, scenting, pressing, even training the fabric to fall a certain way when worn. And yes, there were ancient complaints from nobles whose tunics hung unevenly due to a careless fullone. There was scandal, reprimands, possibly even exile. Your tunic, of course, is flawless. Now come the layers. The overtunic is pulled on next, heavier, made of wool woven so tightly it feels almost like silk. It's winter weight, though the day is warm. You're not going anywhere far, but protocol says your temperature must always read comfortably imposing. A slave offers a moment's pause for you to lift your arms again, and the overtunic slides on with practiced elegance. The belt is tightened, the fold smooth, the shoulders squared. You feel it, the transformation from man to symbol, from flesh to institution. And then, of course, the shoes. You've already been slippered for most of the day, but now it's time to put on proper sandals again. Not the heavily strapped military ones, not the fancy festival ones with the dyed soles, just the afternoon pair. They're clean, discreet, soft, but new enough to make a statement. This man walks in fresh leather. He has options. The footmen return. One kneels to guide the straps over your arch, the other wraps and ties them up your calf in perfect mirrored symmetry. The excess leather is tucked beneath the knot and cinched with a polished bone pin. No buckles, no metal, just control. At last, the final layer. A light woolen pallium draped over your shoulders. It's a half cloak, pinned only at the front, and designed to look casual, even though its draping has taken 2 people 5 minutes and 3 recalibrations to get just right. The edges are embroidered with a subtle gold thread. Your insignia appears again, twice, woven into the trim at either shoulder. It doesn't scream emperor, it purrs it. A mirror is brought in again. Bronze, polished. You examine yourself. Everything is as it should be. Tunic falls straight. Cloak folds cascade like painted silk. Belt lies flat. Shoulders squared, eyes clear. You look like someone who gets 8 hours of sleep and reads poetry over breakfast. And just as you're adjusting the fold of your pallium, the steward returns. "Dominus," he says, "your intimate grooming team is assembled." You pause. Of course they are. Because no matter how many layers you've just wrapped yourself in, no matter how elegantly you're packaged, there's still one more area of hygiene that refuses to politely remain untouched. You straighten your belt, clear your throat, and nod. "Very well," you say. "Let's make it quick." Because nothing says emperor like 5 trained professionals waiting to wax your imperial bits with quiet, professional horror. The intimate grooming chamber is tucked away in the most private corner of the palace, past 3 guarded archways, a curtain of woven silk, and a soundproof bronze door etched with dolphins, because if anything says let's not discuss what happens in here, it's a door covered in smiling sea creatures. You enter with the solemnity of a man approaching his own trial, which, in a way, you are. This is the one part of your hygiene ritual that never gets easier, no matter how often you endure it. The room is warm, quiet, and smells heavily of camphor and beeswax. A scent designed to blur the senses and presumably discourage you from fleeing. The floor is tiled with floral mosaics, and a curved bronze couch stands at the centre, draped in ivory linen. Beside it, 5 individuals stand silently, the intimate grooming team. They are specialists, highly trained, obscenely well compensated, and sworn to a level of secrecy that implies horrible consequences for loose lips. You nod to them. No words, none are needed. A warm cloth is handed to you. You wipe your hands. A footman gently removes your pallium. Another kneels and unties your sandals. Your over-tunic is lifted and folded away. Then finally the linen underlayers. They're removed with a level of delicacy that feels both reverent and absurd. And just like that, you are completely bare once more, exposed to the cool air, to the silent judgment of professionals, and to whatever this day has in store for your more sensitive geography. You recline on the couch, arranged for modesty but not for denial. The first attendant steps forward with a soft brush made of badger hair. He begins by sweeping the area gently, more to inspect than to clean, checking for ingrown hairs, blemishes, or signs of irritation. Once the inspection is complete, he applies a thin layer of olive and chamomile oil, warming it between his palms before pressing it onto the skin. The goal here is to soften both the hair and the mood. It barely works. Next comes the pumice. A small, smooth stone is rubbed lightly over the area, exfoliating the skin in tiny circles. You stare at the ceiling tiles, which depict a flock of birds in mid-flight, and try not to think about what part of your body is being compared to a calloused heel. Still, the result is a smoother surface, and for Romans, smoothness equals civilization. Then comes the hair removal. You'd hoped for just a trim today, a tidy up, but no. The lead groomer clears his throat and holds up a tiny bronze bowl filled with a warm, amber-coloured resin. You suppress a sigh. Waxing, then. The resin is thickened with pine sap and beeswax, and smells faintly of citrus and burnt honey. It's applied with a narrow spatula in small deliberate strokes. The warmth is soothing until it's not. A cloth strip is pressed over the resin. There's a pause, a beat of silence, then the rip. You flinch. Not visibly, of course. Emperors do not flinch, but the air leaves your lungs in a soft, dignified grunt that probably makes its way into someone's poetry later. The waxing continues in small, precise motions, each one calculated for maximum coverage and minimal trauma. The groomers work in synchronized movements like a team of dancers, switching tools, warming more resin, whispering adjustments in a language of nods and gentle gestures. It is horrifying, it is clinical, it is oddly beautiful. And then mercifully it ends. The lead groomer steps in again with a soft cloth soaked in witch hazel and rosewater. The area is cleaned, then cooled. A small fan is waved gently over your lower half. Finally, a healing salve made from myrrh, honey, and lavender oil is applied with 2 fingers and a whispered prayer. You don't ask to whom, you simply appreciate that someone is spiritually involved in soothing your freshly waxed imperial terrain. Here's your historical oddity. Roman men, especially the elite, absolutely engaged in intimate grooming. Hair removal was considered a mark of refinement, and those who let their body hair grow wild were often mocked as either barbaric or worse, Greek. Satirists wrote about it, physicians encouraged it, and hygiene slaves perfected it. And while some methods included tweezing or scraping with bronze blades, waxing, though painful, was respected as the most thorough. You are now smooth as a mosaic tile, glistening faintly, and beginning to regain feeling in your thighs. The groomers step back and bow, not low, just enough to say, "It's done and you survived." You nod in return. There is no applause. There should be, but dignity forbids it. You stand slowly, linen re-wrapped around your waist, and take a breath. You feel lighter, cooler, possibly a little spiritually broken, but undeniably presentable. A mirror is brought, not for vanity, for confirmation. You glance. The skin is smooth, unmarked, lightly powdered. You look like a very expensive statue that came to life for tax season. The standard has been met. You redress layer by layer. The sublegaculum first, fresh, pressed, discreet. Then the tunic, once again falling just right. The belt, the sandals, the pallium, now folded more loosely, in that casual afternoon drape that says, "Yes, I'm serene, and no, you may not ask about it." And just as you're finishing, a page appears at the door, his face neutral. "Dominus," he says, "the court is assembling. The senators await your presence in the atrium." Of course they do. You nod, Glance once more in the bronze mirror and smooth a single fold along your waist. Because now you are ready, not just groomed, but prepared. Your breath is sweet, your skin flawless, your feet buffed, and your most vulnerable regions heroically waxed. Time to go face Rome. You step into the atrium with the slow, deliberate pace of someone who knows he is a walking performance. The sun cuts through the open skylight in golden beams, casting long shadows across the polished marble. The floor glows with the reflection of coloured tiles, and the room smells faintly of laurel and old power. Senators and high-ranking officials cluster in little knots, draped in expensive togas, their eyes flicking toward you with the subtle calculation of men measuring greatness, against your haircut, your stride, and yes, even your scent. You're flawless. They know it. You know it. That's the point. Your hygiene isn't a personal routine anymore. It's a political manoeuvre. You've been plucked, powdered, and perfumed into a vision of stability. In a world constantly veering toward chaos, your image must remain unchanging, your skin must be smooth, your robe must smell of eastern spices, your eyebrows must be symmetrical. Rome is holding itself together by the strength of your cuticles, and yet even now, a single detail threatens to unravel the whole illusion. Your hair. A slave named Strabo is already waiting by the side of the atrium, holding a small lacquered box containing the tools of the imperial hairstyling trade. He's been managing your head for 10 years. He knows the cowlick behind your ear, the way your temples flare when you're angry, the proper angle of the imperial curl. He bows deeply and leads you into the adjacent chamber, the tonstrina, a quiet room filled with the faint scent of beeswax and burnt fig leaves. The styling chair is carved from olive wood and cushioned with dyed leather. You sit, shoulders back, and let the process begin. Strabo starts with the scalp examination. He runs his fingers gently through your hair, checking for dryness, flakes, or, God forbid, bald spots. He says nothing, but you see his brow furrow slightly. He's found something. You brace. "Some dandruff, Dominus," he murmurs. Of course, you knew it. That tiny, traitorous itch behind your right temple wasn't imaginary. He gestures, and another slave arrives with a small bowl of hot oil, olive, infused with rosemary and crushed juniper berries. It smells sharp, medicinal, clean. Strabo dips his fingers and begins massaging the mixture into your scalp with deliberate care. His touch is firm but reverent, as if coaxing wisdom from your follicles. And here comes your fringe historical fact. Roman elite men didn't just get their hair cut, they maintained it like it was part of their legacy. Hair symbolised youth, vigour, and divine favour. Dandruff wasn't just gross, it was treasonous. Recipes for scalp treatments included everything from boiled celery water to paste made from crushed beetles and wine. Thankfully, yours is slightly more pleasant. Strabo continues the massage for several minutes, working the oil into your roots until your entire scalp tingles. Then he takes a linen cloth, wipes away the excess, and reaches for the razor, a curved bronze blade freshly sharpened and oiled. Today, you're not getting a full cut, just a refinement. The edges must be trimmed, the curls realigned, the whole structure restored. It's less a haircut and more a sculpting. Each lock is repositioned, snipped with care, then coaxed into place with beeswax. Your hairline is adjusted subtly with tweezers to maintain its pleasing symmetry. And just as you start to relax, Strabo lifts the final instrument. The dye brush. Yes, dye, because even emperors go grey, and grey is unacceptable. The dye is made from a mixture of lead oxide and vinegar, darkened with crushed walnut shells and sometimes a pinch of soot for that rich black finish. It smells vaguely of metal and regret. You lean your head forward slightly, and Strabo begins applying the mixture with a flat bone brush, starting at the temples and working back. You sit still as your hair is darkened in stages, transformed from mortal imperfection into ageless majesty. You try not to think about what this dye is doing to your scalp. You've heard stories, sores, rashes, even permanent staining. But then again, what's a little poison between a man and his image? Once the dye is set, a damp cloth is placed across your forehead to keep any rogue drips from marking your skin. The minutes pass in silence, broken only by the soft sound of Strabo combing through your newly darkened curls. After what feels like a lifetime, the dye is rinsed away with warm water and vinegar, and your hair is towel-dried, then lightly perfumed with rose oil. Strabo lifts a mirror, bronze, round, brutally honest. You look younger, more powerful, eternal. No one sees the stress, the arguments, the late-night scrolls or the nightmares. They see dark, gleaming hair and assume everything is under control. Strabo bows. It is done. You rise from the chair, shoulders square. The transformation is complete, but you're not quite finished. One last ritual remains, the capillum vaporis, or hair steaming. You sit on a stool while another slave brings a small pot of steaming herbs, thyme, mint, and dried lime blossoms. The steam rises around your head as you lean slightly forward under a loose linen hood. It opens the pores on your scalp, locks in the scent, and sets the style. As you sit surrounded by fragrant vapour, your thoughts drift to history. Julius Caesar wore a laurel wreath not just as a symbol of victory, but to hide his receding hairline. He knew what was at stake, so do you. Eventually the hood is removed and your hair is fluffed lightly. It gleams, it waves, it behaves. You step back into the atrium, now the complete product of Rome's most advanced hygiene and aesthetic technology. Senators glance your way, reassessing. That slight greyness from yesterday? Gone. That stray curl above your brow? Realigned. You're not just clean now, you're eternal. And as you move toward the council chamber, a junior aide jogs beside you and whispers, "Dominus, your underarms have not been rescented." You stop. You inhale slowly. He's right. You turn, cloak fluttering like a curtain before a storm. "Fetch the coriander salve," you say calmly. Because even now, even in triumph, your hygiene is not complete until your armpits are fit for Olympus. You change course mid-stride, a quiet pivot on soft leather soles, and the junior aide scrambles to keep up, scrolls flapping like startled birds at his side. The coriander salve is being prepared, of course it always is, just in case, because while your body is practically embalmed in every herb and oil known to Roman science, the armpits, those treacherous hollows, remain high-risk territory. They can betray you. They can ruin you. They can undo a week of spa-grade discipline with one impromptu waft. You enter the scent chamber again, a small warm room with mosaic floors and a domed ceiling painted with scenes of Apollo bathing. 2 hygiene slaves are already waiting, standing beside a low marble bench and a small brazier, puffing lazy curls of frankincense. The air is humid, fragrant, and carries a faint undernote of salt and old copper, remnants of the salves and potions applied to bodies more mortal than yours. You remove your cloak, then your outer tunic. The under tunic is peeled aside just enough to expose your underarms, which, by imperial standards, should be the dry, neutral in scent, and lightly glistening with oil, not sweating like a farmer after harvest. You raise one arm and brace yourself. The first slave steps forward with a clean linen pad soaked in diluted vinegar and lemon balm. This is the pre-cleanse, a brisk wipe to neutralize any uninvited odour that may have dared take root. The cloth is cool and brisk and just abrasive enough to make you aware of your choices. Then comes the fine powder. It's made from crushed iris root, rice flour, and a whisper of myrrh. Applied with a puffball made from lamb's wool, it settles over your skin like fine ash, absorbing any moisture and leaving a soft, clean scent that whispers rather than announces itself. You glance down. No residue. Good. Nothing should be visible. You're not some gaudy dandy slathering himself in perfume. You're an emperor. Your scent should unfold slowly, like political betrayal. Then the salve. The coriander paste is thick, golden green and slightly gritty, warmed in a shallow dish set beside the brazier. It smells of fresh earth and crushed citrus peel, with just enough must to suggest virility without being obvious. The slave dips 2 fingers into the mixture and applies it delicately, working it into your skin with slow upward strokes. It's soothing, subtle. A faint hum of heat follows. The other side is treated the same way: cleanse, powder, salve. The entire process takes no more than 5 minutes, but you feel the difference instantly. The underarms no longer feel like weak points. They feel fortified, controlled, part of the carefully composed machine that is your body. And here's your fringe fact. The Romans had no word for deodorant as we know it, but they were obsessive about masking body odours. Personal scent wasn't just hygiene, it was status, personality or diplomacy. The wrong smell could imply moral decay, laziness, even treasonous thoughts. There were recipes for underarm pastes involving alum, goose fat, crushed mint, even tiny clay balls stuffed with herbs and tucked under the arms. And of course, the richest among them, yourself included, could afford scent slaves who specialised in underarm upkeep alone. Once the salve is applied, your tunic is smoothed back down. The fabric brushes against your newly treated skin like a seal of approval. Your cloak is redraped, the folds realigned. You look as though you just emerged from the womb of a god, fully formed and lightly citrus-scented. You glance at the mirror, still flawless. And now, finally, you return to the atrium. Again. The senators are still there, still pretending not to notice the delay. A few arch their eyebrows with calculated curiosity. You know what they're thinking. Is he aging? Is he faltering? Is that a faint smell of cumin? No, it isn't. Not anymore. You move to your seat, a carved ivory and gold chair on the raised dais at the front of the atrium, and lower yourself into it with a precision honed by years of watching others flub their folds or lose their belts mid-speech. Your cloak falls around you like a curtain at the climax of a tragic play. A cup of cool water is placed in your hand. You lift it, sip once, and glance over the assembly with eyes as sharp and unflickering as a hawk carved in stone. One senator rises to speak. You don't hear him, not really. You're still running a silent inventory, hands clean, breath sweet, scalp soothed, eyebrows perfect, underarms secured. You are, quite literally, at your peak. But still, there's always one final detail. You lean slightly to one side and whisper to the chamberlain, "Has the loincloth been checked?" He stiffens slightly. "Checked and approved, Dominus." You nod. Of course it has. Every layer of your person is regulated. Even the part no one should see, because in Rome, presentation is empire. And hygiene, that's not just about being clean. That's about being immaculate, unquestionable. The kind of clean that makes enemies wonder if you've ever even bled. As the debate continues, grain tariffs, border negotiations, someone suggesting a tax on amphorae, you rest your fingertips lightly on the polished lion-head arms of your throne. The sunlight shifts, catching your cheekbones at just the right angle. Someone leans over to a fellow senator and whispers, "He smells like a garden, but also like war." Yes, perfect. And just when you think the day's hygiene rituals have finally run their course, a page appears at your side and bows. "Dominus, the laundry steward reports your evening linens are being scented with myrrh and neroli. Shall he proceed with lavender as well?" You nod slowly. A single sprig. Because bedtime hygiene is a whole other war. As the Senate session winds down and you rise from your ivory throne, the afternoon sun begins to drift toward evening. The shadows in the atrium stretch long and lean across the polished floor, forming distorted silhouettes of robed statesmen gesturing about trade routes and naval treaties. But you're done talking, you're done listening. You've nodded and waved and subtly flexed your impeccably groomed fingers enough for one day. Now, as you retreat back through the palace, you're already thinking about the next layer of your imperial ritual: clean feet, fresh sandals, and the final transformation into your evening attire. Your footsteps, cushioned by soft leather soles, make no sound against the marble. The halls are quieter now, torches being lit one by one. The scent of olive oil, smoke and sandalwood rises gently into the evening air. You arrive at the calciumentarium, the footwear chamber. Because yes, of course the Emperor has a room just for shoes. This chamber isn't large, but it's meticulous, with shelves made of cypress wood stacked high with sandals, slippers and ceremonial boots. Each pair has been catalogued, oiled, brushed, and scented. And tonight's pair? They've been waiting. A footman appears carrying a cushion, upon which sits your evening sandals, more elegant than the ones you wore this afternoon, but still practical. They are made from supple dark leather, dyed a rich auburn hue that pairs well with the deep blue tunic waiting for you in the adjoining wardrobe chamber. The soles are padded with fleece. The straps are finer, designed not for long walks or public processions, but for graceful pacing across banquet halls and moonlit courtyards. These are feet-to-be-seen sandals. You sit on a carved stool and the footmen begin. First, your current sandals are unlaced with care, unwound from your ankles in slow, precise loops. Your feet are lifted gently onto a low platform covered in soft goat leather. A basin of warm water appears, infused with crushed mint, rose petals, and just a splash of vinegar. You soak your feet for a moment, just enough to relax the arches and soften the skin. Then comes the inspection. A second set of attendants step forward, kneeling to examine your feet like priests reading sacred text. They check for any signs of wear, dryness, calluses. A small rough patch on your heel is noted and immediately addressed with a pumice stone rubbed in tight, slow circles. Your toenails are rechecked. No need for trimming today, but a bit of buffing is in order. A soft leather cloth is used to shine each nail to a subtle sheen. Once your feet are dry, they're oiled again, but this time with a lighter blend, olive oil mixed with lavender and just a hint of coriander. It's massaged in with circular motions until the skin gleams. Then, as always, a light powder dusting, rice starch and crushed orris root to keep your soles dry inside the evening sandals. The sandals themselves are then fastened with quiet ceremony. Each strap is wrapped twice, secured behind the ankle with a polished bone clasp. The fit is perfect, as always. You stand, flex, walk a few steps. The leather bends just enough, moulds to your foot like a second skin. You are ready for the wardrobe. The wardrobe chamber is lit by low lamps that throw warm shadows across folded tunics, cloaks, and sashes arranged with military precision. The room hums with the scent of linen, cedar, and a whisper of incense, a blend specifically chosen to evoke calm and decisiveness. Your evening tunic awaits on a mannequin shaped to your exact proportions. It's deep blue, dyed with indigo and larkspur petals, a rare shade that tells the world you're not just important, you're rich enough to crush flowers into fabric. The tunic is short-sleeved, trimmed with narrow gold bands at the edges. It is soft to the touch and woven so finely it almost sings when moved. You step into it with assistance, the fabric cascading over your shoulders and down your torso like cool water. The belt tonight is a braided leather cinch dyed black and tied asymmetrically at your hip. Decorative but masculine, casual power. Then comes the evening pallium, a lighter, looser wrap than your day wear. It's deep grey with silver threading, designed to shimmer in torchlight. It's draped over one shoulder, clasped with a brooch shaped like a hawk's talon gripping a pearl. A subtle message, of course. Elegance with danger. Once dressed, you approach the mirror. The bronze catches your reflection in pieces, the outline of your profile, the gleam of your collarbone, the clean lines of your newly styled hair. Everything is aligned. You nod once. Your reflection nods back with flawless approval. Here's your historical footnote. Roman evening wear wasn't necessarily more ornate than day wear, but it was meticulously chosen to project the right tone. Emperors used colour, texture, and even scent to dictate the mood of the evening. Deep tones for sombre affairs, warm golds and reds for festivals. The right fabric could send a message more effectively than 1,000 words spoken on the Senate floor. Your outfit tonight? Quiet authority. Now fully clothed, your final foot accessory is brought forward. A tiny vial of myrrh oil. The footman kneels once more and dabs a single drop behind each ankle. The scent rises slowly. A soft sweetness laced with spice. Subtle. Divine. And just as you turn to exit the wardrobe chamber, a page rushes in, breathless but composed. Dominus, he says with a bow. The scent master has sent 3 fragrances for your consideration. One includes crushed violet petals and is said to promote restful dreams. You smile faintly. Of course, because the day's not done yet. And your nose? Still working overtime? You wave the boy forward and gesture toward the scent chamber. Let's finish strong, you say, and make it sound subtle, like death-wearing furs. Because hygiene isn't just about looking clean, it's about being unforgettable. The scent chamber feels like stepping into a cloud of memory, soft, fragrant, and just a little too heavy with meaning. It's a small square room with walls painted the colour of old parchment and low shelves cluttered with glass and ceramic bottles, each labelled in tiny, spidery script. The air smells like 5 gardens dyed here in the most luxurious way imaginable. There's rose and cedar, myrrh and lavender, musk, cinnamon, pine resin, and some scent you can't quite name but always associate with funerals and lovers. The scent master is already waiting, of course. He's tall, impossibly slender, and dressed in a robe that somehow never wrinkles, not even when he bows deeply before you, his hands delicately holding a silver tray with 3 tiny amphorae. He says nothing. His eyebrows do the talking, arching just enough to let you know he has curated something exceptional for this evening's fragrance. You take a seat on the low stool by the window. A light breeze stirs the heavy air. The room flickers with torchlight, catching on the oil in the bottles and making them glow like small suns. You nod once. Begin. The first scent is uncorked. A test strip of papyrus is dipped and waved gently under your nose. Crushed violets, with a touch of ambergris and fig leaf. It's sweet, almost too sweet. The kind of scent that clings. You like it, but you wouldn't trust it near silk. The second, milder. Notes of cedarwood, dried bay leaves, and a whisper of smoke. Earthy, masculine, with the faint suggestion of something burning. It smells like dusk, like the last light of a day gone well. This one you consider, strongly. But the third is strange. Not unpleasant, just unexpected. A blend of neroli, mint, and a rare resin from somewhere east of Parthia. It smells like new parchment, crushed citrus, and something old and holy like a shrine. No one visits anymore, but still somehow stays lit. You blink slowly, let the scent rise into the top of your nose and then deeper still. You nod. That one. The scentmaster bows again, satisfied, as if he knew all along. The application is precise. The bottle is opened, the oil warmed in a small dish above the brazier, then applied in small dabs, behind each ear, at the pulse points on your wrists, the hollow of your throat, and finally a single drop just below your navel, pressed in with a fingertip. You're never sure if anyone smells that last one, but it's not for them, it's for the gods, or your dreams, or just to know it's there. You stand, and the scent trails behind you like a promise. Here's the quirky historical aside. The Roman elite didn't just wear fragrance, they believed it had power. Certain scents were used to sharpen the mind, to encourage fertility, to prevent nightmares, even to ward off illness. There were debates, actual philosophical arguments, about whether a man who wore too much myrrh could be trusted to speak on matters of state. Scent wasn't frivolous, it was identity, a fingerprint in vapour, an olfactory signature of rule, and now scented, dressed, pressed, and blessed. You return to your private dining chamber for your final light meal of the day. You're not here for a feast. Those happen at festivals, public events, military victories. This is the imperial wind down. A tray of warm barley cakes drizzled with honey, goat cheese blended with mint and fig, and a small cup of spiced wine served just above room temperature. You sit by the low table, leaning into the plush curve of the velvet couch. A musician somewhere nearby plucks at a lyre, something slow and repetitive, barely music, more like breathing in sound form. You eat slowly, savouring the textures. A crusty crumble, a soft melt, a slight burn of cinnamon at the back of your throat. An attendant steps forward with a wet cloth infused with lemon balm. He wipes your hands, your fingertips, even the spaces between each digit. You sip from a tiny cup of pine resin mouth rinse, sharp, astringent, bracing. Then you bite into a fennel seed candy that cracks between your molars and sends sweetness up your nose. The night is approaching now, soiree and velvet black, and with it comes the next ritual, evening bath preparation. Yes, again, but this one is quieter, smaller, less political and more personal. You don't bathe to impress anyone this time. You bathe to transition, to mark the end of the Empire's needs and the beginning of your own quiet. You're led down a side corridor into the balneum nocturnum, the nighttime bath. It's not a grand space like the morning or afternoon pools. It's intimate, almost sacred. The tub is sunken, carved from pale-veined stone, and the water is hot. Not warm, hot. Steam rises in thick ribbons, scented with crushed lavender, lemon zest, and a hint of clove. Candles flicker along the ledge, bathing the space in amber light. You disrobe silently. The attendants say nothing. They step away. This bath, unlike the others, is taken alone. You lower yourself into the water slowly, letting the heat wrap you like a shroud. Every pore opens, every muscle melts. Your mind loosens its grip. You breathe out, and the sound is swallowed by the steam. For a while you just sit there, suspended, heavy but light, clean but being cleaned further. The Empire is distant now outside these walls. The toga, the scrolls, the arguments, they drift somewhere out in the marble night. Eventually you reach for the cloth set beside the bath. You rub your arms gently, your chest, your neck. There's no oil this time, just water and heat, a rinse, a reset. And when you rise, skin flushed and eyes glassy from the warmth, A linen robe is already waiting. Heated, folded, pressed. You wrap it around yourself and feel like a man again. Not a statue, not a symbol, just skin, breath, and silence. Back in your chamber, the bed is being prepared. But before you get there, there's one last gesture. A small bowl of lavender and sage is burning by the window, and a slave holds out your nighttime fragrance. A subtle blend of crushed rose petal, benzoin resin, and a drop of cinnamon oil. You press it behind your ears, your wrists, the base of your spine. Not for display, for dreams. Because even in sleep, an emperor must be immaculate. Your bedchamber welcomes you like a whisper, cool and dim, layered in the stillness of late Roman luxury. The torches are lowered, casting flickering shadows on the coffered ceiling, where painted gods drift lazily through scenes of cloud and conquest. Somewhere near the far window, the soft trill of a nightbird filters in. You pause at the threshold. This truly is the most sacred space in your world. Not the Senate, not the throne room, not even the bathhouses. This is the sanctuary of final rituals, where the empire recedes and your breath finally belongs to you. But before you reach your bed, before you can close your eyes, there are details to attend to. Of course there are. You may be the most powerful man alive, but even you are at the mercy of sheets, breath, and dreams. You begin with your linens. The laundry steward has outdone himself tonight. Your sheets have been washed in violet water, pressed under slabs of warm alabaster, and hung in an atrium filled with myrrh, smoke, and bay leaves. The result is a scent so subtle it barely registers, like the memory of a flower you smelled once in a dream. The linens are laid in layers. The base is a tightly stretched linen weave, the upper layer a fine wool blanket trimmed with blue stitching, and the top cover a silk-embroidered sheet featuring a scene of the sun god Helios steering his chariot across the dawn skippes. It's aspirational bedtime art. Two slaves move silently around the bed, adjusting corners, fluffing the goose-down pillows, placing a warmed stone at the foot beneath the coverlet. You'll never touch it directly, but the heat will rise slowly all night, like a quiet hearth under your legs. Another servant approaches with your sleeping robe. A simple pale tunic of unbleached cotton, so light it practically floats in your hands. You let them dress you once more, arms lifted, fabric slipped over your head. No belt, no sandals, barefoot now, vulnerable only in the safest room in the empire. Before you sit, your evening face cleanse. You lower yourself into a small stool while the chamber's grooming slave, a boy barely out of adolescence, brings over a ceramic bowl of warm water laced with lavender oil and rose vinegar. He dips a cloth in and begins gently wiping your face, first the cheeks, then the forehead, then around the eyes with extra care. The day's oils and powder, carefully applied hours ago, now lift away like secrets from skin. Then comes a cold rinse, just enough to tighten the pores and banish any lingering sleepiness. A final balm is applied, something soft and scented with poppy seed and almond oil, massaged into your temples and down your jaw. Not for beauty, for rest. These touches are not theatrical anymore. They are medicinal. The older you get, the more fragile sleep becomes, and yet, the more essential. And here's your fringe detail of the night. Many Roman elites believe the body must be cleansed at night, as well as in the morning, not just to remove dirt, but to prevent bad dreams. Some physicians even claim that evil spirits clung to unwashed skin and could sneak into the soul during sleep. Hence, the nightly rituals weren't just cosmetic, they were spiritual protection. You lean back slightly as the final cloth is pressed to your skin, removing the last bit of balm. Your face feels cool, weightless. If anyone were to see you now, which they won't, they'd see something softer than the emperor they know, not weaker, just quieter, private. Now comes the hair wrap. Your scalp has been washed and oiled already, but a fine cloth soaked in sage water and wrung dry is wrapped around your head to maintain the shine and to prevent your carefully arranged curls from flattening as you sleep. It's tied loosely, not for style, but for the shape of things. You are still managing your image, even in slumber. With that, the bed is declared ready. The slaves step back. The final torch is dimmed to a flicker. You climb in, easing yourself onto the smooth linen. It sighs beneath you, warm and scented and firm beneath the weight of history. A servant places a small dish of mulled wine and fig slices on the table beside your bed. You take a sip. It's sweet, heavy with cinnamon, and a drop of honey. One bite of fig, sticky and soft, just enough sugar to ease you down. Then the final night perfume. A blend of benzoin, thyme and violet, dabbed behind each ear and just at the throat. It's not strong. No one will smell it but you, and that's the point. A small brass brazier nearby releases a faint trail of sage smoke. You breathe it in. It's earthy, familiar, meant to soothe the mind, ease digestion, ward off darkness. It does all three, at least tonight. Your hands, freshly washed and lightly powdered, rest across your chest. The linen cover is drawn up to your collarbone. One slave whispers, "May Luna guard your dreams, Dominus." Another steps forward with a tiny carved figure of Somnus, the god of sleep, and places it on the shelf beside the bed. For luck, for tradition, for peace, you close your eyes. The Empire waits outside these walls. Its problems simmer beneath the marble. But your body is clean. Your mind, clear. Every part of you, from scalp to heel, from fingertips to hidden folds, has been tended, balanced, sanctified. You will dream as the gods do, flawless, perfumed, and just a little smug. And in the morning, you'll wake again to rosewater oil and the soft thud of a sponge in a bronze bucket. But for now, just sleep. The sound that wakes you is the softest thing imaginable. Barely a sound at all. It's the faint shiver of linen curtains brushing against the marble window frame, stirred by the breath of morning air drifting in from the colonnaded courtyard. The sky beyond is still a gentle grey, with just the first threads of dawn pulling up from the horizon, like golden ribbons. You don't open your eyes yet. You don't have to. Your body, trained by years of ritual, knows the sequence has already begun. The first slave enters your chamber silently, barefoot, and carrying a small bronze bell. He doesn't ring it. Not yet. He simply sets it on the table beside your bed and opens the shutters to let in the morning light. A second slave follows, carrying a folded linen towel warmed over coals and a bowl of rosewater. This is the awakening cleanse. Your skin will be touched but not washed. Greeted, not scrubbed. It is not yet time for full bathing. That will come later. You open your eyes. Your vision is met with the gently swaying canopy above your bed, embroidered with golden olive branches. The scent in the room is delicate. Lavender fading into citrus. Last night's perfume lingering like the ghost of a better version of yourself. You sit up slowly. The warm towel is offered to your face, and you press it against your cheeks, your forehead, your neck. The heat wakes you faster than any horn or trumpet. Your skin breathes again. The slave kneels and dips a cloth into the rosewater. He wipes your hands one at a time methodically, like you've just returned from a sacred rite rather than a quiet sleep. Fingertips, palms, wrists, clean again. It's not about dirt, it's about reset. The Roman belief was that the night carried unseen weight, and that even perfect emperors could gather spiritual residue during their dreams. Once your hands are dried with soft linen, you swing your legs over the edge of the bed and place your feet on a sheepskin mat. A third slave enters with a ceramic jar and uncaps it, releasing the faint scent of lemon balm and myrrh. It's not oil, not this time. It's a thick cream, designed to rehydrate skin dried out by the night's cooler air. He kneels and begins gently massaging it into your calves and feet. Long, slow strokes that send a quiet hum through your bones. You don't speak. You barely blink. You're not truly back yet. Not until the sponge. And here it comes. The fourth servant arrives, carrying the batilum, the morning sponge, soaked in hot water steeped with mint and rosemary. It's soft, wide, and shaped like a folded palm. He wrings it out gently, letting the steam rise in twisting spirals. You stand and he begins to wipe your torso, starting at your shoulders and moving downward in broad, smooth passes. Your tunic from last night has already been removed. You're again bare, but not exposed. This process is too ceremonial for shame. He doesn't scrub, he polishes. The sponge glides across your chest, your back, your sides, each sweep followed by a dry cloth to catch the moisture. He avoids the face, too delicate for this texture, but he cleans the back of your neck and the crook of your elbows with special care. These, oddly enough, are considered prime sweat regions in Roman medical texts. They believed if you kept these joints clean, the body remained cooler and more balanced. Questionable? Maybe, but it does feel refreshing. Your hair is unwrapped from the sleeping cloth. It has held its shape, mostly. One curl near your temple has rebelled. It will be dealt with later, probably by Strabo and his terrifyingly judgmental tweezers, but for now the priority is scent. The scent steward enters with a tray of options. Morning fragrance is lighter than what you wore last night, brighter, cooler, designed to project clarity and vigour. There are 4 choices today. You're in no mood for heavy spices, and musk feels too aggressive for a breakfast audience. You choose a citrus blend, lemon peel, thyme, and a hint of green olive oil. It smells like clean wind. Like waking up in a mountain villa you technically haven't visited since the last census. The oil is dabbed along your collarbones and wrists, with a light mist across your shoulders. Nothing below the waist this time. Morning is not for seduction, it's for diplomacy. Next comes the breath. A silver cup of diluted wine mixed with anise and clove is placed in your hands. You sip. It burns lightly, killing whatever ghost of last night's fig paste still lingers. Then you chew a strip of candied fennel root and spit into a small bowl. A mouth rinse of vinegar and mint follows. Sharper, more bracing. You swish, hold it, spit again. Finally, a touch of powdered honey dust is rubbed onto your tongue with a small linen cloth. Your breath now smells like you've been awake since sunrise, and born clean. And now, the underlayer. You're presented with the first tunic of the day. A sleeveless ivory piece made of tightly woven Egyptian linen. Chosen not for style, but for function. It's your undergarment, the layer that sits closest to the skin. It's been warmed, scented with bay leaf, and stitched with silk thread at the seams to prevent chafing. The slaves lift it over your head and pull it gently down your body, smoothing it against your torso like the final touch on a statue. The fit is snug, but it breathes, and most importantly, it protects the outer tunic from you. And here's your curious detail for today. Roman elites often wore more than one tunic at a time, not just for layering, but for class distinction. A visible second tunic could mean extra wealth, or extra fastidiousness. Some emperors were known to change tunics several times per day, especially during summer months, to avoid even the idea of sweat. Your record so far is 8. You're not proud, but you are impressively dry. With your base layer complete, a light breakfast is laid out on a side table. A small plate of honeyed barley, 2 dried dates, and a piece of goat cheese rolled in crushed fennel seeds. You eat slowly, seated on a cushioned bench facing the open courtyard. Doves coo from the rooftop. Somewhere below, the first clang of the city's day can be heard. Wagons on stone, slaves shouting orders, the unmistakable wheeze of an overfed merchant trying to outpace a tax collector. The empire stirs. You, however, are already perfect. As the golden morning deepens and Rome hums awake beneath your palace walls, you rise from the breakfast bench, body crisp and breath fragrant, hair only slightly rebellious. Outside, the city bakes gently beneath the early sun, its rooftops hazed in smoke from clay ovens, and the perfume of street vendors already hawking morning pastries. But in here, inside your world, there's still one ritual left before the world demands your presence again, the manicure. You enter the grooming chamber, the same place where so many other acts of maintenance and magnificence have taken place, and take your place on a cushioned stool beside the open window. The morning air threads through your robe. It carries a faint whiff of sweet basil from the palace garden. It almost feels private. The manicure slaves await. 2 of them, one for the left, one for the right. They bow and kneel without a word. Between them sits a lacquered tray of small, terrifying tools. Tiny scrapers, ivory sticks, beeswax balms, bronze scissors no longer than your pinky, and the finest nail file you've ever owned, made from pumice dust bound to cloth so smooth you once mistook it for velvet. The left hand begins. First, the inspection. Each finger is lifted, turned slightly toward the light, examined for signs of neglect. None are found, of course. You're not a stonemason. Your hands are the hands of an orator, of a god, of a man who hasn't clenched a fist since the last time a senator forgot your birthday. Still, they check. The nails are trimmed to imperial length, not too short, which implies nervousness or overcleaning, and not too long, which borders on vanity. Each edge is snipped with a slow, satisfying click. The filings are swept into a bowl as if they were gold dust. The cuticles are softened with oil, almond, with just a hint of coriander, and pushed back with a gentle touch. No blood, ever. You once dismissed a barber for nicking your finger. That was 5 years ago. No one's forgotten. After the trimming, the filing, it's a delicate art. The shape of each nail must match the natural curve of the finger, slightly squared at the top, never pointed, never jagged. You glance down. The file moves in tiny strokes, fast and rhythmic. It tickles, but you don't flinch. The rhythm is oddly meditative, like listening to distant rain. You imagine senators staring at your hands during meetings, envying their symmetry, their steadiness, their eerie glow. Because yes, glow is next. Once the nails are shaped, each one is buffed with a cloth soaked in beeswax and rosemary oil. Not polished to a shine, no. You're not an actor, just enough to catch the light. Just enough to look like you've never lifted anything heavier than a goblet. And finally the fingers are massaged, each joint, each knuckle, with a camphor and honey balm. It soothes, it cools, it makes you forget briefly that you're responsible for maintaining stability across a collapsing Mediterranean superpower. And now, the feet. Of course you already had them tended yesterday, but the rules of Roman appearance are relentless. Clean today doesn't mean clean enough tomorrow. So the slaves repeat the ritual on your toes, clipping, filing, oiling, buffing. They don't talk, you don't talk, it is sacred silence. You sip from a small cup of barley water laced with thyme as they work. You think briefly of the frontiers, of the rising prices of Egyptian grain, of the architect who's 3 months late finishing your new mosaic. Then you return your focus to your pinky toe, being massaged with the devotion of someone praying. Your quirky history fact for the hour? Roman grooming manuals didn't just exist, they were bestsellers. Wealthy citizens exchanged scrolls outlining hand care regimens, recipes for homemade waxes, and the precise angle at which to file nails for maximum social impact. A badly trimmed thumbnail could be interpreted as evidence of insanity. One senator famously accused his rival of treason based solely on the fact that his pinky nail curved oddly to the left. That senator won. After the manicure is finished, your hands are rinsed in warm wine. Yes, wine. Not for show, but for its acidity. Believed to tighten the skin and kill invisible impurities. You flex your fingers and admire their effortlessness. Your nails reflect the early light like little mirrors, each one saying, "I'm at peace, I control everything." Then the seal. A small pouch of perfumed powder is brought forward. You choose the rose poppy blend. The powder is dabbed between your fingers into the webbing at the base of each nail. It smells faintly of sleep and distant memories. The feeling is pleasant, like pressing your hand into fresh silk. You clench your fists once for balance, open them again. Perfect. Next comes the daily ring. Your signet ring, heavy, golden, set with a carved carnelian, awaits on a velvet cushion. The stone is engraved with your seal. An eagle clutching thunderbolts in its talons. It's more than jewellery, it's identity. It seals laws. It marks letters. It's the thing people look at when you gesture and wonder if they should be kneeling. You slip it onto your right hand. It glides into place like destiny. And finally you stand. The robe is adjusted, the sash retied. Your sandals, already warmed and laid beside the step, are fastened. Your fingernails gleam, your feet glow. Your hair is still holding its shape from yesterday's styling, but a few locks are teased into place by an attendant with a swan feather brush. You blink, inhale. You are once again the image of divinity. Just in time, too. A page enters and bows. Dominus, the public appearance courtyard, is prepared. The crowd awaits. Of course they do. Because they know, somehow, instinctively, that you are presentable now. Flawless. A man whose fingers alone could settle civil unrest. You smile faintly and extend your perfectly buffed hand. The page helps you down the step, eyes carefully avoiding your glow. It's time to go be seen. Because in Rome, being clean isn't just survival, it's power. And your hygiene, that's your empire's first line of defence. The marble courtyard stretches ahead like a blank page waiting for your footprint. You emerge into the golden morning light beneath a colonnade hung with purple banners, your sandals tapping softly on the cool stone. The crowd beyond the balustrade is a quiet mass. No shouting, no frenzy, not yet. Just that pregnant hush, the collective inhalation of people waiting to witness perfection. And perfection, of course, arrives exactly on time. You walk slowly, deliberately, every movement controlled, every fold of your tunic exactly as it was meant to fall. The sun catches the fine powder on your collarbone. A shimmer travels with you as you step into view. People do not cheer, they observe, because this, more than a speech or coin or law, is the performance they've come to trust. The daily miracle of an emperor who has, somehow, avoided smelling like a person. You pause at the marble railing. Below, citizens stand in quiet admiration, eyes wide, hands folded, mouths shut. Children are hoisted onto shoulders. Old men squint toward you like they're staring directly into prophecy. Your scent, carried gently by the courtyard's garden breeze, citrus, olive, and the faintest hint of lavender, drifts down among them like incense. You offer the simplest of gestures, one hand raised, palm open. Clean, manicured, fragrant. The message is clear, you are real, but not quite reachable. You stay just long enough for the moment to take root. Then you turn, retreating behind the pillar's shadow with the elegance of a silk curtain falling. The marble sighs beneath your heel. The people murmur. The spell has worked. Again. But even now the rituals continue. You pass through a side corridor, not to return to your chambers, but to the final, most exclusive hygiene rite of all. The midday transition. You won't bathe again. Not yet. But there is another cleansing to perform. One more suited to the peculiar demands of imperial presentation. The scent steward awaits in a small shaded room where vines crawl along the window and the light filters green and soft. He bows as you enter, gesturing toward the reclining couch in the centre of the room. This is not a medical chamber. This is something else. A liminal space. A reset for the senses. You recline. The steward brings forth a ceramic vessel filled with a chilled mixture of rosewater, powdered barley, and finely crushed mint. It's not for drinking, it's for dabbing. He dips a cloth and begins to press the mixture to your pulse points, wrists, temples, ankles, inner elbows. The coolness is shocking at first. A gasp slips past your lips before you can stifle it. But then comes the relief, the sense of melting into your own body again after the performance. This is the opposite of the public courtyard. There you are divine. Here you are human again, briefly. The ritual is called lenimentum inter diurnum, a midday soften and scent, practiced only by the wealthiest and most idle. The logic is simple. You've been standing in sun, in robes, under scrutiny. And even if you haven't sweated, because gods forbid, your skin still needs refreshment. So you receive it like a desert drink shade. A second cloth is brought, infused with crushed violet and lemon zest, and gently swept over your neck and the backs of your knees. You didn't even realise how warm those areas had become until now. The violet scent is strong but clean, and it wakes up your mind in a way no philosopher ever could. And here's your last curious fact. Roman physicians actually wrote at length about how midday cooling could reduce irritability, balance the humours, and, this is real, make the soul feel more even. One claimed that a properly scented armpit at noon could prevent bad decision-making until dusk. Another swore that lemon balm on the ankles improved moral character. Science? Questionable. Intention? Absolutely there. Once your body has been cooled and refreshed, a small bowl of oil is brought forward. Something different now, lighter, airier, infused with frankincense resin and almond blossom. This isn't rubbed in, it's flicked, literally flicked, onto the skin in droplets using a tiny silver brush. Your arms, your throat, the backs of your hands. Each flick lands like a signature. You're still composed, still scented, still sovereign. Finally, a powder. Not heavy, not the full-body dusting of your pre-breakfast glory. Just a little bit, made from orris root and crushed sage, gently pressed into the folds of your tunic where it touches the body. It will prevent clinging. It will keep your presence dry and divine through whatever dull meetings the afternoon may bring. And then you sit up. You run your hands across your knees, and they are cool, dry, soft. You inhale, and your body smells like peace. Not victory, not seduction, not danger, just peace. You are the eye of the storm again, right where Rome needs you to be. A page steps in. "Dominus," he says, "the philosophers are assembling in the northern garden." "Of course they are." You nod. A fresh cloak is brought forward. Pale grey, lightly perfumed with cedar. You drape it yourself this time. Your hair still sits just right, thanks to last night's sage wrap. Your skin still glows faintly, a testament to your oil and vinegar routine. And your hands are a triumph. You exit the chamber, leaving behind the scent of violets and cool linen. As you pass through the hall, a senator you don't like nods at you. He's a little too warm, a little too sweaty. His robe clings where it shouldn't. You nod back, almost kindly. 'Cause you smell like control and Rome still believes in you.